Hi, this is 2006 WWE Hall of Famer Tony Mr. USA Atlas, and I'm getting ready to get down and do with the one and only Hannibal TB. Yeah.
So I'm here with WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas. Your book just arrived to me a couple days ago, so I didn't have time to finish it, but I did read the first numerous chapters, and I was shocked to learn at how poor you were growing up. So could you just get into that a little bit?
Yeah, well, you see, as most people know, and most people want say, but unfortunately, here in America, about 70-some% of black kids grow up without a father. There was a thing when I was coming up where guys would go out and they would meet a girl and they would impregnate the girl, but then they would leave her. They wouldn't stay and support the kid. My mom was a hard-working woman. Name was Beatrice James White, and my grandmother lived with us, and my grandmother and my mother, they helped raise her. My mother worked from 7 o'clock in the morning, got off at 2, went back at 3, and worked until 11. Every time I see a 7-Eleven store, I think about my mom. And she'd come home at the end of the day, and she would bring us food. And we were pretty much on our own. There was nobody around but just our grandmother. And we had to learn to fight and defend ourselves. And, you know, I was so poor, we didn't even have dishes. My mother had a choice between buying knife and fork or plates and stuff. When a plate got broke, my mother didn't have the money to replace it. If you had a pair of pants and it got a rip in it, you pull out the needle and thread, you sew it, because my mother could not buy another pair of pants for us. So we grew up very, very poor. And it wasn't just among blacks where I live. I was raised in a little town in Virginia called Lowmore. Now Lowmore had one store, and it was called the Commissary. And the Commissary was owned by the North and Western Railroad. And then you go there, you get your shoes, you get your blue jeans, we call them blue jeans, but back in the older days, denim was not pre-washed. So when you wore them for the first time and you took them off, the dye in the blue jeans, your underclothes, your legs, everything turned blue. Now when you buy denim, they are pre-washed. But in the older days, they were not pre-washed, and you turned blue every time you wore them. So yeah, I grew up real poor, and we had to struggle for everything. If I had one meal a day, it was great. Sometime I remember we go 2 to 3 days without food in the house or anything to eat. So if I saw a piece of candy or half a sandwich or food laying on the ground, I would pick it up, brush it off, blow on it, and eat it. And then we said, well, you got to eat dirt before you die anyway. That's how poor we were. We were very, very poor. But there was a lot of people in Lowmore and in Clifton Forge, pretty much. I moved to Roanoke in my teenage years. But when I got into wrestling, asked me where I'm from. I said, I was born in Clifton Forge, raised up in Lowmore. They said, well, we don't have shows there. They said, so we're going to just tell people you from Roanoke. So the Roanoke stuck, because there was an area where the promoters went. George Scott was the booker at that time for Jim Crockett Promotion, which was Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling. And I got started in wrestling the same time as Ric Flair, Johnny Valentine, Paul Jones, Johnny Weaver, Klondike Bill, Abe Jacobs. So these are guys that people up north never know, because television back then, they was syndicated. So there's a lot of great wrestlers that unfortunately the world never knew, because they didn't have cable television then.
And before you got into wrestling, you were fighting almost on a daily basis.
When I was a kid in the neighborhood, like I said, most black kids didn't have a father, and most black mothers, they all work as maids. My mother was a cook. So she was always cooking somewhere. So us kids, we pretty much raised ourselves. We was out in the street. So if you out playing basketball and you got some change in your pocket, you go up for a rebound, and the other kids hear that little jingle, jingle, jingle. Man, you got money. Give me some money. So if you couldn't fight, they just beat you up and take your money. I remember one time I got in a fight with this guy named Roger Vi. Never forgot his name, because he was a big bully around our neighborhood. So Roger Vi jumped on me. I was probably at that time about 9 years old, and Roger was probably 13 or 14. He was a teenager. So he used to always hang around kids of all ages. You can find kids from 18 to 6 hanging out together. You know, they're just kids that we were just out in the street. Because there was no father or nobody at home. Our mother was gone, so we were at home all by ourselves. So he beat the crap out of me. So I was at home one day. I was at home. My mother came home for work on her break at around 2 o'clock. She said, "What you been doing, boy?" I said, "Nothing." She said, "Why your face look like that?" I said, "I was fighting." She said, "Did you win?" I go, "No, ma'am." She said, "You fought him?" I said, "For a little bit." "Then what'd you do?" I said, "Then I ran from him because he's bigger than me." She said, "You run away?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "Come on." So I walked behind her, and she said, "Come on." So it was all my other brothers, they with me too. So kind of like when I look back on, we look like when you see a duck cross the road, because there's 9 of us, 5 boys and 4 girls, and we all follow behind our mother. My mother, now my mother weighed about 250 pounds. She was 5'8", maybe about 250, 260, big black woman. So it's pictures of her in my book. So we got to the playground where we was at. We used to play behind the church. That was the only place that we could play. So my mom said, "Which one is it?" I said, "That one over there with no shirt on, the tall one." She said, the tall one?" I go, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "I tell you what, get him." "Oh, what do you mean get him, Mom? You just beat me up?" She said, "You jump him." So I ran over there, I started fighting, kicked the crap out of me again. Every walk, she pat my back. Good, that was good. She said, "Now what I want you to do, every time you see him, I want you to fight him." I said, "What if he's not pick up?" She said, "I don't care. I want you to jump him every time you see him." So I did. One day I saw him, and I went to fight him. He said, "Oh no, Tony, you win today." So then nobody wanted to fight me no more, because I wouldn't quit. They knew if you fight me today, you got to do it tomorrow. You got to do it the next day, the next day, the next. So and my nickname was Argo. Because my English not been that good. And what I wanted to say was, "I will go. I will go." But I couldn't. I was like, "Argo." And so people started calling me Argo, and they said I was crazy. People always thought I was a little disturbed. They thought I was mentally challenged, because I would just fight anybody. It didn't matter how big they was or nothing. You know, and people just got scared of me in the neighborhood. They said, "That kid crazy. Don't mess with him. He's crazy." And they said, "What do you mean?" They said, "He fight you every day. He won't leave you alone if you fight him." So that's how my mother taught me how to protect myself. Another time she taught us how to protect ourselves. My little brother Walter got jumped on by a full-grown man. He was like in his 20s. And my mother said, "Y'all got to learn how to defend yourself. I can't defend you all the time. I can't take time off from work, come help you, kid. You got to learn how to do this yourself." She said, back in the old days, they didn't have the running water. So you have water pails and a well. So you put the bucket on, and you put, the water go down, you get the bucket, and then you bring the bucket up, and that's how you got your water. She said, "Y'all get them pails." So we got the water pails, and she said, and we went down to the creek. She said, "I want y'all get some rocks out of that creek. Don't get the big ones, just get the little one." So we got little rocks, and people said, "What, Mom? What's wrong, Mom?" You know. And then we saw, what was his name? Bud. We call him Bud. I can't think of his name right now. But anyway, he was coming up the street. My mother said, "Okay, y'all rock him." So we all started throwing rocks at him. So then we started carrying water pails around with us. If you mess with us, we throw rocks at you. So we was known for rocking you. So she taught us all these different little tricks of the. She was a woman, but she wasn't there. And I listen more to my mom now than what I did when I was young, because she taught us how to survive. She knew how to protect herself as a woman, because back in them days, you could beat your wife. So the last time my dad beat up my mom, she told us around in July or August. I remember it was hot. She said, "You boys come in here and bring me some firewood." I had a big old kitchen stove, so we started throwing wood in the stove. That stove got red as an apple. I mean, it was bright red. It looked like it was going to blow up. I said, "Mom, the stove is hot." She said, "All right, you boys get on out here. Your dad be home pretty soon." My mother used to give my dad money to go get food. He would come home and bring beans, white beans, fat back. The fat back, big old thing of fat back. And then he'd take the rest of the money, go buy whiskey and gamble. He liked to gamble and do stuff, and that's what he did with the money when he was there. So my mother came home, she was pissed off, so they got in a fight, so he beat her up. When he came back the next payday, my mother had us to put wood in the stove, and I didn't know what for. But here come my dad, as usual, drunk, fussing. Now my dad was half black and half Scottish. He was his father was my grandfather was McDuffie. It was Scottish, so he had that same Scottish Irish fighting temper. He was a hell of a, couldn't nobody beat him. This is the first time I saw my dad get whooped. He went in the kitchen, we hear all this banging around and we crying because we said, oh, he's beating up mom again. We opened up the door. My mother grabbed him around the back of his leg, picked him up on her shoulder, set him on that hot stove and was holding him on that stove when he opened that door. He jumped up from that stove, his pants was on fire. He took off out of the door, he turned and got outside, he said, I'm gonna kill you. My mother reached in her purse and pulled out a 38. She saved money to buy her a 38 and a guy she worked for that sold her his gun to protect her. Because I guess she told the white guy she worked for about what's gonna happen and he let her have a gun. She pulled out that gun. He took off running. My mother, we hear bang, bang, bang. All of us kids go, oh shoot, mom just killed dad. My mother came back and said, boy, he's lucky that bullets don't turn corners. I was 12 years old when that happened. I didn't see him again until I was 21 in Richmond, Virginia.
And to get into how you got into wrestling, I guess you kind of had the first ever development contract from what I read in your book. I paid to train, right?
Yeah, I got paid to train. When I first started wrestling, Sandy Scott saw me at the gym. So I was getting ready for a powerlifting contest, and Sandy Scott and Klondike Bill used to hang out together. Sandy Scott was George Scott's brother, but George Scott was the booker. So he saw me in the gym, and I didn't know who he was. So my friend Alfonso Johnson knew all the wrestlers. Black Jack Mulligan was there and all them. So they said, well, what are you training for? They said for the bodybuilding contest. So I remember Sandy Scott say, well, you know, he may be strong, but you know, muscles mean no good if you don't know how to use it. They said, oh, but he wrestled for the high school. And Sandy Scott said, he's a wrestler? I said, yeah. So he got to talk to me, and he said, well, I'll be back here in about 2 weeks. He said, I'll talk to you more. So he came back to me, bought a guy called Charlie Fulton. And Charlie did a little amateur wrestling in his younger days. So me and Charlie, we wrestled on the mat. I was in judo class. I took judo too. So I wrestled Charlie Fulton and I beat him. So Sandy went back and told all the other wrestlers, hey, I just beat a pro wrestler. So in the older day, they had two choices. They would break you into the business or they break you. One or the other, depending on your personality. Lucky for me, I was a humble, nice kid during that time. So I was getting their son, Klondike Bill, to pick me up. Alfonso took me to the Starland Arena. I got in the car with Klondike Bill, and he took me to Charlotte, North Carolina. And he said, this is the hotel where all the wrestlers stay at. And I said, did that cost money? He said, well, he started laughing. He said, yeah. All I had was a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwich, an apple, and $5. And the clothes on my back, and my workout clothes in a little, you ever seen them high school gym bags about this big?
Yeah.
I had my little gym bag, and that's all I had when I left home. And he started laughing. He said, no, he said, you have to pay to stay here, Tony. So he said, come on, he said, I paid for your night. So Klondike Bill paid for me to stay that night. The next morning, George and Sandy Scott came and picked me up, and they took me to the YMCA. And George Scott put me on the mat to see what I could do with other shooters. Found out I was a good shooter, what they used to call back in the older day. And they liked me. And so David Crockett, he said, well, I know you ain't got no money, kid. He said, what we're going to do, we're going to give you $150 a week. Now, out of that, you got to pay for your food, and you have to pay to stay here at the Y. At that time, to stay at the Y was like $25 a week or something. You know, it wasn't expensive. But the Y in Charlotte, they had rooms, they had a restaurant, you know, where you could go to eat, and they had a gym. So that's why I stayed at the YMCA. And then they would come down, like guys would come down to work out with me, like Ole Anderson, Larry Sharp, the owner of used to be the owner of Monster Factory. God rest his soul. I hear he passed away. Larry Sharp was there all the time. Gene Anderson, he was there all the time. Ole Anderson was there all the time. Kim Turrell came down to work out. Me, a guy they called Carl Gotch came down to stretch me every day because he was a real badass shooter, you know.
Yeah.
And they paid me $100. And the wrestler teased me. He said I was the first wrestler that was ever paid to train to be a wrestler. I was the first.
And that was because you were a physical specimen.
They never saw a guy like me before. They had bodybuilders, but I was not just a bodybuilder. I did track and field. I ran the 100-yard dash in 10 flat. I used to put the shot put at 55 feet. I was on the wrestling team. I was the Virginia at 19. I was the Virginia arm wrestling champion, the Virginia weightlifting champion, the Virginia powerlifting champion, and teenage Mr. Virginia bodybuilding champion and wrestling champion.
That's amazing.
When I was 19, I held every title in individual sport in the state of Virginia when I was only 19 years old. And the guy that I beat for the Virginia State Arm Wrestling Champion in Hopewell, Virginia, went to Vegas and won the World Championship.
Right, so if you had been able to go to Vegas...
I didn't have the money, yeah.
And Klondike Bill, I've heard Tony Schiavone say he's a bit of a strange person sometimes as far as liking girls' panties and stuff. Did you ever notice any of that?
Well, I'll tell you the thing, yes, he was all into panties. He used to, when he have sex with a woman, he'd take a pair of panties, put them on his head. And he liked to sniff them and do all that stuff. But when I first, like I like for women to walk on me with tennis shoes. So I'm kind of weird too. We have guys that like for women to urinate on them. We had guys that like for women to spank them. We had guys that would only be with women in orgies. You know, they have a lot of orgies. So back in the older days, if you didn't have something strange about you, you was in the wrong business. So it was almost common, and that's why all the girls came to the wrestler, because she could have oral sex with one wrestler, she could have anal sex with another wrestler, she could have regular sex over here, she could come to my room and get walked on, she'd go to another room and get her toes sucked, she'd go I mean, you know, my first orgy, George Scott said, Tony, come on, the boys want you to come and party with them. And they said, you're anti-social. But I had this thing about me that every morning at 7 o'clock, I start my first set. 7 o'clock every morning, me and Johnny Valentine, that's Greg Valentine, father. So every morning we would go and we hit that gym, and by 9 o'clock we was eating, by 10 we were done. That was just my routine. So by 12 o'clock I always had to go to bed. I said the day is over. I don't care what I'm doing. I don't care if we're doing drugs, if it's women, if we drinking. At 12 o'clock I would end that day because I had to. I was so much in love with the weights, you know. So I came in the room one time, and Don Canuta and a whole bunch of other wrestlers was all in the room, and it was like 5 or 6 wrestlers. There was 2 girls laying on the bed. Both of the girls were getting banged. The other guy was sitting around with no clothes on. They had a 12-ounce beer in one hand and they private parts in the other hand, waiting their turn. And I'd never seen nothing like that before. I walked in the bathroom, the whole bathtub had beer iced down. On the table, they had all the cold cuts. They had the salami, the bologna, the ham, all type of different cheeses, grapes, and bananas. You know, they had a whole, and I said, where'd all this stuff come from? They said, the girls brought it. I said, well, who paid for this room? They said, the girls did. This is their room. That's how it was in them days. I mean, it was wide freaking open. And I think there's 2 things that stopped wrestling, all of that ended, I would say, around the 90s, because sexual harassment charges started coming out that was unfounded. And then the main reason was diseases like AIDS. We didn't have to worry about AIDS. Back in the old days, all the wrestlers carried, you get them penicillin pills. So you wash yourself off real good with alcohol, what we used to do, and then we pop a couple of them pills. Then you had to worry about, the only thing we had to worry about then was sniffness, gonorrhea, sniffness, and the claps. That was it. I mean, there was no herpes, there was no AIDS, there was nothing like, because people, the first time that I saw the change in the sex world, me and SD Jones, we had this girl, and this girl, she walked on me. They used to walk on me, and I used to go eat, and SD used to pound him. You know, he used to have sex with him. So one time I'm in the room, and SD just got through with this girl. She said, "Boss man," she said, "Oh, you know what? You want some?" I said, "No, I'm going to sleep." I said, "Come on, boss man, get yourself some, boss man." I said, "No, I don't want none." So he just got through having sex with her. So because I would have, and then I finally, she got up, she put her clothes on, and she left. I said, SD, did you see that? No, what are you talking about, boss man? I said, SD, she didn't wash up. Then we hear, knock, 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 knock. She went to another wrestler room. She didn't clean up. So I said, see, SD, that girl nasty. I didn't want to be with that girl, she's nasty. I thought she was nasty. Because if you have sex with somebody, and then you just get up and put your clothes on, that's filthy. And that's what she did. And I was so happy that I didn't mess with her. I told her, I said, "You're going to catch something, man, mess with these girls nasty." He said, "Oh, they do that all the time."
So it was easy to get girls in those days.
Oh yes, man. The only reason it stopped because Vince keep them away. If Vince didn't change things, it'd be going on like that today. But Vince would be in a lot of trouble because there'd be a lot of girls that would claim sexual harassment. There was a lot of girls that would claim rape. There was a lot of girls that, you know, come now it's profitable. The first time that the women started taking advantage of the wrestler, I remember this one girl, she told me she was pregnant. Well, I hate to say it, but I was cheating on my wife then. You know, I was married. So she came to me, she told me I'm pregnant. I said, oh gosh. She said, but if you give me $500, I can get it taken care of. So I said, oh, okay. You know, right? Okay. So I give her $500. So I was telling the other wrestlers in the dressing room, I said, look, I said, I'm glad that, I'm glad young guys, I almost got in trouble. And they said, you did? I told them what happened. And they said, oh, she got you too. She was known to do that. She said, oh, she got you too. And they laughed. They said, she saw you coming, kid. She would tell the guys, she would only go with married wrestlers. Then she would wait for them to come back in town. She'd tell them she's married. They would give her money for, to take care of the problem. But she was never pregnant. Yeah, and they used to do stuff like that all the time. A lot of girls, and then the girls started rolling the wrestlers. I don't know if you know what that means. They would wait till you get drunk and fall asleep. And they go through your pockets and take your money. So they used to tell me, don't ever let them spend the night. Always kick them out. Don't let them spend the night. Because I said, why did they say a lot of guys woke up and their money was missing. So it was a good business though. I mean, it was fun. I mean, think about a kid that come from a town that had one store. Going to Charlotte, North Carolina, having every woman in the world chasing you. My first week, I was the first. I was the first wrestler to make $75,000 a year his first year.
That's pretty impressive.
My first
by
year,
today's standards, because that would be probably over 100,000 by today's standards.
Yeah, and I learned not to tell the other wrestlers my money. And wrestling, we trick you too. And I found out this too, and I'm not knocking none of the boys. People always say, you guys are all friends. No, we are not friends. We are business associates. Just like SD was McDonald's, I was Burger King, Rocky Johnson was Wendy's. And if Wendy's could put Burger King out of business, they do it in a heartbeat. So the safest spot for a pro wrestler, the safest spot was in the ring. Because in the ring, you could take care of yourself. The most dangerous spot was in the car when you're riding up and down the road. The second most dangerous spot was in the dressing room. Because you get comfortable with a person, you started talking. As soon as you get through talking, that person would go and tell the promoter. I asked George Scott one time, I said, George, how you know everything about me? You don't ride with me or nothing. You're not around me that much. He said, who do you ride with? So every time he said, stay out of these car conversations. He said, if they started talking about football, get in there. They talk about weightlifting, talk about it. They talk politics, talk about it. They talk religion, talk about it. They talk wrestling, shut up. They pick you. Like how, this is, give you an example. My first week, I was riding with Klondike Bill and Johnny Weaver. And they said, how much you make, kid? I said, I made $1,500. That's it? I go, yeah. They said, well, Rufus R. Jones, he just made $2,500. He said, he got a big old belly. He don't have your body. You know, he don't have all the titles you got and everything. He said, how many titles you got? I said, oh, I got probably about 20 titles. He said, Rufus ain't got one. You got 20. He said, they only paid you 15. Would you like to make $2,500 a week? I go, yeah. I would love to make $2,500 a week. Next morning, ring, Tony, get your ass out here. He's mad. So I go to the office. I hear you was complaining about your payday. No, sir. He said, well, what happened in the car? So I told him the same story I just told. He said, stay out of them cars conversation. He said, my phone, he said, I got a phone call this morning that said you was complaining that Rufus was making more money than you making. He said, Rufus been in this business a long time. He earned that money. He said, we paying you the money we paying you to help you to get on your feet so you could buy a car and become independent. And he said, since you don't appreciate what we're doing for you, he said, I believe what you say, he said, but I got to teach you a lesson. He sent me to Kansas City, to Dallas, and to all the territory they were making the money just to show me how lucky I was. So I had to spend a month not making money for that one night. Now, ain't that a trick question? Would you like to make $2,500 a week? What you going to say as a young 20-year-old kid?
Yeah, but the backstabbing hasn't changed. It might not all happen.
I learned that. Don't tell the wrestlers nothing. They're not your friend. They're your business associates.
Yeah, and they're your competitors.
We friends now. I asked George and Michelle, I said, George, we was together. How come we like each other, get along so well now? He said, easy kid. No more ego. No more competition. I didn't know that I was in competition with everybody in that dressing room, which my career was over. That's when I learned my lesson.
And your first match, I guess you weren't smartened up to business at that point.
No, what it was, they wouldn't smart you up. That's how the old school was. You would wrestle for maybe 2 months, or maybe 3, depend, in a shoot. They smarted me up about 3 weeks after I got into the business. I was wrestling, it was me, Bob Breggers, against a wrestler called Art Nelson. Art Nelson had a back about that wide. I mean, he was a freaking brute. I don't know if anybody ever heard of Art Nelson. And a Puerto Rican guy they called the Blue Scorpion. And it was in Anderson, South Carolina. And I watched Bob Breggers. He used to play football. He was in that plane accident with Ric Flair and the Crockett's, that plane crash that happened in Wilmington, North Carolina, where Valentine got paralyzed from the hip down. Flair broke his back, but he came back off of that plane. But anyway, I watched Breggers throw wrestlers around. I mean, he wasn't that big. He only weighed about maybe 230, and I was like 260 pounds, bench pressing 550 pounds, and I couldn't throw them guys like that. I said, how do you do it? He said, leverage. You got to get the leverage on. So finally, I got a headlock on Art Nelson. And I squeeze, and I squeeze, and I squeeze. I'm shooting. I don't know it's a work. So after the match was all over, I'm walking back to the dressing room, and Art Nelson is standing there. He had an old Army 45, and this is his exact word. He said, you gotta smart that damn nigger up, because the next time I wrestle that son of a bitch, I'm gonna shoot him if he do that to me again. He said, George, you need to smarten him up. He's too freaking strong. So George Scott came to me. He go, Tony, tomorrow we gotta show you to work. What I do wrong? I don't want to go to work. I want to wrestle. I didn't know what he meant. I thought they were gonna put me to work. You know, like cleaning the building or something, or running a concession stand. I said, I don't want to work. I want to be a wrestler. And the whole dressing room is cracking up because they knew I don't know what. So they took me down to the Starland Arena in Charlotte, and they started training, teaching me how to work. But they wouldn't smart you up. Your first match, most everybody, when they got their first match, they wasn't smart to the business. Now you smart before you even have a match.
And you wrote in your book when you walked back in the dressing room from that match, Ric Flair was back there waving his dick around or something.
The first time I met Ric Flair, he was running around showing everybody how big his dick was. I just met this guy. And he's buck naked. He used to do that all the time. He get a big boner and walk around. But all the wrestlers did. They all did. They sat around naked all the time. Andre the Giant was sitting there with his boots on, nothing but his wrestling boots, naked, fighting. Now when Andre fought, when he passed gas, it stayed around at least 30 minutes after he did it. I mean, it didn't go away. It lingered for a long time. And he would just laugh and sitting there playing cards. Me too. All the time. Girls be in the wrestler, picture this, wrestlers sitting at the table naked playing cards. Other wrestlers, another wrestler is back in the store, in the bathroom, getting a blowjob. It's common. I went to the bathroom many times, opened up the store, oh excuse me, a guy sitting there getting a blowjob, girl. Funny thing that ever happened to me, the funniest place I ever seen a blowjob, me and SD, we was walking, and a guy named George Wells, he used to play Canadian football, George Wells. We was in Boston, and we stayed at this hotel called the Bradford, which was right next to Chinatown. So we walking to get some Chinese food, because that's the only place that was open, you know, after, we've been drinking, so now we want something to eat before we go to bed. So Andre, we see Andre he's at the window, and we see Andre, say, hey, let's go in there and sit with Andre, because here's why everybody want to sit with Andre. When Andre eat, everybody eat. When Andre drink, everybody drink. And Andre pays for it all. The guy that would pay for everything was Ric Flair. If you sat at a table with Ric Flair, you didn't have to pay. If you sat at a table with Andre the Giant, you didn't have to pay. So we're gonna go sit with Andre. The food is on the table. And we come to Andre and say, boss man, you come sit, eat. You know, okay, Andre, we eat. So this guy came over, he was like a power lifter or something, big something, maybe about 280, 290, just a husky somewhere. Andre, can I get your autograph? Go away. Andre, I'm a fan of you. Go away. I just want your autograph. Go away. He said something else. Boom, just like that, like you swat a fly. Knocked him complete freaking out. The guy dropped. The little Chinese guy come, oh, Andre, leave him. Leave him. So anyway, we keep eating. All of a sudden, this little Chinese girl come from underneath the table. She was blowing him under the table. In a restaurant.
Well, he's eating.
This is what it was. This is how Andre eating. I asked SD, I said, what is he, having a heart attack or stroke or something? SD said, I don't know. What's wrong with the Jack? I said, I don't know. So then she gets up. And this little girl, she came up out of the table. She sat beside her. She pulled a plate over. Me and SD and George Wells kind of look at each other like, dang. That's why he didn't want he tell the guy to go away. He was getting a blowjob. The guy was trying to talk to him while I'm there getting a head job. Then he didn't want the owner to see the girl because she, you know, I guess he worked there or something, you know. But yeah, right in the restaurant. I never seen anybody get a blowjob in a freaking restaurant. Because remember they used to have tablecloths on these tables back in the old days. Yeah.
Did you wrestle for the AWA at all?
Yep, I wrestled for Vern Gagne. Vern Gagne was very, very good to me. When Vince let me go the first time, Vince McMahon came to me because a lot of guys were screwing up. We was missing shows and everything. Vince came to me and said, Tony, I have to make an example out of you. I said, okay. I didn't know what he talked about. So he fired me. And right after, Rocky left. Because he tried to get Rocky to do a lot of jobs. Rocky Johnson just left. So finally, he came to me and told me that they had to Pat Powers, Gorilla Monsoon came to me and told me that I was fired. I said, for what? What I do? He said, well, you were missing a lot of shows. I said, sure, with everybody else. He said, yeah, but Vince felt if he fired you, then the rest of the guys would straighten up because they sent a message, if you fired Tony Atlas, you could fire anybody because I was a big big deal during that time. I didn't know it, but later on I look back on that, found out it was a very big deal. People never saw a muscle man that could fly. See, what made me different than Pusky and Superstar Billy Graham and all the other guys that had the body, I did drop kicks, head scissors, jump off the rope, leapfrog. You know, I flew what they call flange because I did aerial moves, and none of the other guys done that. It was just the strongman stuff. You know, they never left their feet. So he fired me, and Vern took me in, and Vern teamed me up. I took Greg Gagne's place against with Jumping Jim Ronzell, and Vince called me and said he got an African trip, and I asked Vern, can I go? And Vern said, yes, as long as you come back. When I flew to Toronto, I should have known it was a one-way ticket. There was no return. When I got there, Vince Jr. told me, said, well, Tony, the trip been canceled. But it was my understanding that once you accept the trip, you accept to come back here. That's what he told me. So I said, well, I need to call Vern. He said, don't worry about it. He said, it's okay with Vern, all the way to talk to Vern. 2006 at the Hall of Fame, I asked Vern about that. Vern said, no, nobody ever told him nothing. He said, I just left, he never heard from me again. But Vince did not want me making money for Vern, because he knew if I stayed there, I was going to make money for Vern. And he was trying to put Vern out of business.
Right.
Yeah.
How did you first meet Rocky Johnson?
The first time I met Rocky Johnson, he was in Florida. And I rode from I flew in, I caught a cab to the building, and the promoter, and there was Eddie Graham, he said, you're going to ride with Rocky Johnson and Mark Lewin. So they took me to the hotel, and then they took me to the show the next day. Then they left me. And a guy that called Quick Draw, Rick McGraw, gave me a ride back to the hotel. So the first day I met Rocky, he screwed me. The first day.
How did you end up going from that situation, which I guess you may have been a little bitter, to being tag team with?
I was the type of person that I wasn't very smart. I didn't know he screwed me. I believe what they say. Rocky said, oh, I looked for you, brother. We couldn't find you. He always had that excuse. We couldn't find you. The second time he did it to me, when I came back from L.A., they teamed me and Rocky up. Chief Stormer said, don't put Rocky with Tony, put SD with Tony. Let Rocky stay in the single. But said put SD. SD would look after him, because I was never that smart to what was going on in the business. I'm an old country boy. I didn't learn the business until my career was over. That's when everything dawned on me. Like when I became homeless, I always say that was the best thing I've happened to me and the worst thing, because when I was homeless, it gave me a chance to reflect on everything. Otherwise, I was always known as a stupid guy, because, you know, all muscles and no brain. Even Valentine always said, he got all that muscle, he got no brain. I didn't know how to trick people. I was raised as a Christian. I didn't know how to lie. I didn't know how to screw you. So a lot of things guys would do to me, I wouldn't know. Like, I have to tell you this funny story. George Scott in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, I'm on a wrestle George Two-Ton Harris, they call him Bunk Harris. And Ricky Steamboat was there. So if you ever say this to Ricky Steamboat, he would fall on his knees laughing, because he always tells this story, and he tells it good. He said, Tony, I want you to go out there and wrestle Bunk Harris, and I want you to shine. But listen to Bunk, he gonna tell you what to do, but shine out there. I want you to shine now, Tony. I said, yes, sir. I want you to shine, Tony. I said, don't worry, I'm gonna shine. So we get out there, and every time I started to make a comeback, Bunk had go, not yet, kid, not yet. So the match at them was 15 minutes. That was the average match. For 14 minutes, Bunk Harris kicked the crap out of me for 14 minutes. Because George Scott wanted to bring him back the following month with Black Jack Mulligan. He was a U.S. champion. But he wanted, I was going to put him over, of course, but he just wanted me to build myself up to fight Mulligan. So he just kicked the crap out of me. So I come back, George Scott is standing there, but I won the match. My finish back in them days was, they throw me in, I would leapfrog, drop kick, then I throw him in, and I used to use the sleeper. That was my first hold, was the sleeper. And I put the sleeper on him, and I came back, I'm all happy. George Scott said, come back here. He said, didn't I tell you to shine? I said, yeah, George. He said, but you didn't shine. I said, yes, I did. I said, I used a half a bottle of baby oil. Rick Steve hit the floor. I didn't know what he was talking about. So I went up with the baby oil. I'm going to shine tonight. I'm going to shine tonight. Anyway, he told me to shine. I was shining. Wahoo McDaniel said, well, George, you can't get too mad at him. He was shining.
At what point were you brought into WWF at the time? I guess WWF as like a full-time member of the roster?
I would say about 1980, because I came in doing 79, but the way Vince Sr. would do it, he would put you on TV for at least 3 months before he put you in the house shows.
Oh, okay.
So I went there for 3 months, just did TV, and then they started putting me into house shows. And I was wrestling, and SD wasn't there then. SD was in Charlotte working as Rufus R. Jones' cousin, but he had this West Indian accent, so it didn't work out for him, so he came back to get his job back with Vince. So Vince Sr. came to me and said, Tony, this is SD Jones. SD said, how you doing? He said, well, we thinking about bringing SD back. He said, we got you. He said, but if you don't want it here, you just let us know. I said, no, get a man a job. And that's what made me and SD friends.
I guess you wrestled Hulk Hogan when Hogan was a heel.
Yep, I wrestled Hogan, I would say at least, well, no, the first time I wrestled Hogan was he came to Georgia with Georgia Championship Wrestling. And Tommy Wildfire Rich went to Ole Anderson, who was the booker, and said, you should work a program with Hogan because he's about one of the few heels that Tony could work with. Back in the old days, the heel was always bigger than the babyface. In the older days, they didn't have little heels. Yeah. And they wanted me to work an angle with Hogan because he had the big muscles, he was big and everything. And Ole Anderson refused to build Hogan up. So when I went to New York, Hogan was already there when I went there. So me and Hogan, we used to wrestle match. Tell you a funny story though. We was in what was it, Spectrum or the Captain Center, and I'm sitting there. Vince Sr. come in. Hogan is probably about 5 or 10 feet from me. He said, Tony, what do you want to do with the big dummy? Press slam him? I go, yeah, I press slam him. He said, press slam him. He walked out the door. That's why they treated Hogan.
That was Vince Sr.
That's why when Hogan came back, he told Vince Jr., when I come back, I want to get the belt the first night. Or they promised him they're going to give him the belt. He said, well, I want it the first night. And if I don't win it the first night, I'm getting on a plane, I'm going back to Minneapolis. He came into Madison Square Garden, he won the belt the first night, and the territory exploded. So he never went back to Minneapolis.
What do you think, being a black person, about the tape that came out of him and caused all that controversy of him?
Hogan don't have a racist bone nowhere in his body. The problem with the world today, and I may get in trouble for saying this, political correctness is for white people only. If blacks do not want white people to use the N-word, then they have to stop using. You can't tell one person, I could do this, but you can't do it. That to me is reverse racism. There was a time they told black people that white people could do this, white people go in this restaurant, but you can't because you black. Black people could go and check in this hotel, but you can't because you black. Now they telling white people, black people could say this, but you can't say this. That was wrong. And I think the only reason they did it is to break him down so they could have more control over him. That's my opinion, because when Hogan went back to do Tough Enough and all that stuff, he could write his own check. I think what Hogan did, once they did that to him, now he got to crawl back. That's why they did it, because they could never control Hogan. Every commercial, every movie that Hogan did, Vince had nothing to do with it. I was watching the Super Bowl one time with Vince McMahon, and he almost busted TV because Hogan got a right guard commercial, and Vince was trying to get on there, and they didn't. He couldn't get on there. He said, I tried to get a commercial on here, but they wouldn't let me have him. He wanted to advertise his show during the Super Bowl. And he was pissed off about it. And everybody said, look. So Ted DiBiase told Vince, he said, look. Vince turned and looked, and there go Hogan with a paintbrush doing a right guard commercial. He had no idea Hogan could land that commercial. When Hogan got in the Rocket movie, they sent a memo. They said they wanted to arrest us over 6 feet, over 300 pounds. They saw pictures of Hogan, Gorilla Monsoon, Andre the Giant. The only one that showed up for the rehearsal was Hogan.
Interesting.
Andre was pissed because Andre said that could have been me. Of course it would have. They would have never picked Hogan over Andre. You know, he would have got the part. That's when Andre went into the movie, did the $1 Million Man and the Princess Bride. But Hogan was the one that broke that trade. But he did it behind Vince's back. All them advertisement stuff he did, Vince didn't do that for Hogan. Hogan did it on his own. And that's why they could never really control Hogan. Like Sergeant Slaughter, he had the G.I. Joe thing. And to come back to the WWF at that time, he had to sell the rights to Vince. Now Vince got him right by the kahunas. Don't make Vince a bad man. He's just a businessman. Vince is a very good person, but he's all business. That's why people don't like him, because he's all business, nothing else.
So you would have been in WWE when Brody had a few appearances in WWE, right?
The first time I met Brody was in Texas. You know, that the first time I met in Amarillo, Texas. He was working for the Adore Funk used to run Amarillo, Texas. But I remember one night we were going to a hotel. These hotels was different than the hotels now. There was all outside hotels. There was no inside way. You know, everything was outside. There were motels and hotels. So me and SD was coming back. We just went out and got something to eat. It was coming across the street. We used to be down. They just had these little restaurants that stay open late. You know, so we went there to got something. It was a Denny's or some restaurant we went to eat at. And Bojangles used to be Bojangles years ago. You know, so we saw this car go round and around and around and around in a circle. Go, what in the hell is that? So SD went down. He said, that's Gonzalez. So SD was a good friend with Gonzalez. SD spoke a little bit of Spanish. So he went and said to him in Spanish, Jose, what's wrong? What's wrong? So when he looked at him, his whole freaking face was swollen up. We saw the match. Brody just kicked the crap out of him during the match. And SD said, brother, you need to go to doctor. He said, come on, brother, move over. He said, I'll take you to the doctor. He said, you need to go to the doctor. He said, we need to get, to get the swelling down. He said, we got to go. So SD took him to the hospital. When SD brought him back from the hospital, he turned to SD. He said, one day I'm going to kill that man. Brody beat the hell out of him in New York. But Brody was known to do that. You know, he would beat up a lot of. He did that with the Japanese and Puerto Rico. Brody would beat. If you couldn't protect yourself, not just Brody, a lot of the wrestlers would do that in the older days. They would beat you up the first 10 minutes of the match, and then they would work with you. They let you know. That was just them. They took them. They wanted to get themselves over. And if you wasn't a big name like Hogan or Paul Orndorff, they wouldn't work with you. If you was an undercard guy, they'd chew you up. They wouldn't give you nothing. Nothing. The only guy that would not do that, believe it or not, was Ric Flair and Harley Race. I wrestled against Dory Funk Jr., and when I left the ring, I lost the match, but when I left the ring, people said, you almost beat him. Dory Funk Jr. would make you like $1 million for you beat him. Ric Flair, same thing. Harley Race, I wrestled Harley Race many a time, and everybody, after the match, they said, oh man, you almost beat him. Harley Race could have wiped up the floor with me in 2 seconds. He was the toughest man I ever met in my life. But when he took me in the ring, he made me look like $1 million.
Did you ever see Harley Race in one of his street fights?
One, a lot of them. Harley Race hit you one time and drop you. one punch, 6 inches away from me. Harley Race and Street Hanser and Carl Gotch. Another rugged guy was Mad Dog Vachon. I see Mad Dog Vachon, the guy wanted to fight, talked about wrestling, his face kept running his mouth. So he went up to Mad Dog Vachon because he wasn't very tall, he was on like 5'9", 5'8", maybe 5'10" at the most. And he said, hey, your wrestler's a bunch of, he wouldn't mess with Butcher Vachon because Butcher was like 6'2", 6'4", about 300. He wouldn't pick on the big guy. He picked the smallest guy in the bar to pick a fight with. Mad Dog grabbed him by the shoulder, bit his nipple off of his chest, spit it in his face and said, now cocksucker, let's go. First time I went to Kansas City, Missouri, and I came out of the gate and I had all these guys look like with the long beards, the Bills overalls, shotgun in the one, the Confederate flag. I was scared to death. I was scared to go to my car. So I told Harley Race, he was the main event. So he was coming out of the shower, he got dressed and everything. He saw me sitting there like this. He said, kid, what you gonna do, spend the night? I said, no. He said, what are you sitting here for? I said, I'm scared, look at them guys. He said, I tell you what. He said, if anybody fuck with you, you tell them that you know Harley Race. I whooped everybody in this town. I walked to the car. I know Harley Race. I know Harley Race. I know Harley Race. That's what I did. But Harley, yeah, even now, people was always, but Harley was gentle as a lamb. One time, this guy came down to train for wrestling, and Harley told him he couldn't be no wrestler. He cursed Harley out, took off running. Harley chased him down, broke both arms. Yeah, Harley was tough.
Wow. And JYD, did you have much interaction with him over the years?
I first met JYD when he was wrestling down in for Nick Goulis in Tennessee, and me and Dog always been the best friend. One of the funniest things that ever happened to me and Dog was this wrestler named Uncle Elmer. And he used to take these pills, which now we know is opium. And he gave me one, he gave JYD one. So me, JYD, and Mike, they used to call him the IRS Rotunda, Mike Rotunda. So Mike Rotunda is sitting in the back, JYD sitting in the front seat, and we're in upstate New York. We're up around Syracuse and that area. So we're driving back to Utica, because we all stayed in Utica, we're upstate New York. So I told Dog, I said, wow, there's a lot of 18-wheelers out here. Dog said, what are you talking about? I said, look at all them trucks. Dog said, what trucks? I said, Brad, there's a lot of trucks out here. Dog said, pull over, pull the fuck over. So I pull over. Dog said, how many trucks did you see? I said, oh, about 5 of them. He said, Tony, it was only one. Mike Rotunda said, well, it's a good thing you didn't try to pass him. So Rotunda, we never did drugs. He drove us back to the hotel. When we got to the hotel, it kicked in on Dog. Dog couldn't walk. So he'd go to the hotel on hands and knees. And they had he tell the lady, he said, Sylvester Rilla, the lady go, who is that? She said, are you a Vic Critter? She asked me, you a Vic Critter chick? I go, no. Well, what about you? You a Vic Critter chick? He said, no. I said, well, who is Sylvester Rilla? Mike Rotunda go. And she looked over the counter, give me that Sylvester Rilla, give me the key. He couldn't walk. Then the next morning, he was out in the parking lot wrestling an Invisible Man for his ticket. Like this. There was nobody there. And then after we sold up, we said, no matter what, don't take nothing from Uncle Elmer. Fuji would do that too. Fuji would make cookies and put LSD in it. You want a cookie, brother? You lick the cookie. You want to lick the cookie? You lick the cookie, the room starts spinning on you.
He's lucky nobody did.
You ain't like, you know we all say that? He's very lucky that he would urinate. He would take a beer, drink half of it, and urinate in it with people he didn't like. You want a beer, brother?
Wow.
Fuji was rotten, brother. Fuji would do all type of shit to you, man. You had to watch Fuji. One of the tricks he used to love doing, the guy, when you fall asleep on an airplane, he carry a makeup kit with him, a woman's makeup kit. He would put lipstick on you, eyeshadow in. Then you take a little bit of water, a drop at a time, and drop it on your crotch. Now you walking through the airport with lipstick, eyeshadow, and look like you urinated on yourself. And if you didn't go in the bathroom, you didn't know. Or he was good for it. A lot of guys would do that, ribs, like Ronnie Garvin. He would come up behind you at 80 miles per hour and start pushing you down the highway. Yeah. Guys was nuts, man. We were just out there. We were young people making big money, and the world was at our feet. I got stopped one time with Tommy Wildfire Rich. We had a pot of smoke, a bag of weed up on the counter. Each one of us had a 6-pack of beer. We was all stoned and drunk. The cop pulled us over, swung the door open. A big thing of smoke hit the policeman in the face coming from Columbus, Georgia back to Atlanta. Big thing of smoke hit the cop in the face. He couldn't see who's in there. Couldn't see us. Tommy stuck his head out the door. Tommy Wildfire Rich. Oh man, my kids wouldn't believe that I know you guys. Who else you got in there? Tony Atlas, Bob Armstrong. Wow, y'all got an autographed picture? Yeah. Send him an autograph, give him a picture. Let Tony drive. He's the only one in that looks sober in this car. And that was it.
Wow. And
do that today.
Yeah, they're not as forgiving. For JYD, I heard a story or actually in your book about that girls would actually pay him to have sex with.
That's right. One of JYD, Junkyard Dog, I used to wine and dine all the girls. I buy them the tennis shoes to walk on me. I take them to dinner. I buy everything for them. Take them shopping, whatever they want. Dog said, Tony, you the star. They should be paying you. So one day we needed some money because we wanted to get, I hate to say it, but we wanted to get some cocaine that night. We wanted to get some drugs. So Dog said, well, I'm about out of money. How much money you got, Tony? I said, well, I got about $150. He said, oh, that ain't enough. He said, we get us some money. So he get on the phone, we called this girl over. She came, she threw $200 on the table. She got on top of Dog, did her thing, got dressed, took a shower, and left. Dog said, here you go, kid. He said, now we can get ourselves something. He said, they should be paying you. The girl, we paid Dog to be with him. I've never seen that. Any wrestler do that. He prostituted himself to the girl. He wouldn't go to bed with her for free. He said, you the star. They should be paying you. That was his belief. He would never go with a girl to bed free. She had to pay to be with him.
Wow.
Yeah, he sure did.
And you mentioned the cocaine. How common was cocaine in the...
Well, we didn't have to go and get it. It was in the dressing room. There was always some wrestler, undercard guy, that would bring the drugs into the dressing room. Fuji was known, and Don Morocco, for pot. If you want to smoke marijuana, them the guys for marijuana. Adrian Adonis used to bring the cocaine. And there's another guy, but I don't want to mention his name. He's a very good friend of mine. I don't want to get him involved in it. He owned a school. All I can say, he got a school in Brooklyn. That's all I can say about it. But he used to bring it. But they had a lot of guys that would bring it in, guys mainly from New Jersey and New York. And they would bring it into the dressing room. We never had to go out on the corner and look for it. It was always, you get to the dressing room, everything was there. You know. Steroids. We did TV in Allentown, Pennsylvania every 3 weeks. They had a doctor there that would give you any steroid you want. I mean, he carried it. You didn't open strip nothing. He had a big bag. Anybody want this? Just like this. Just like this. Yeah. I think that doctor got in trouble back with Hogan and them.
Yeah, in the early 90s.
Yeah, he got in trouble. But they did it right there in the dressing room. Everything was done in the dressing room.
Someone wanted me to ask you, you don't have to answer this, but what was the best steroid cycle you ever did? Because you know,
I never did nothing but Dianaballs.
Dianaballs, okay.
That's all I did. I didn't like injectables. I always took the pills because I started with, I took what they call Dianaballs, and I would take The first week I take 1 a day. The second week I take 2 a day. The third week 3 a day, and then the fourth week I take 4 a day. And I take 4 a day for 2 weeks, and then I stop.
And that was the key.
That was key. But I only took steroid once, 1 month every 6 months. Because the reason is, if you take it for 1 month, it take a month for it to be in your system. So even though you took it for 1 month, in reality you're on for 2 months because it take a month for it to clear your system. So even after you stop taking them, 2 weeks later, it's still in your system, so you staying on the juice. So then if you're on for 2 months, you have to lay off for 6 months. Otherwise, you're gonna cause damage to your kidneys, because it's very toxic. You can cause damage to your joints and your kidneys. So you're going to take it once every 6 months. So all we had, after I came off, all we had like really a 5-month layoff. But the first month of the 5 months was not really a layoff because they were still in my system. But I only took the HANNIBALs.
Okay. And what was it like becoming the first black world tag team champions in WWE?
That was the greatest honor, one of the greatest honor that was offered to, there's 3 people that was really, really honored in this business. Ron Summers becoming the first NWA world champion, and Rocky Johnson and myself becoming the tag team champion. That was an absolute honor. And I think if me and Rocky had the brain that we got now, we could have really made a success out of it. The reason it didn't become as successful as it could have had nothing to do with Vince, had nothing to do with the promotion, had nothing to do with WWF. It had something to do with me and Rocky didn't get along. So they took the title off of us.
Right, because you were still in good shape for at least a decade after that, in your prime shape.
Yeah. And we screwed that up for ourselves. A lot of times guys would screw things up for themselves, but then when you ask them about it, they try to blame Vince or they try to blame the promotion. We are the captain of our own ship. A promotion, if you keep your nose clean and do as you're told, you could go a long way in this business. But a lot of guys couldn't do that. And I was one of them guys. I hate to admit it, but I was a screw up.
How did you end up homeless?
I ended up homeless because I went through a very nasty divorce, and they tied my money up, and I trusted other people with my money, and this girl was supposed to be paying my taxes. She didn't pay my taxes. So the Internal Revenue took over half of my money, and then the divorce took the other half. Where I was, after the Brody murder in Puerto Rico, I had no place to go. That was my last stop. So Mario Savodi had a company called ICW, International Championship Wrestler, up in the state of Maine. And he ran Maine, Massachusetts, he did shows in New Jersey, and he called me and put me on a contract for $1,000 a week. He said, it's not what you used to, Tony. He said, but you can make a living. He said, very cheap up here in Maine. He said, you can live up here. So I worked with Mario for about a year, and then Vince put Mario out of business, and Mario had to fold. So I ended up, after the first year of wrestling, I ended up with nowhere to go. And I had, my money ran out. I had no trade. I never did nothing. I started wrestling when I was 20 years old, so I never did nothing but wrestle. So finally, I ended up homeless, and I didn't have no phone. I didn't know how to contact nobody. Nobody knew how to contact me. I was just out of it. I couldn't call nobody or anything. So I ended up sleeping in a place they call the Kennedy Park. And one day, this woman from Germany, she was walking home, and she saw me sleeping underneath a bench. So she come over to me. She said, why are you out here? She said, it's cold. I know that. She said, do you know it's 22 degrees out here, and tonight it's going to be 6 below zero tonight? I said, so? She said, well, you're going to freeze to death. She said, she said, if you need a place to stay, you come stay with me. I said, you just man your own business. I cursed her out. She left. She came back with her daughter. They had butcher knives. So I go, oh, wait, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk to you that way. They started chiseling the ice. I looked down, the whole right side of me was under ice. What happened during the night, during the day, my body heat melt the ice. When the temperature dropped, the ice refreezes itself. So I'm frozen in ice and I didn't know it. Because I had a lot of clothes on. I had like 4 pairs of pants, like 5 shirts. That's how homeless people do. If we find clothes, we put it on. You know, where you gonna put your clothes? We wore everything. Everything we had, we wore. That's how it was with homeless. I was homeless for a year and a half. How I survived, I used to wait for McDonald's or Burger King to close, and right before they close, I run and I climb into the dumpster. You know, where they throw away the trash, and when they throw all the burgers they don't sell, they throw them away.
Okay.
So I get all them burgers, and then I jump out of the dumpster and I take and give them to other homeless people, and we ate burgers that night. One day I came out of the thing, and the guy saw me, and they put a lock on it. But lucky for me, and then lucky for me that the lady took me, so she took me to her house. Her name is Monica. She took me to her house. She took all my clothes off of me, put them in a plastic bag, set it outside, put me in the shower. When she done that, I went into shock. My body went into shock. So she called the ambulance, they took me to the hospital, they put me on the girdle and everything. I'm sitting there, and I came to, and then I hear the doctor come out, and she said, well, how is he doing? So he started asking all these questions, because they couldn't talk to me, I was unconscious. So she tried to tell them as much about me as she could. She didn't know my name, didn't know who I was. She said, he was sleeping in the park, and the doctor said, you don't know him? He said, no, she said, I don't know him. And he said, you bring me to your house? And she said, yeah, he needed help. So then I took it up. The doctor took it, told her, and said, well, he's lucky, because if you hadn't brought him in, he wouldn't have made it through the night. He would have been dead. So you just saved that man's life. So they released me from the hospital, and I had that hospital thing on, you know, because I had no clothes. So my wife said, I brought some clothes for you so you could wear out of here. She had a pair of jeans. They were her jeans. So I put on women's jeans and a woman's blouse and a woman's coat when I left the hospital.
Wow.
And then she took me home, and I stayed with her. She said, well, you can stay here if you had no place to stay. But it took a week to get the stench out of her house. That's how bad I smell. So I cut my hair. Bugs came out.
Wow.
They ran all over her kitchen floor, bugs.
How long have you been homeless for?
For 1.5 years, 18 months.
Would that have been the first time you stopped working out?
Yeah, for 18 months, So then I started going back to the gym, working out, and I guess I was blessed. Some people call it luck, but I'm a Christian, so when something happened to me, I feel God blessed me. I'm not afraid to talk about God. This policeman, every time he saw me going to the gym, he tried to stop me. So finally he stopped me. I thought he would stop me. I would tell him, I said, look, I don't get in the dumpster no more. I said, I'm living with, he said, yeah, I know you live with that German lady now. He said, I know, he said, we know, Tony. He said, do you know of Vince McMahon? And I go, yeah. This is about 1 year after, but I would say it's 6 months after I stopped being homeless. And I go, yeah. He said, well, he been trying to get a hold of you. He said he called the police station to look for you. And he said, I told him that I would, you know, talk to you. So he said, here's his number. I said, well, we don't have a phone. Because Monica was not rich either. He said, we don't have a phone. He said, but the police said, well, you could use my phone. So I got in the police car. He drove me to his house. I used his phone. Vince said, hey, Tony, where have you been? We've been looking for you. And I said, I'm up here in Maine. He said, yeah, I know you were with Mario. He said, but when Mario left, he said, Mario don't even know how to get a hold of you. I called Mario. Nobody know how to reach you. He said, I got this great idea. He said, only you can make it work. I said, okay. He said, you got any money? I said, no. He said, well, I was sending you some money and a ticket. So I walked in, and they said, go to costume. I go, costume? I didn't know nothing about no costume. So I went in costume, and they made me Sapa Simba. So people didn't know that 6 months before Cyber Summer, I was homeless and I weighed 195 pounds.
So that got you back on your feet.
Yeah, but I try to help the lady that helped me. So every month I would send her $500 every week. When I got finished wrestling, I came to her and I, because she kept all my stuff and everything. I was still living there, and she said, I said, well, the wrestling over with. I don't know what I'm going to do now. And she said, well, you know about that weightlifting. Maybe you could get a job in one of these gyms. I said, but you have to go to school for that first. She said, well, you got enough money. I said, what money? She said, the money you sent me. I said, that's for you. She said, no, that's your money. She said, I didn't spend none of it. She didn't even spend a quarter of that money. So I went to school, became a certified personal trainer, and then I married that woman. And we've been married for 30 years.
Wow. And then you ended up having some time in WCW after that as well.
Yep, well, I went to WCW, but here's the thing about WCW, God rest his soul, I'm not trying to badmouth him. Dusty Rhodes messed me up there. Because they had a lot of plans for me and Ron Summers to work against Ron Summers. And Dusty Rhodes had me to lose to everybody there, but and then when I wrestled Ron, it didn't mean nothing because everybody but the referee beat me. And I asked Bill Watts, I said, why y'all bring me in if you're going to do this to me? Bill said, I tried to do things with you, Tony. He said, but Dusty was always against it. And then later on, I found out why.
Why?
Dusty knew he knew Vince was going to buy WCW, and he knew that once Vince took over, he'd have a job with Vince. And Vince's problem is he would take care of his boys. See?
Was that the first interaction you had with Dusty as a booker, or?
Oh no, I worked with Dusty many a time down in Florida when he was down in Florida. I worked with him as tag team in Charlotte. I got pictures of Dusty spotting me in the ring. You know, where I do my 500 pound. I've been knowing Dusty since 1973. So it wasn't my first time. I knew Dusty Rhodes, but I couldn't understand why Dusty did that. It was Vince telling Dusty to do it. And gave Dusty all these promises going to take care of his boys. See, a lot of wrestlers have boys coming up in their business. So if a promoter say, I'm going to take care of your boys, So Dusty didn't do it because he didn't like me or nothing. He did it because it was better for his future and the future of his two boys. So that's why I never held it against him, But I still made off good in WCW. I started a career in Maine. I got a proclamation in the state of Maine. I'm very respected up there. I work with kids. I work with mentally challenged adults, and I'm a trainer. So I did okay. It didn't hurt me none.
What can you tell us about that night in Puerto Rico when Brody was murdered?
Well, the first thing that I can tell you is that they left Brody at the hotel, the Panama Hotel, and I came out the building and I saw Dusty Rhodes. I mean, not Dusty Rhodes, sorry. I saw Dutch Mantel and Brody sitting on the steps. So I said, Brody, what's going on? He said, oh, I'm waiting on Jose. He's supposed to pick me up. And I said, well, I'm going there now. If you want to, you can ride me. And my buddy from the owner of the gym, he's going to take me to the building because I told him if he go with me, he don't have to pay to get in. So he came up. He had his wife with me. He said, do you mind if my wife go? Can you get my wife in too? I said, yeah, I'll get your wife in. So I told Brody, come on. So me and Dutch Mantel, we got in the back of the guy's car. The guy's wife slid over in the center, and Brody sat in the front seat. We got to the building. Jose got up. He walked out of the building, and I pulled out my art pad. I was drawing a picture of Mark and Jay Youngblood. And Brody said, "Oh man, I didn't know you could do that." He said, "That's good artwork." And he said, "Can you do one of my son?" And I said, "Yeah, if you got a picture." I said, "We got a week here." I said, "I can have it done before you leave." He said, "Oh, that'd be great if you could do that." He said, "Well, how much I owe you?" I said, "You don't owe me nothing, brother." And so just when he said that, Jose come up to hand Brody with a towel over his hand. He said, "Brody, could I talk to you, por favor?" Which means please. Brody turned around. He still had his bag in his hand. Turned around, and step one foot in the shower, and then the other foot in the shower. As soon as the sucker foot hit the shower, I hear this sound. Just like that. So the second time he did it, he bent over. I looked up, and the first time he did it, I thought he got punched. I said, damn, Jose can hit hard. They fighting. So when I saw him bend over, Jose lift the knife in the air like that, and I saw the knife with the blood dripping off of it. So I jumped from my chair and grabbed Brody around the waist and yanked him back. The knife came down and cut Brody's ponytail off. That's how sharp the knife was. Carlos Colon shot by me as I was holding Brody up. Pushed Jose up against the wall, said, no Jose, no Jose. And Brody looked at me and said, brother, I'm hurt. I'm hurt. Don't let them hurt me anymore. He didn't say him. Don't let them hurt me anymore. So I laid him on the floor. I said, don't worry, ain't nobody gonna do nothing to you. So then the ambulance, after 45 minutes, the ambulance came in. The reason the ambulance was so late getting there, because it was at the beginning of the show and all the people was coming in. So the ambulance was stuck in traffic and couldn't get there. So finally, about 45 minutes to an hour, they finally showed up.
So what was everyone else in the dressing room doing?
Getting dressed.
So no one, other than you, no one was trying to...
do nothing. Getting dressed. That's what they were doing. Getting dressed. Then
Were you the only American in the dressing room?
No. We had, I know Roberto Soto, he was there. The Youngblood was there. Dutch Mantel was there. And there was a couple more American wrestlers there. So the thing that got me about the Brody incident, the guy was an old lady, an old man, because they didn't sing young paramedics there because nothing ever happened, you know. We get the cuts on the head and they put a band-aid on it, you know, that's all they did was put a little stuff on the head. So it was never no serious.
They're figuring wrestling.
Right. That's just show anyway. So they didn't sing real strong people there. They didn't know how serious the incident was. So anyway, the guy, they couldn't lift Brody. Because Brody was over 300 pounds, they couldn't lift him. So they came, would somebody help? Said, we can't lift him. So everybody, they turned it back. Turned it back. So I said, I help. So I got up, I put my arm in, I squatted all the way down, got underneath Brody. Brody said, don't drop me, brother. I said, don't worry. I said, I curl more than you weigh. So he started smiling a little bit, so I pulled the thing up until it clicked. Then I pushed him on the ambulance. So then the guy said, well, if somebody want to go to the hospital with him, they can. Everybody in that dressing room, they turn around again. They turned it frickin' back. So I said, I go. So I got on the back of the ambulance, and then a little bird ran up and said, Tony, what good you gonna do? You can't speak Spanish. So this one guy, they called him Hercules something, not Hayala, but so I saw him, and I was very strong there. So I grabbed by the belt with one arm, and I curled him up just like this. And I'm holding on to the ambulance and pull off and hold him. We go, let me go. Once we were out the thing, he goes, oh, Tony, please let me go. He said, I don't want to get involved in this. So I said, all you gotta do is just repeat what I said. That's it. So he went with me, and every time I asked the doctor something, he told the doctor, and I told the doctor it was a stab. One doctor spoke English, he said, he opened up the door. He said, Tony, a stabbing in Puerto Rico is like a cold in America. He said, no big deal. I said, this one is. So he started to walk away. So I grabbed the doctor and put him on my shoulder. I took him in to see Brody. So he said, how you doing? Brody said, well, I'm just waiting for you to help me. So the doctor lift Brody's hand up and pool of blood. He go, oh, this is serious. We need to get him in right away. So as he was calling for the nurse, I took Brody's shoes off, and his feet was turning blue. I started crying. I was crying before, but I started crying again. The guy come out and said he had 2 8-inch cuts. One cut the liver, the other cut his intestine. The cut that cut his intestine, they fixed that. He said, that's fixed. He said, we're working on the liver part. He said, but your friend is stable. He's going to be okay. He said, but you have to leave because everybody's scared of you. Because I was punching huge. No, I was going nuts. I was going fucking nuts. Because after about an hour, I started hitting the wall, throwing chairs around. What the fuck is going on? I lost it.
I guess they weren't taking him in?
No, they took him in.
But I was just
the whole time I was there, I was just, from the moment of stabbing until I left, I was just, I lost it. I'd never been that crazy a day in my life. And back in them days, let me see, at that time I was 307 pounds with a 650 bench. So, I mean, I was like, I had no shirt on. I was tearing up the place. And I was just so pissed off. I was just angry. I had all this anger in me. And there was nobody there to take it out on. So I started taking it out on the hospital walls and stuff. I punched holes in all the walls and everything. So I left with the other guy, called us a cab, went back to the place.
So when Brody went in the shower, he had his guard fully down.
Had no idea. He ain't even put his bag down. He had his wrestling bag. He used to carry this little pouch with his money and everything in.
Yeah.
And he was looking at me drawing. The last thing on his bag, then he reached into his pouch to get a picture of his son. And he reached to hand the picture to me just like this. I reached to get the picture. Before I could do that, Jose said, "Can I talk to you?" Brody turned, so I never got the picture. He was still holding the picture. He walked in the shower with the pouch in one hand, the picture of his son in his other hand. And when he went into the operation room, guess what he had in his hand?
The picture of his son. Now, where was Carlos and Victor Jovica during this?
They was there.
So Carlos and Victor were in the dressing room.
When I walked into the dressing room, Carlos, Jerica, and Jose was sitting in a football huddle. When we walked through the door, Jose got up and left.
What was Carlos's reaction to the stabbing?
He was mainly worried about me, calming me down. He said, "Come on, Tony, calm down. We don't need that. We don't need that." I said, "You come over here, I'm gonna knock your motherfucking head off your shoulder." Right. Carlos said, "Well, we don't need that." I said, "Carlos, if you come over here, I'm gonna knock your head off your shoulder. I mean what I said."
So they left the dressing room while he was...
When I came back to the dressing room, the blood had not dried on the floor yet. I hear laughing and joking and everybody bragging about their match. And how the heels, because they had a babyface dressing room, the heel dressing room, how the heels found out about it. I was in the ring with the Iron Sheik. And the Sheik said, "Brother, what happened to the Brody?" To the Brody, you know how Sheik talk. And I said, "Jose Gonzalez stabbed him." "That motherfucking Jose Gonzalez of the Vader killed my fucking friend, stabbed my fucking friend, the bruiser of the Brody. Fuck him. Let's go home, brother." So I gave him a headbutt. He falls out the ring, and we went back. That was the whole match. He asked me what happened. I told him. I headbutted him. He fell out the ring. We went back to the dressing room. Carlos said, "That was short." And then Sheik went back to the dressing room and told all the other boys. And then later on today, Abdullah took a call for me.
Did the police come to the dressing room at all?
Yeah. So this cop came up to me. He said, "Tony, I've been waiting on you." He said, "What hospital did you go to?" I said, "I don't know the hospital." I said, "But they say he's going to be okay." And then he said, "But did you get a look at the wrestling fan that did this?" I said, "No wrestling fan did it." He said, "Did you see it?" I said, "Yeah, I saw it." He said, "Who did it?" I said, "That motherfucker right there." He said, "You mean Vader?" I said, "Yes, him."
Oh, he was in the dressing room.
He was getting dressed.
Yeah.
Everybody was laughing and joking like nothing happened.
He wrestled that night.
He wrestled. Everybody. The show went on, brother. Nothing. Yeah. When I walked in, you wouldn't think anything happened. You would not think anything happened if you walked to that dressing room when I came back from the hospital. They was all laughing and joking, patting each other on the back, talking about how great a match they was having. There was no sadness, no nothing. It was happiness.
So the stabbing happened before the show started?
Yes.
Like 45 minutes, an hour before the show started?
Yeah, because we had to be at the show an hour before.
And then the shows are 3 hours usually,
Yeah.
Sometimes longer
Yeah.
because the intermissions are...
Right, because I was at the hospital for at least 2 hours.
Right.
And I came back and they said, "Oh, Tony, we're just getting ready to cancel your match." He said, Carlos said, "Get dressed, go into the ring." So I got dressed, went into the ring. That's when I told the Iron Sheik. And then when I got back to the dressing room, the policeman came to talk to me. And I told him, I said, "He did it." And he said, "Will you come to the station tomorrow and fill out a report?" I said, "Yeah."
So did you?
Yes,
Yeah.
I sure did. But that night that Brody got stabbed, I stayed on the beach all night. I couldn't sleep. That saved my life. Then I was going back to the hotel the next morning, you know.
It's a traumatic thing.
Oh yeah, just a friend of mine, brother. You know, for no reason. I couldn't figure why. You know.
Not only that, but in the States, I would never imagine that happening, that the dressing room would just be sitting there lacing up their boots.
Yes, that's what they did. And that's honor God truth. That's honor God truth. And then when I came
out of fear, do you think, or they just legitimately didn't care?
I don't know. I'm not a man reader, but I just know that it just shocked me that guys would treat this like, you know, Jose popped a pimple on his back or something. You know, that's what they looked at like. So the next morning, I can say about 7 in the morning or something, I went and got some breakfast, and then I started heading back to the hotel. And they stopped me in the lobby. They said, Abdul is having a meeting. I went to the meeting. After the meeting, I went to the police station, and Sika, Raymond Rome's father, went with me. He said, I'll protect you, brother. Ain't nobody gonna mess with you. He said, if I was in that dressing room, they would have never got to Brody. So Sika walked me to the police station and brought me back. Then I started getting tired, so I want to go upstairs and go to bed. So then I pushed the elevator, and Sabio Vega came down, was on the elevator. He said, brother, I got your bag. He said, get out of here. They looking for you. I said, looking for me for what? He said, you talking. They looking for you. He said, go to the airport. And back then, you didn't have to make reservations. You just go and pay in cash.
It wasn't like now.
It ain't like now. You could pay in cash. So I think my ticket was something like $100 some. So I bought me a plane ticket, and I flew home. When I got home that evening, my phone kept ringing, so I answered. Carlos Colon, hey brother, you deserted us. I said, what do you mean you deserted us? I said, y'all stab a guy to death right in front of me, and then you send people up to my room to mess with me. Oh, there was nobody waiting on you. He said, who told you that? I said, no man who told me. I said, but I know you had people waiting on me. They were gonna off me up in that room. Then the cops covered it up.
There's murders in Puerto Rico all the time, for people that don't know this. Crazy.
Yeah, and the cops the court, you can ask Dutch Mantel, both me and Dutch, we supposed to be there. They didn't say me, Dutch, or nobody, the information. I told them, I said, y'all don't even have to pay. I said, I paid for my own ticket. You know, ticket was cheap back then, you know. A round trip was like $300 for a round trip ticket. And then out of New York, probably about $250 for a round trip ticket. I was gonna just fly in, do my stuff, go back to the airport and fly back out. They never contacted me. That's the only reason I didn't testify. Not because I was afraid or didn't want to. I wanted to testify. That's why I'm telling my story now. This is the only way I could testify. I'm doing my testimony now. Every time somebody asked my brother, I testify. I couldn't testify that day for him, but I'm testifying for him now. And I think if the family, what they should do, they should do a wrongful death. Like they did OJ. They did it with OJ, but I don't do it with this guy. This guy shouldn't be walking around like this, the way he did it. Because that was just cold-blooded murder. He said, can I talk to you? The guy turned around, he started stabbing him. There was no altercation, no nothing. The man wanted me to draw, he was sitting there, the only thing he was thinking about me getting an artwork done of his son. That's why he came to me. Can you draw this picture of my boy? That's what he wanted. A picture of his boy. That's it. None of this was on his man.
And there was no internet at that time.
Nothing.
Travel.
Nothing.
Yeah.
They rode together the night before.
Yeah, Brody and Gonzalez rode to the show the night before.
The night before.
Yes. Yeah.
Jose's supposed to pick him up the next day.
And they weren't even wrestling each other around that time, were they? They're both baby faces.
Yes.
So it's not like Brody.
Nothing. There was nothing between them. Nothing.
Yeah.
They wanted his money. They wanted him out because Brody. Knowing Brody. Brody started going in their meeting making suggestions, and they was afraid of him. They just wanted him to put money in the business, but not have anything to do with it. Yeah.
So no FBI or no one from the States ever contacted you? So as far as you know, it was never investigated outside of Puerto Rico?
No, was all swept under the rug. It's a well-known story that nothing ever happened about, which is a crying shame. He got a son out here somewhere that grew up without a father, and he loved that boy to death. That's what broke my heart so much. That's the part that dig in deep. When I put him on the ambulance, he had that picture in his hand. When I took him off the ambulance, he had that picture in his hand. When I pushed him into the emergency room, he had that picture in his hand. The last thought I got of Brody, laying down, holding his intestines in with one hand and taking the other hand, holding on to a picture of his son. That's how this man left this world, holding his intestines and his son. That's how he left this world. For no reason. There was absolutely no reason to do that. Well, that's enough. I'm gonna get pissed off. I'm gonna get mad. I don't want to get mad.
I'll wrap this up just with a few more questions here. You ended up having a couple more runs in WWE. One was with Mark Henry.
Right.
What was your time like with Mark Henry?
I love Big Mark. Mark Henry, if it wasn't for Mark Henry, I would have never went back. If you ever notice, if you look at the tape of my WWE 2006 Hall of Fame introduction, Mark Henry looked like a big kid out there. He grew up watching me. He wanted me to take my shirt off and pose so much. You see Mark Henry, take it off, take it off. He was doing that, take it off. And so I think what happened, Vince saw that. And so Vince put two and two together and said, you know, it'd be good to put the strong man from the past with the strong man today. So we had a pretty decent run, me and Mark. And Mark took good care of me. He never lost contact with me. When I left the WWE, there were three of all the wrestlers that always kept in touch with me. Shelter Benjamin, Teddy Long, and Mark Henry. I can call Mark Henry right now, he answered the phone. He's the only wrestler, him and Teddy Long, but Teddy's not there no more. But Mark Henry, of all the wrestlers I know, he's the only wrestler that is still present with the WWE that I could call and they would pick up the phone.
Did you work out with him on the road?
Yeah, I did. Well, that was my job. A lot of people don't know. My job was to train Mark Henry. See, Mark Henry was a weightlifter. You know, Olympic weightlifter. And Vince wanted me to show him bodybuilding stuff to help him to get in shape, you know, to get more muscular looking. So Mark learned a lot of, so my job was really not as his manager, but I was his personal trainer.
Lastly, you appeared on WWE Legends House. How did you enjoy your time on that show?
That was one of the best time I ever spent in this business because I say it at the beginning of Legend House, I say it now, that was the first opportunity that we had to really get to know each other. You know, you travel with guys for years, but you don't know them personally. You know, but when you live with a person, they do things that you didn't know they do. You see things you didn't see before. You know, how they gets up in the morning. Like when Piper gets up in the morning, grumpy every morning. I didn't know that. Piper could play any instrument. He could play piano, trumpet, guitar. He was a multi-task musician. I never knew that. I never knew Piper could play. Jimmy Hart and Hillbilly Jim are songwriters. I didn't know that. Hillbilly Jim is the most talented. And Jimmy Hart, if you tell Jimmy, I want you to write a song about this lamp. He's a very, very ingenious, I didn't know that about him. Pat Patterson, I hear rumors, I didn't know he was gay until I stayed in the house with him. The only guy that was very, very secretive was Howard Finkelton. I still don't know Howard. He still keep it close to the vest. But it gave me an opportunity to know them guys. I really got to know Hacksaw Jim Duggan, even though him and I had a little falling out. I got to know him. I never knew Hacksaw before. So it gave me an opportunity to get to know guys on a different level than just the dressing room, because we all put on a certain mystique or certain act for the boys. We all got a certain act for the fans, a certain way to act around the boys. But then when we're at home with our wife and family, we become ourselves. So I got to see, God bless him, Ronnie Piper, the real Ronnie Piper before he passed. I got to see the real Hacksaw, the real Hillbilly Jim, the real Jimmy Hart. So that to me was, I was lucky to get to know them guys personally.
One guy that I heard you talk about, I think it was on a podcast, that I guess he became famous in WWE, but you were giving a speech at Ohio Valley Wrestling or somewhere with CM Punk.
Right.
He was rude or something. Could you explain that?
Well, what happened was I didn't know who CM Punk was because I didn't watch the program. So, what was his name? Robert Gibson partner.
Ricky Morton.
Ricky Morton. No, Robert is the brunette, right?
Yes.
Ricky the blonde.
Yeah.
Wait, it was Robert. Robert was working there then. He was working for the officer. He picked me up at the airport, and I did a speech for the wrestlers. Then I was done. Then after the show, Robert Gibson came to me. He said, "Tony, I want you to go out there and straighten the boys out." He said, "Especially that one with the tape." Because Robert didn't like that. He said, "It looked like I got 2 broken arms." He said, "I don't like all that tape because CM Punk would put tape." Well, I didn't know that he was the ECW champion. So when he was setting up there, so the guys were going by talking to him, and he was just being nice. He wasn't doing nothing wrong. That was my screw up. So, but I thought he was one of the trainees.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know he was already in the business because I didn't watch the program. So anyway, I said, "Hey, you, why don't you shut the F up while I'm talking?" I said, if Vince wanted you to do the talking, you be down here talking. He sent me here to talk to you kids, so why don't you shut up and show some respect? He said, "You talking to me?" I said, "Yeah, I'm talking to you." He said, "Well," he said, "a lot of that stuff you're talking about ain't gonna work today." He said, "You got some good stuff, but it ain't gonna work totally." And I said, "What the hell you know about it? I sold out Madison Square Garden." I started talking to them. And I said, "I tell you what, if you think that what I did is so old-fashioned, why don't you come down here and I get in the ring with me? I kick your ass." I said, "Either come down here and get in the ring with me or shut the hell up." So he was quiet. So the next day, I was going to Florida because they were just starting the school in Florida, and Steve Kern was there. He come to me, he said, "Oh, Johnny want to talk to you." So Johnny called me and said, "Hey, I hear you had a little run-in with CM Punk." So I told him the same story I told you. He said, "Well, we're going to straighten him out. He can't treat one of our Hall of Famers like that." Then later on, I went to work with Mark Henry, and I saw what Punk was trying to tell me. So I went to CM Punk and apologized to him. I was wrong. He was trying to tell me, I'm talking this stuff from the 70s and from the 80s.
Right.
None of that gonna work today. I didn't know that the business had changed that much. And the guy that I called my mentor was John Morrison. We rode together. He would tell me stuff that got me caught up to what is going on today. And so I had to apologize to CM Punk for that. But CM Punk did me a hell of a favor, and you can broadcast this. If you want to get a Tony Atlas t-shirt, you go to Pro Wrestling Tees, and CM Punk did that for me.
So you have a Pro Wrestling Tees t-shirt page?
T-shirt.
So you searched Tony Atlas on there.
Tony Atlas at Pro Wrestling Tees. They got 4 or 5 t-shirts. Then CM Punk set that up for me because I was man enough to go up to him and apologize. I was wrong.
Yeah. But you really didn't know any better because
I didn't know nobody. And then I got to know CM Punk. I said, I'm glad that he didn't come there. He probably would have kicked my ass.
Well, you didn't see his performance in UFC.
Well, I think that he froze.
Yeah.
I know him very well. He's a good fighter. I see him in Harley Race take on people in bars before we call Harley Race train him.
Okay.
So I know he could take care of himself. He froze on that one.
And
He tried to fight their way.
right.
He should have fought his way. He should have just took them to the street. Fight the way you know how to fight. He tried to do their stuff. See?
And for people that want to follow you, you have a Twitter.
Yeah, it's called the Real Atlas. The Real Atlas. And I also do portraits. Anybody want their portrait done? I do portrait art for people.
Yeah, we're going to put some of the portraits up on the screen. So how do they can contact you through Twitter about?
Yeah. You go to the Real Atlas.
And what else do you have? You have a book that people can buy through.
Yep. Yeah. You go to crowbarpress.com and then you could get my book.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll put all that up on the screen. And to close this off, is there any message you want to tell all your fans out there that have been watching this?
I was born in a small town called Clifton Forge, Virginia. Raised in even a smaller town called Lomo, Virginia. Got my break in pro wrestling in a town they call Richmond, Virginia. In the greatest country in the history of the world. I'm very blessed to be an American. I'm very blessed to be part of the wrestling world, and I'm very blessed that I still is able, with the grace of God, to come out and entertain the fans. I want to take this time to thank each and every fan out there for supporting Tony Atlas, and I hope to meet all y'all at some event sometime in the future. And God bless each and every one of y'all, and God bless the United States of America, the greatest country in the history of the world. I feel very, very privileged to be a part of this great nation.
We are back with Tony Atlas. The last interview we did with him on the Hannibal TV was in kind of chronological order, but this one is going to be random questions that fans have sent in, as well as questions I have after finishing reading his book, which is a great book.
Thank you.
If you want to tell fans to start things off, where can they find your book if they want to?
Well, the book was written by a guy named Scott Teal. Scott Teal is a friend of a lot of the old-time wrestling, and you can reach him at crowbarpress.com. That crowbarpress.com. Or if you're looking for a Tony Atlas book, just go on the computer and write in Tony Atlas book, and it would pop up. The amazing thing about today's technology is if you just know the name of the person that of the book, even if you don't know the company, if you hit the person's name and put book behind it, if they got a book out there, the computer will I'll show it to you. But it's crowbarpress.com, and that's where you can find the Tony Atlas book. He also did a book on Ole Anderson, Mid-Atlantic Days, Ric Flair, Stan Hansen, Ivan Koloff. So he's the type of guy that kept a lot of us guys alive. He's a great writer, good writer.
And speaking of Ole Anderson, you had a lot of experience with him, especially in the Atlanta territory. Why did you think he was such a good booker?
Ole Anderson had a good head on his shoulder, and even though he talked very brass and everything, he was a very humble man. And Ole didn't mind putting over. He was about making money. He was not a glory hound. Like, for example, if you could pack the arena, then Ole gonna go out there and jog for you. He would lay down for you. He ain't such a glory hound where he feel that he have to win every match. You know, if he would sacrifice himself to make money. You know, the glory was not as important as the money to him. Just like people don't realize the Four Horsemen was Ole Anderson's idea. You go back again, we talk about WCW. Ole Anderson started WCW. They kicked him out later. Georgia Championship Wrestling. What made that so successful was Ole Anderson. And among the Anderson team, first they were Gene and Lars Anderson. Where they were mediocre. Gene was always a great, and Lars, they both were great wrestlers, but it really didn't get the real popularity until Ole Anderson came along. And you know, the thing with Ole Anderson and Ric Flair, you know, go back for a generation. But Ole was just a very, very smart individual. He had a good head on his shoulder for the wrestling business.
Could you tell the story about him and the karate guy in the gym?
Well, one time I was in the gym there, and this guy, in the old days, guys used to always come and talk about wrestling fake, and everything. And Ole said, I'll tell you what, kid, that karate you do ain't worth a crap in my business. So the guy said, well, you don't want me to hit you with one of my punches. And Ole said, I'll take any punch you got. So Ole walked away from the guy. So the guy thought Ole was afraid. So then Ole came back about 5 minutes later, and he told the guy, he had his shirt, said, come on, I don't believe in that karate. Go ahead and show me, kid. Show me what you got. So that guy drew back and gave and hauled out and gave Ole one of his best punches right in the midsection. Wham! The guy broke his hand. Ole lifted his shirt, took a 25-pound plate from under his shirt and dropped it on the floor. So that karate ain't all that good, ain't it, kid?
That's hilarious.
He put a 25-pound plate underneath his shirt. The guy hit that plate and broke his hand.
Now, you've had the NWA Georgia titles with Kevin Sullivan at one point. We've done a few interviews with him. Do you have any memories of him?
Well, Kevin Sullivan, what I remember about Kevin Sullivan, I remember the first day I saw him, I was in Raleigh, North Carolina. He was walking around the building. I was riding with Klondike Bill and Johnny Weaver, who was two more old timers. And they always looked at Kevin Sullivan and said, during my day, your height meant a lot. And they said if that guy was about 3 or 4 inches taller, he'd be one of the biggest stars this business I've ever seen. Because Kevin was like a fire plug. He was as wide as he was high. And he was very, very strong. Always had good, strong legs. And he was a hell of an amateur wrestler, too. But even though he didn't have the height that most of the wrestlers did back in the older days, Kevin had the same ability as a Chris Benoit or Rey Mysterio. So even though he was not as big as the other wrestler, he risen to the top without the height and became one of in my opinion, one of the best tag team partners, one of the best wrestlers that I have known in my career. He was extremely strong. I've seen Kevin take 500 pounds and squat it for 20 reps. I mean, his legs was tremendous, and he had a great head on his shoulder. He was the creator of Woman, and everything that he did with WCW. He booked for WCW. They don't give the book to just anybody unless they figure you have some type of idea of what the business is all about. So he's a very impressive person. Even now to meet him, he's very impressive. Listen to some of his story and things he did. A great friend also.
What was the whole situation with you and Jim Duggan on Legends House all about?
People ask me about what happened with me and Jim Duggan on our Legend House back in 2012, and to be honest with you, I don't have a freaking clue. I never knew Hacksaw. One of the things that, if you notice, that I said the whole time that I was on Legend House, and Piper said it, Jimmy Hart said, Hillbilly Jim said the same thing. Wrestlers really don't know each other. People think we really know each other. The only time a wrestler in my day would meet each other is in the dressing room and in an arena. We're in the dressing room, in the arena, we're not being ourselves. We're being a certain character for the wrestlers, to get their respect. Then when we go in the ring, we play another character. But when we go home to our wives and kids, we be ourselves. Well, this was the first time where they had put a bunch of wrestlers that didn't know each other personally and put them all in one room under one roof for 1 month. And I want to see how they work with living. See, I could be anywhere when I'm on the road. But then when I'm at home, you relax, you do what you want to do, you're in your own space there, you got your own space. But then when you have to live with guys, it's like you have to live with them. And it's a difference between living with someone than just going visiting somebody. Cause when I see these guys at the arena, I went to my room, I went to sleep, they went to their room, they went to sleep. But at Legend House, you can't get away from each other. You're with each other 24 hours a day. So it caused a little friction. Why? I'm puzzled by it because I don't think I said anything wrong. We was with Gary Busey at the dinner. I don't see where that would upset Hacksaw, but I say that we all need to work with helping the young people. I don't see what's wrong with my elbow bumping up against him, a guy that been hit in the head with 2x4, been hit in the head with chairs, fall on concrete floor, been hit in the head with everything, had several concussions, they're juiced every night, and all of a sudden my elbow just bumping him on his back, gonna make him cry. Don't understand it. But life goes on. Water under the bridge.
And you spent some time in the Dallas territory. Any memories of the Von Erichs?
Well, one thing that I would say about the Von Erichs is that they had a gold man. And what really hurt their territory was the fact, but not just them. Same thing happened with Jerry the King Lawler. Same thing happened with Nick Goudas. Same thing happened with the Von Erich. Same thing happened in Florida. What would happen, you get the family that runs the business. After a while, everybody that came to work for these guys, the Von Erich, if you start becoming more popular with the fans than the Von Erich, they find some reason to either get rid of you or to break you down. They would not let anybody be above them. Now, I was there one time and they had a guy, his name was Brian, what was his last name? I know his name was Brian. And by accident, just by accident, he did a thumb. The name probably come to us before this is over. He hit you in the throat with the thumb, and the tape, and he hit Kevin in the throat with the thumb. Well, Kevin been up all night doing, I don't want to say what he did on TV, but you got an idea. He been up all night partying. So as soon as he hit him in the throat, Kevin started vomiting, foaming at the mouth, and he ended up having a strike Caesar in the ring, in the ring. So everybody thought that came from Brand Adidas. They thought it came from his thumb. So the next day, everywhere Brand went, sell out. Completely sell out. He sold out Dallas, sold out Fort Worth, sold out Mesquite, sold out Austin. Everywhere we went was a complete sellout. What do you think the Von Erichs did? They started beating them. And once they beat them, we had no more heel. There was no heat on the heels. Because as soon as, like the Ultimate Warrior, he was a heel when he first went into world class. And he started becoming real popular as a heel. Well, they didn't want to beat him because they figured they were going to kill the house. So what they did, they turned him baby faces and used him as a partner. Yeah. Then when Curry came back, he couldn't get above the Ultimate Warrior, so guess what they did? They stopped booking him. Me and the Warrior used to sit in our apartment for 2 weeks. And they was booking shows, and we was out on none of the shows for 2 weeks. He was fortunate; he had Japan to go to, and also the Warrior, also with Vince McMahon won them in WWF. It was no WWE; there was WWF. They won him, so he went to Japan, did his little tour. When he left Japan, he went to the WWE. With me, he became one of the biggest stars that Vince ever had. I went to Puerto Rico, so we all went somewhere else, but he would not book us. We couldn't even get work because they could not rise above him. So they either get rid of you or they start beating you every night in the ring or kill you off. And Jerry the King Lawler did it, Nick Goudas did it in Knoxville, Dusty Rhodes did it to every wrestler that came through Florida. If you start getting bigger than Dusty in Florida, you out of there, buddy. And that's the difference between Ole and Anderson. If you start getting bigger than Ole, instead of stopping you, he push you more. Because Ole's looking at, hey, this kid could draw more money than I can, so why did I got myself on top position when I got a kid right here could make me 5 times the money? But the way Dusty Rhodes and the Von Erichs, them guys said, I don't care how much money this guy could draw, I want to be king. This is man. I don't want nobody to be bigger than me. And that what hurt all these territories. What made Vince McMahon so great is that he did not wrestle. And when he did win in the ring with Stone Cold Steve Austin, you didn't see Vince going away beating Stone Cold. See? Yeah. Now Dusty would have beat him. The Von Erich would have beat Stone. There would have been no Stone Cold Steve Austin if Vince had the same mentality and they did. Vince went in the ring to make Stone Cold bigger than what he was. He sacrificed himself to make Stone Cold bigger than what he was. With the trucks and the beers and Vince taking the move, finishing the move and everything. Vince sacrificed every night, went out the ring, beaten up, bloody, pants down, embarrassed, humiliated. He didn't care. The business was more important than glory. See, some wrestlers got what's called glory happy. And most wrestlers that try to promote, they are that way. They make themselves champion. They glory happy.
Now, you mentioned you used to know the Ultimate Warrior. Any memories about what he was like in those days?
To me, I didn't know him that well because I only knew him for a couple of years. I knew him we was together about, I would say, for about not quite a year in world class, and then I went back as Saba Simba for Vince in the 90s, and he was around. He always been a gentleman with me. Always, we worked out together. You know, we both into bodybuilding, so we went to the gym together all the time. And we never really discussed wrestling or nothing. But to me, he was just a great individual. It's nothing in particular that I could name about him, because the only time that I ever talked to him was either in the gym or at the arenas. You know, we didn't travel together, we didn't ride together, or unfortunately, now I look back, I wish I had spent more time with him, because he's no longer here to know. But during the time that I did was around him, he was always a great person to me.
Is it true that he would, you don't have to answer this, but would he like to drop speed before his workouts?
Well, I never see him take any drug, to be honest. I never see him take steroids. See, guys in my day was very, very private. And the only way that you could find out what a wrestler really did, a lot of wrestlers would split rooms. Like they would get a room with 2 beds in it. And of course, if you're in a room with a guy, you see a guy do a whole lot of stuff that you normally would not see this guy do. Just like if you share a room with me, you would see some girl with tennis shoes on walking on me. That's what I did. So you would see that. I mean, you would hear about it if you didn't spend a room with me, in the room with me, but you would actually see it. Like if you were with some of the other guys, you would see this guy have sex with a girl, because a lot of guys used to bring girls to their room. But if you're not in that room, you don't see it. Another guy may be shooting up steroid or smoking weed or snorting cocaine. But if you're not in that room with them, then you don't really see it. So I never seen him do anything, because like I said, the only place I saw him, the only time that I saw him was in the gym and in the arena. That was the only time I came in contact with him. I see him every morning in the gym, but in the gym we don't talk.
Yeah.
We did the lift. The only thing he would say to me then, "Come on, Tony, you can do it. Come on, you can do it." And when he'd go to lift, come on, Warrior, give it to me, baby. Give it. You know, we just encourage you at the gym. And then in the arena, we talk over our match and what we're going to do, and that was it. So yeah. I never really got to know him on a personal basis, which was kind of sad, because I would like to got to know him better. And that was a great thing about Legend House. We was given that opportunity.
A lot of younger fans only know you from your MTV True Life episode. You want to talk a bit about that and how that came about?
Well, what happened was MTV was doing a documentary on wrestling, not Tony Atlas, wrestling. So what the narrative was, they wanted to do a wrestling school. They found a wrestling school where the guy trained to be a wrestler. Then they wanted to do a story on the independent wrestling group. And fortunately for me, the promotion I had at that time was chosen from. They chose it because they knew who I were. Now I asked the guy, I said, "Can I be on there?" He said, "No, this is not for you, Tony. We want to film the guys going through the ropes." See, first in the wrestling school, then they wanted to show guys on the independent circuit and getting on the job experience. Then they wanted the end of it supposed to be when you reach the big time, which is the WWE. So what ended up happening, we did the first show where the guy, what I call my money man, he was the guy that was backing everything. He was the guy that wrote the checks. So when MTV when they hear that all the wrestlers in Maine and Massachusetts and Canada hear that MTV was be at this show, every wrestler this side of the Mississippi called me. Said, "Tony, can I be on the show?" I said, "I'm sorry, guy, the show is booked." Another guy called, "Sorry, guy, the show is booked." When I got there, now I'm supposed to be the booker. Nobody's supposed to be on that show without, I'm the one, that's my something, not the promoters. His job was to promote the show and sell tickets. That's his job, not to book talent. My job was the booker job is to book talent. Jim Barnett never interfered with Ole Anderson booking talent. The Vince never interfered with Pat Patterson booking talent. And like that now, Vince don't get involved who Triple H book or what Stephanie do. That's their department. Make a long story short, I would say there was about maybe 200 wrestlers in that dressing room. At least 200. Now, the way I had the show booked is 3 shows. My big show was the last show. I called for King Kong Bundy. Well, any independent know if you got doing a high school, King Kong Bundy ain't the guy to be there because he's going to eat up all the money. So I had Tom Brandon to be my main event for the small event. Then I had another guy called Dave Vicious going to be my main event for the next event. And then the third and final event, I wanted King Kong Bundy to end it with a big superstar name. So James told Bundy he's on all 3 shows. I can't pay him for all 3 shows. There's only so much in the budget there, I can't pay Tom Brandon for all 3 shows. I can't pay Dave Vicious. Then I had a Canadian Hercules too. He was a guy up here. He's still a big guy. I had Canadian wrestler, but each guy's supposed to have. I want a group of guys on this show, a different group on this show, and a different group. There were maybe 6 wrestlers I was going to use on all 3 shows.
Right.
But these were like the top of the independent world at that time. And these guys were like, freaking fantastic wrestlers at this time. A lot of them, like Taz, and all these guys, they all, Tommy Dreamer, they all went with ECW later. A lot of guys that was on that show, like Tom Brandon, the Patriot, he ended up going with Vince later. So the talent, right, exactly. So the talent that I have that I was going to use, but I didn't want every guy for every show, and I want every show to have a different main event. That way, everybody could get exposure. See, now I could pay Bundy for 1 show because Bundy, I'm not going to mention his price. But Bundy is high maintenance. Plane ticket. Yeah, anybody. I got a plane ticket to worry about. I got his pay to worry about. I got his hotel to worry about. And so it was, that was a big chunk out of the budget just having for that 1 show was making the budget tight. Now for 3 shows, I had to make 3 times. So after the first show, I said, James, our budget is about gone. We got 2 shows to go. I said, we can't. He said, well, don't pay them. And I said, you don't ask guys to come all the way up here and don't pay them. He said, oh, they understand. So a couple of the wrestlers, believe it or not, came to me and said, Tony, we just want to be on MTV. You don't have to pay us. And I said, I can't have 4-hour shows. People don't want to sit through a 4-hour show. I said, I'm trying to spread all you guys out where everybody get a little piece of this stuff. After the first show, James called me up and said, I'm canceling the shows. If I can't run things my way, this is my business. I'm putting up the money, and then you trying to take my business away from me. I said, Jim, you hired me to do the booking. You hired me to do this. So he canceled on us. So the MTV had nothing to do. They came up here. They got 2 days of taping to do. They only taped 1 day. And then they got 2 more days of taping. So they drove all the way up from New York to Maine, which is about, for me, it's about 6.5 hour drive in a car. They had a van with all the equipment stuff. So about an 8-hour drive for these guys, to come up here. Now they got nothing to do. So one guy, they got to talking to me, and I started telling him stuff about me. He said, so let me call. So he made a phone call, and they said, well, we don't have, instead of coming over, why don't we just do a thing on Tony Atlas? And that's how it happened. I wasn't even supposed to be nowhere on the tape. I asked him, could I be on the tape? God told me no. He said, this is because that's definitely their theory. The training, on the job training, and the job. That's how they wanted to go. But instead, it was the training, nothing in the middle. So what they did, they said, my segment was after the glory. So instead of doing what you do before you get to Vince, they show what you did after Vince. That's why I was towards the end instead of in the middle. You notice Vince was in the middle all the time?
Yeah.
Because it was the rest of school, Vince, and then Tony. See, Tony, what they did, they changed the whole scenario and said, well, this is what you do, this is what happened to you after it's all over with. And a movie was made from that too called The Wrestler. And that was based on that same scenario. The guy lived this high life, and then he loses everything, and all of a sudden hit rock bottom, and they run around doing these little small gimmicks and gimmick shows and stuff. And so that's where they did with that.
Now, I was talking to superstar Billy Graham last night, and he told me that I should ask you about the bench press contest you did in Houston.
Yeah, that's what it is. Well, see, what they normally used to do with the bench press contest,
we never really lift the weight that never the contest never really end. Like when I arm wrestled Jesse Ventura, I never really beat Jesse. As soon as I get Jesse halfway down, he hit me with the table or something. We were the same thing with the bench press contest. We would start off with maybe 135, then we go to 2 1/4, then we go to 315. But as soon as I go to do the 400 or 500, that's when they would do the they would attack you on that. But that was done not only with Superstar Billy Graham. I did that with Ken Patero. I did it with Ted Arcidi in World Class. So that was a good draw. But the good thing about these contests is what was so amazing, we used real weights. You know, the weights were not folding. You know, with Superstar, what he was lifting, that was what he was lifting. When I did the 500 pounds in the ring, it was 500 pounds. It was not plastic weights or phony weights or nothing like that. And what we used to do, we used to always let the wrestling fans, as they come in, to try to lift the weights. So they know, and we would get a local gym to bring the weights down.
Okay.
You know, yeah.
Now, you had some contact with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Do you want to just talk about that? I think you trained at the same place for a while.
Well, Arnold, and when back in the late 70s, early 80s, I used to go every time. Most bodybuilders, I don't know what they do today because I hadn't been in bodybuilding since 1985. They would all go to Gold's Gym in Santa Monica, California to train. Arnold Schwarzenegger, when I went there, he was not coming to Gold's Gym, he was going to World Gym because Joe Golds, who sold the business to Pete Gronkowski, in the contract, he could not open up another Gold's Gym. So he opened up World Gym. So Joe Gold started Gold's Gym and World Gym. So Arnold used to go to World Gym all the time. So I used to work out with Lou Ferrigno at Gold's Gym. So Arnold, when he did work out, he would come in early before anybody else do, and get his workout done. Now he would hang around about an hour or so to mess with you. You know, and he would never tell you nothing serious. Like one guy was asking one time, say, I don't know, I want to get this contest. I know you won a lot of contests. I want to say, oh man, you're gonna do great. But if you want to really get the people attention, this is what you do. Every time you hit a pole, you holler to the top of your lungs. Wah, wah, wah. So the guy said, oh, coming from Arnold Schwarzenegger, this got to be true. So the guy went out there to do his routine, and he did exactly what Arnold told him. Rah, rah. They thought he was nuts to kick him out the contest. So he was a prankster. But I'll tell you one thing about Arnold. For all the people that I met in my life, him and Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, success never changed them. Arnold was the same person when he started making movies. One of the biggest mistakes I ever made with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I regret it today. Arnold made Conan the Barbarian. Well, I was coming from the gym one time, and Arnold was pulling up. And he said, oh, I've been looking for you. He said, I just told him about how you was built, and I had at that time 23.5-inch arm. He used to always call me tricep, because you see a lot of guys that had the big bicep, but very few guys had these huge tricep and bicep. And I was one of the few that had both. So he used to always call me tricep. He said, I told him about your arm. He said, we're going to do a wrestling part in two. And he said, I know you could choreograph, me and you could choreograph a great wrestling match, because I'm a wrestler. So he gave me his card. He said, meet me in the morning. So I said, okay. I take the card. I put it in my pocket. So I went out. I was with this girl. We went to the beach. You know, did what we had to do at the beach. Went back that night. We probably half the night away. So finally I said, oh, shoot, I got to call Arnold. I reached in my pocket for the card. Couldn't find it. And that was Conan 2. And I missed it. And every time I saw Arnold out there, he wouldn't say nothing to me. And so finally he did. He said, you screwed me up on that one. Because he put his neck out there for me. You know, telling people about this bodybuilder that he saw and this and that. And then I didn't show up.
Now, you talk in your book about a little backstage scuffle you had with Shane McMahon that I was a little surprised to read about. Can you talk about that?
Well, see, a lot of people don't realize it, but Shane McMahon is about, I would say, one of the toughest people in the WWE. You know, he's a lot stronger, a lot tougher. He may not look, he may not carry himself that way, but I was in the dressing room one night, the Barbarian was sitting there. I'm standing there talking to the Barbarian, and Shane came up and hooked me. Now, right away in my head, it felt like two steel pipes wrapped around me. That's what it felt like. So I said, oh, that's the Iron Sheik. Because only the Sheik had that much power in his forearm and hand. So I go to underhook him to break out of it. I had to struggle. We fell all over the dressing room to get a loose from him. Finally, I did get a loose from him. Then I looked up at his shame. And he looked like he wanted to hit me. He said, damn, you almost broke my damn arm. I said, I didn't know it was you, brother. His eyes, the white part of his eye was bloodshot red. So he left out of the dressing room. And Barbarian looked at me and said, I would have let him take me down. About a month later, I was gone. So I think that little scuffle is what caused, that's when I was Saba Simba.
Okay.
I looking back on it, I didn't think about it then, but now that you asked me today, probably the first time I thought that could have something to do with my release, because the room was full of wrestlers.
Right.
And I just embarrassed the boss's son. But that's why I say Shane is one of the toughest guys that because I've wrestled myself, and I was bench pressing over 600 pounds at the time, and it took me a lot to get away from him. If he grab a hold of you, you're not going. And now he's bigger, he's stronger, he's older, he's wiser. So I would say he's one of the toughest guys in the WWE now.
And he has taken a lot of high-risk bumps that do hurt. So
he's amazing. He's amazing. Come on, how many guys you know could come 10 feet out of the air to do an elbow? How many? Do you ever see a 10-foot elbow? Shane McMahon could do that. He's a very amazing athlete.
Now you have a picture in your book locking up with Muhammad Ali. What was your interaction with
Well, see, what happened, Muhammad Ali was making his comeback. This is after, he got the courts, all that stuff with behind where he got suspended and all that stuff. So he was making a comeback, and he would go to different places and make a comeback. Well, he's getting ready for a match with the Inoki in Japan. Well, they wanted a couple of wrestlers to get rid of Ali to teach him how to fall and do things so he don't go out there and kill himself. So we hung out for a while. We didn't do anything but laugh and joke. That was Ali. He just play around with you all day. I didn't teach him anything. I tried, but he just, he just didn't take nothing I did said. But then when he got to the match, I noticed he wished he had learned some stuff because he stayed away from Inoki. But if he had played the game, but Ali just never took it, said it. But he was about one of the best people I ever met. What surprised me about Muhammad Ali was his size. He's probably about 6'2", 6'3", And he was a big man. So I never realized his height, because on TV he don't look that big. Right. But when you meet him in person, he was I would say about 6'3", 6'4", is what it was.
Is it true that I don't know if you know this, but the Inoki fight there was originally supposed to be a work, but he didn't want a job to Inoki when he saw how small.
No, what happened, the boys played a joke. When they told Ali when they told Inoki that Ali gonna double cross him and punch him, knock him out. That's why Inoki stayed on the ground so he don't get hit. Okay. But Ali was not going to hit him. The American boys did that. They messed it up. They messed up $1 million show because they told Inoki that Ali had held it. See, back then you got to realize what the difference was. A wrestler could not lose to a boxer.
Right.
Because wrestling was portrayed then to be legitimate. My job, was to make the people believe in the sport. The wrestler today job is to entertain the people. My job was never to entertain, it was to make you believe that what I was doing for real. Like for example, if you ever watch me do a press slam, the guy would hold the hands out here. Because I didn't want people to think they helping me. And if you helped me when I was doing my press slam, I got mad at you. I would tell you, don't move your hand. I'd drop you on your face and start over again before. But everybody I press, I wanted to do it myself. I want people to see that I could do this. When I do the 500 pounds, I wanted to do myself. I wanted the people to see I could do it. Our job was to make the people believe. Rick and Steamboat and Ric Flair, they would go out in the audience where they get within 3 feet of the fan, and they would just lay one in on each other. Where the fans is sitting right there, they're only 2 or 3 feet away. So they would hear the sound and they would see the connection. So there'd be no way in the world that people say, that's not a real chop. Yeah. I seen Joe LeDuc one time, he got juice in the ring and he didn't get enough juice. So now he got to walk to the crowd to go to his car. But he said, well, when the people see that little scratch on my head, they're going to think that there's nothing wrong because, you know, sometimes a little scratch, when your heart is pumping, you get a lot of juice. So it don't have to be a big cut to get a lot of juice. So what do you think Joe LeDuc did? Took that old razor blade, just cut his whole forehead up again. So when he go out there, the people see a bigger cut. He took the cut over there. I see Captain Lou Albano cut the side of his face with a razor blade and stuck his tongue through it, just so the fans would see it. You know, if you got a broken nose, the promoter say, oh, great, let the fans see it. If you break a hand, oh, fantastic, kid, this is great for the business. You get a broken nose, you get 2 black eyes, oh, the promoter went nuts. That was wonderful. The first time that I broke Hulk Hogan's nose, you know, it's a match. That match, when you watch on TV, it's in the Spectrum, got the Spectrum in the center. Hogan covered me, but his butt is here and his head is down here. So I just bring the knee up to knee him in the head. Hogan, at the same time I brought my knee up, lift his head up.
Yeah.
I broke his nose. Right in the match. But you would never know it because Hogan and I, we kept going. He finished that match with a broken nose.
Wow.
And nobody knew. But he, every time I see Hogan, he reminded me of that. He said, you remember when you broke my nose?
Is it true Albano was drunk a lot of the time?
Every minute of the day. Captain Lou Albano would come in drunk. And I'll tell you a story. When Captain Lou Albano get drunk, he had no respect for nobody. One time he went in front of Vince McMahon's mother, who is Vince Sr.'s wife, and exposed himself in Madison Square Garden. That's what he would do. And why he didn't get fired or lose his job, I have no idea. But at that time, the wrestler, if you drew money, you was able to get away with a lot more stuff. See, what Vince did that is different. See, when Bruno Sammartino was champion, without Bruno, there was no business. Bruno were the WWF. He was their brand name. When Hulk Hogan was WWF champion, without Hogan, there was no wrestling. So Vince McMahon got smart to it. Instead of wrapping what we call wrapping the territory around one wrestler, Vince made many superstars. Like right now, John Cena took a 3-month break or something, a month.
I don't know, but
he was gone for a spell.
Yeah.
The business never stopped going. Undertaker, one of the biggest draws Vince ever had. He only wrestled once a year, but the company keep going. See, now the brand is WWE, not Undertaker, not John Cena, not Hulk Hogan, not Bruno Sammartino.
Yeah.
See, and that's why a lot of us old timers stay popular. Like when me and Rocky, we were champion, the whole territory was wrapped around me and Rocky. You know, if we wasn't there was no house. Now, if John Cena, I'm using him because he's one of the biggest names in the WWE. If he don't show up, he still got Roman Reigns. He still got all these other guys. And once you take these guys off the WWE, they don't have the company keep going.
Yeah.
Because it ain't the person, it's the company itself. So the WWE is the brand now, not Hulk Hogan. Remember with Hulkamania? That was the brand. Nobody knew about the WWF. They knew Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
They didn't know anything. Hulk Hogan, Hulk Hogan, Hulk Hogan. Now it's WWE, WWE, WWE. See, it's a different. That's a smart move on Vince's behalf. He made the company the main thing, not the wrestler.
Now, we've asked a lot of wrestlers about the whole Jimmy Snuka murder situation, and when I finished reading your book, I read that your ex-wife...
She was his girlfriend at the time. Was one of his girlfriends. She used to date him.
Because the girl that passed away, I guess that was
they was
one of
buddies.
his girlfriends.
Well, they was buddies. They hung out together, and she was in the room when the incident happened, and she said, "What did he hit her?" He went to get some cocaine. She came back with nothing. He just went through an 8-ball that day, and he came up off that bed and he hit her, broke her neck, and that's what she said. Now I wasn't there, but and then she ran out the room. And she left her purse. And she started dating me, hoping that she'd get her purse back from him. But I didn't. I mean, dude, I don't know what happened to that purse.
What was the talk in the back like? Because you were in there at this time when all that went.
Well, what ended up happening in the wrestling world, once stuff like that happened, the talk is no talk. If you talk about it, you get in trouble. Snuka at that time was a big star. So Vince didn't want to hear it. You know, you had to protect the business because, you know, he was with the WWE. So Vince knew that this gonna hurt the company. So if I get her talking about it, spreading rumor, it's kind of like the Bruiser Brody thing. I come back to the dressing room, nobody want to talk about it. They talk about it now because Carlos Colon is not as big in the rest of the world as he was during that time. But during the time of the murder, it was hush hush. The only person that opened their mouth about what happened was me. I was the Long Ranger in talking about. But as you see, I never worked for Puerto Rico again. They got rid of me. I got blackballed not only by Carlos Colon, I got blackballed by Vince McMahon. I got blackballed by every company around. The only guy that would even touch me was a guy that used to run ICW named Mario Savoni.
And that's why you ended up being homeless, I guess.
That's why I ended up homeless. Because what they did, they told Mario, Vince told Mario, if you use Tony Atlas, I'll put you out of business. He had me, Bob Orton Jr., and Ivan Puskin working for him at the time.
Now, when I interviewed Rocky Johnson, he said that he felt Snuka could have been bigger than Hogan at one point, but
no.
No.
You see, this is what Rocky don't understand. And don't get me wrong out there, people. I don't want y'all to get me wrong. This is not racism. This is business. Hulk Hogan was the first Anglo-Saxon wrestler to be on top since Gorgeous George. That's why it would not have worked with nobody but Hogan. Plus, what really made Hogan big was the Ayatollah Khomeini. He was holding the American hostages. So the Vince got this bright idea to take the Sheik and make him world champion. He was the hottest heel that they have ever had in their life. So what better guy to come and beat the Iron Sheik than what we consider an all-America, blonde hair, blue-eyed, bronze body, Anglo-Saxon, Viking. So it wouldn't have worked with him. You got the two minority. Every top star in the 80s was a minority. People forget that. Bruno Sammartino was Italian. Pedro Morales, Puerto Rico. Johnny Rod, Puerto Rico. Tony Atlas, black. Rocky Johnson, black. Jimmy Snuka, Fiji. Mr. Fuji, Oriental. They didn't have nobody but Bob Backlund. He was the only white guy that was on top. Think about it. So Hogan and Vince changed the whole face of wrestling by he started putting Caucasians on top. Ronnie Piper, Paul Orndorff, Mr. Wonderful, Kurt Hennig, Randy Savage. If you look at all the wrestlers, the top stars from 1980 to 1985, they was all minorities. During the Hogan era, the only minority that was on top was Tito Santana, but they never put him in main event, and Junkyard Dog. So he made 77% of America are white. 77%. Only at that time, only probably about all the minorities in America was probably about maybe 17% at that time. So Vince McMahon believed because he was in New York, he had to have somebody to represent everybody in New York. But Vince saw it bigger than New York.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Vince saw that we're on cable now. It's not everything not syndicated. This is cable. So Vince wanted something that they're going to appeal to the whole America, not just New York. See, Vince Senior, he did it that way because where he wrestled, he used to tell me all the time, "Oh, I got to have you in Washington. There's a lot of blacks in Washington." But guess what? None of them came to the match. Every time I wrestled at the Capitol Center, 98% of the audience was white. I used to tell SD, why Vince said a lot of blacks, I don't see no, the only time I see blacks in Washington when I go in the street. They wasn't at the matches. They was not wrestling fans. They was basketball fans and boxing fans. Blacks, mostly during that period, you know. So he had this idea, he had to have somebody to represent all the ethnic group. And what Vince did, if you ever notice, and that's why Hogan and Snuka would not have worked. He couldn't cut the interview. He didn't have the talent. He didn't have the personality Hogan had. He didn't have the size. No, it wouldn't have worked with nobody but Hogan. That's why he worked.
Yeah, you can't argue that it worked.
It worked. So you can say somebody else should have been there all you want, but it worked with him. So why would somebody even think that somebody else should have been there? Hogan, nobody could have got that done with Hogan. Nobody.
Now, you told me a story on the phone about the Iron Sheik getting a blowjob when he was taking a crap. Could you tell us that?
Well, it wasn't just the Iron Sheik doing it. I was in the bathroom one day and I hear, excellent, excellent, excellent. And I opened up the show and there was this girl sitting there just piping away on the Sheik, and the Sheik is taking a crap out at the same time. But I have seen a lot of stuff a lot worse than that. I've seen Sonny Fargo, our brother, the guy who used to play crazy, one of the Fargo brother. I hope I can say this on TV. He would take a Tampax, a used Tampax, and put it in his beer, drink the beer, wring out the Tampax in the beer, and then drink it. Yeah. I can tell you some stuff to make all you people out there sick. I've seen it all. Because when I first started, if you didn't have, that's why I'm always bragging about my foot fetish. It was the only normal thing in the dressing room. I was more normal. Now out here in the real world, having a girl to step on your face with titty shoes sound weird to the average guy. To a wrestler, oh, that's nothing. You just see what I have girls doing to me. I mean, boy, because when you're on the roll every day, the brain get a little goofy. Yeah. And then when you're able to pick up women's every night, you kind of get more of what you call traditional. So when a girl comes to a wrestling room, most of the time, the reason they called the girls arena rats back in the old days, the girl would service all the boys. And if you kept one girl to yourself, they call you a fence builder. So when the girl got through with me, she did Abdullah, she did Sheik, she would do all the boys. And that's why they call them rats.
Is it true that, well, I know it is true actually, I don't doubt it, but the story that you and Tommy Rich had some groupies in your room and you brought in a mass wrestler and he banged one of them with a mask.
Yes, and everybody know who that mass wrestler is. I never called his name. Well, what the hell? Well, I don't know if his wife's still around or not, but he lives in Hawaii now, and he wore a white mask with a black face. And he used the knee as a finish. That's all I'm going to say about him, because I don't know if his daughters or everything. He never took the mask off. In fact, this same wrestler went to the White House and put Jimmy Carter in a headlock with that mask on.
Wow.
He would go into the bank and cash his check with that mask on.
Which they would never allow today.
We just see him do these things that we just could, because he was just so popular in Georgia that everybody knew who he were.
Yeah.
They knew who he were. So he never had to take the mask off. He could go anywhere and they would say, hey, mister, you know.
Was Tommy Rich one of the guys that could get the most groupies? I heard he was pretty known for that. The girls just loved him.
When Tommy, the first night that Tommy came from, I was wrestling on the mask then as Black Atlas. I used to wear a mask. And they wanted, and Abdullah just got back from Japan. And they wanted a wrestler just to come in to feed, what we call feeding Abdullah, which means he gonna go around the circuit with Abdullah. Abdullah gonna beat him everywhere we go. Then they're gonna send him back to Tennessee where he come from. They had no plans for him. Yeah. So I had my match, and I went back to the dressing room. All of a sudden, Ole Anderson came running back in the dressing room. Get your ass out there, hurry the fuck up, hurry up, get your ass out there, stop this. We're gonna have a riding on our hand. I said, what? He said, they're coming to the freaking ring. You gotta get out there and get Abdullah out of the ring. So I put my mask back on. I ran down to the ring. I jumped into the ring. And Abdullah said, hit me. He's scared to death. Tommy Rich had that blonde hair. His hair was solid red. He bled so much. Solid red. Abdullah said, hit me. So I started hitting Abdullah. Abdullah said, give me a slam. Now, he never took a slam. This is his first slam. Never took one day in his life. So I picked Abdullah up for the slam. Boom. My mask came off. That was the beginning of Tony Atlas. I was Black Atlas up until then. So now I'm standing in the ring with no mask because I forgot to tie my mask, so it came off. So I got Tommy Rich back in the back. The next day, they teamed me and Tommy up. and they had no plans for him. But he got over the first day. The women went freaking nuts. It was like Elvis coming in there. I never seen nothing like that. And from that day on, once they put him on TV, the women, I mean, about 60% of every arena we went to was women. They used to come to his car bringing food in the room. I mean, I never seen women chase out this, nobody. He was like Elvis, the Elvis Presley rap. He was a young kid, very, very nice looking young man. You know, silky blonde hair, big, bright blue eyes, you know. He was like Elvis. And the women just loved him to death. He was the Elvis Presley in the 70s of wrestling.
And I think it's common knowledge that Missy Hyatt was with him. Do you have any stories about Missy Hyatt? Because we interviewed her a few months ago.
Only thing I know about Missy Hyatt, she was a very, very talented young lady. And with all the women wrestlers, I want to say, up until now, up until just recently, they never got a fair shot in this business. And when I look back on they made the same trips we made, went through the same training, went through the same crap as we all did, but never got the break. The first woman I ever seen get a break in this business, the first, was Wendy Richter. She was the first that they put any attention on. I feel bad for Mae Young and Moolah, because Moolah was around for 50 years before the world knew who the hell she was. They didn't make no magazines of it. They never made a movie of her. Look at all the stuff. They made movies of all these old timers, books of all these old timers. What did they ever do for Moolah? We never had anybody to hold her title that long. And Moolah in real life was tough as nails. She was tough as nails. Now I notice this was the first WrestleMania that I have seen where women, Charlotte Flair and them, was featured in a main event.
Right.
In a main match. Normally when they have a women match, they have a battle royal or bikini contest or something that should be in a strip show, not in a wrestling arena. But then was the first thing that eventually started a new woman division now. Most time you watch the WWE, you see 3 hours of wrestling, one woman match. Like what it used to be. Now I notice you see 2 or 3 women matches. So the women's are getting more exposed. Now they got the divas, you know, which give women a whole new outlet. Unfortunately, the divas narrow down to only a few girls that get that opportunity to be on that. When they first started, I like it a lot better because they introduced, there was Natalie Neidhart was on it, this girl was on it, that girl. Now it just boiled down to just 2 or 3 women, that wrestling women. You don't see all the divas like you did at the beginning. The beginning, to me, the first divas I like better because you got to see more women got exposed.
Right.
Now it's focused on just making 2 women, not anymore. I don't even see Natalie Neidhart on there anymore, who came from a great wrestling family and probably one of the toughest people, not just females there. She could whoop half of the guys there. People don't know that. She's a hawk, yeah. Remember?
I actually trained with at the same time as her.
She's tough.
I've felt her slaps firsthand.
Yes. She could whoop half of the guys there. People don't know how tough Natalie Neidhart is. Natalia Neidhart, what I want to say.
And I read in your book that Randy Savage thought you were shooting on him once. Could you tell that story?
Well, what happened, I was a collegiate wrestler before I became a pro wrestler. So that night, I was learning the ropes, and I was teamed up. It was me and Johnny Weaver against Randy Savage and Steve Strong in Charlottesville, Virginia. And so what George said, hey, go out there and do some of that amateur stuff. You know, do some of that amateur stuff. Well, I went in and I started doing the amateur wrestling with Savage. Savage thought I was trying to shoot on him because I was doing real moves, you know. So we kind of locked up a little bit and everything. He got so pissed off. What I did is Steve said, tag me, brothers, tag me. So that the Randy's tagged Steve out of the ring, and then me and Steve finished the ring. They wouldn't let him back in no more. But he wanted to fight me in the ring because he thought I was shooting on him. Because, you know, I leg dived him. I was amateur. So they told me to show people some of that amateur stuff, you know. Because everybody in Virginia knew I was an amateur wrestler, but I never did it in the ring. So George Scott thought it'd be a great idea if I just do something. And he figured Savage knew something about amateur wrestling. We found out later he didn't. He was a baseball player.
What did you think of him in later years? I get you probably had some contact with him when you were Saba Simba. Or maybe he was a big star by then, so he had his own dressing room.
Randy Savage never had more than 2 words to say to me. Now, Lenny, his brother, was different. Lenny socialized with everybody. Randy used to have his own room, him and Elizabeth, and he would not socialize with anybody. I see him come in many a time. I say, hi, Randy, and keep walking. Wouldn't shake my hand, wouldn't nod at me. I was invisible to Randy Savage. Absolutely invisible. Then he'd go in his room, him and Elizabeth, and that way he sat. The only person that Savage talked to during that time was Hogan. If you wasn't Hulk Hogan on Vince, he had no time for you. That's just my experience. He may have been a great guy, but I only could go by how a person treat me. But with Lenny Parford, his brother, hey, Tony, blah, 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 blah. Lenny was one of the boys.
Now, I've done some interviews with Lanny over the years, and he's admitted his talent to us, about his special ability. Did you ever see him do that in the dressing room?
Who?
Lanny, his autofellatio ability.
No, I heard about him wrapping his penis around his wrist and stuff like that, and giving him himself his own head job. But see, we didn't travel together.
Right.
See, back then they had what we call cliques.
Yeah.
So a lot of guys travel by themselves. A lot of guys would travel with the office, and a lot of guys would travel with these groups. And they had cliques. Certain people. That's why a lot of guys I never knew Hacksaw. I know more about these guys now on the independent circuit than what I did then. Like with Big Boss Man, all them guys were making all the big money and everything. They didn't hang around certain people.
And you wrestled the original Sheik, I guess, once maybe. I don't know.
No, more than once. Yeah, more than once. I wrestled him several times. I remember the first time I wrestled him. I kept asking him, what's going to be the finish? I tell you in the ring, kid. I tell you in the ring. I said, well, what we doing tonight? I tell you in the ring, kid. Tell you in the ring, kid. So I even went to ask Ole, because they was in Georgia. I said, Ole, what we going to do? He said, oh, don't worry about it. Sheik been a long time. He take care of it. He sure what to do. So as I'm getting to the ring, the referee come over and say, he's going to jump you. So I said, okay. So I crawled through the rope. The Sheik jumped me. Beat me up. I'm selling. I look up, he's going back to the dressing room. So I said, what in the hell? So I jump out the ring, I went and got him, paid a little comeback, I took him back to the ring, hit him a little bit more, I headbutted him, he rolled out, he limped back, went back to the dressing room. He wasn't going to go into the ring, beat me up, leave me and go back to the dressing room. That's what he wanted to do. That's why he wouldn't talk to me about nothing.
Which would have killed you in the town.
Yep, but Ole Anderson said, you are the luckiest guy that ever lived. I said, why that? He said, you always carry a knife. He said, you're lucky he didn't cut you. He said, you're lucky he didn't cut you. But he let me take him out the ring. I gave him 1 or 2 punches, and when I gave him the headbutt, he fell back. Let me go, kid, let me go. Boom. I headbutted him, and he went back to the ring. But that was his plan, to do that. Because I was a young kid, didn't know how to protect myself in the business. And that's what he wanted to do to me. He wanted to beat me up and leave me laying in the ring.
Now, one of the funniest ribs I ever heard that I guess could have gone terribly wrong was Dick Murdoch sending you to the KKK compound.
Yeah. After I took and won the Mr. Georgia competition, and I was getting ready to train for the Mr. USA. USA, you have to win a state title before you go to a big title, either a state or regional title before you go to a Mr. USA or Mr. America or Mr. Universe. So he said he's gonna give me this paper to go to this meeting. So I asked Tommy Rich to take me to the meeting. So Tommy is driving, and we sitting there. We smoking and drinking and everything. You know, we off that night. So I said, well, let's go to it. And Dick Murdoch kept saying, "You're gonna be the light of the party. You're gonna be the light of the party. Like light, you like turn the light on." So Tommy Rich, and it's going up this little dirt road. He said, "Get down, T." I said, what? Get down, T. Because Tommy and me was like brothers. Anybody know Tommy Rich, know Tony Addy? We was not buddies, we was brothers. We still brothers. I love Tommy Rich more than any wrestler I ever met in my life. He's my brother. Therefore, I never say nothing bad about him. I don't want nobody to say nothing bad about Tommy Rich. If you got something bad to say about Tommy Rich, just don't say it in front of me. Love him death. In fact, I'm gonna give him a little plug. Tommy Wildfire Rich have a wrestling school in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. So any people in South Carolina, if you're ever in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, look up Tommy Wildfire Rich Wrestling School. And he just started this about a year ago, and he's doing well, and it's a great wrestling school, and you couldn't get a better teacher than Tommy Wildfire Rich. But anyway, Tommy told me to get down, so I got down, and I looked up out the back window, and I saw the guy with the hood and the shotgun walking around portraying the press. So I would go back dressed. I said, Dickie, why are you trying to do this? And he said, well, we didn't think you were going to really go. And it was just a rip. Another time,
What did they say when you got in there?
they just called me stupid. That is over there because I didn't know things. You got to realize where I was raised up at. I was born in Clifton Ford, Virginia. I was raised in a town called Lowmore, Virginia. Lowmore had one store. We went to school, all black school. Now, all black school back in my day, what a white school got in the 10th grade, we got in the 6th grade. That's where the old joke come out, he only got a 6th grade education because they didn't want to educate minorities in America during this time. So our education level was always lower than the white kids. But then they desegregated the schools. They integrated school with blacks. And then from the 70s on, blacks was allowed to receive the same education as whites. Up until 1971 or 72, blacks didn't get the same education as black. We got old, outdated books. Hand-me-down books and stuff. The classroom was one room. We didn't have all the mechanic and trades and stuff. And then we had counselors. So when a counselor come up to us and said, Tony, what you want to be? I said, well, I want to be an artist. Oh, no, you don't want to be an artist. You go to work for the railroad with them muscles you got. So they would try to encourage blacks during that time to take labor jobs, not to pursue doctors or lawyers or anything that have a title. So, and then we were programmed, and that's why a lot of blacks in America grew up later thinking that they never going to make it. Thunderbolt Patterson, a very, real good friend of mine, they drilled that into him. Thunderbolt used to tell me every day, said, Tony, you're not going to get as far as a white guy going to get. The white man is not going to let you get nowhere. One thing he did tell me, though, that rang true, even today. Me and a bunch of guys, we were drunk as a skunk. We was up all night long. We ain't even been to bed. Hercules or Nanas, none of that. We ain't been to bed the whole night. So we was all trying to do the morning interview in Georgia. And they used to do interviews at 10 o'clock in the morning. They did that studio at Channel 17.
Yeah.
And then we used to drive down to Columbus, Georgia, to do TV there. And then we did a house show that night. Well, anyway, they had to sober us up the next morning. Thunderbolt pulled me over the corner. This is what Thunderbolt said, Tony, you can't do what them white boys do and keep your job. I didn't listen to him. About 10 years later, Vince McMahon pulled me over on the side. He told me two things. He said, every time you see Hulk Hogan, I want you to remember these words. That coulda, shoulda, woulda been you. And he also said, I have to make an example out of you. That's why he never brought me back and did nothing for me. Because he felt that if you fired Tony Atlas, you fire anybody.
Yeah.
That was the message he was sending to other wrestlers. Of all the people to pick, he picked me. Everybody guys were doing worse than me. Worse. Guys was getting busted. Hacksaw and Sheep got busted on the interstate with cocaine. Didn't lose their job. Piper got in trouble. Didn't lose his job. Hogan got in trouble. Didn't lose his job. Snooker, girl died in his room, kept his job. I got fired for missing a couple of shows. I can't do what white people do and keep a job. And I told Thunderbolt that about 3 years ago. We was at an autograph signing in where was that? In Charlotte. Something like a cage or something.
Okay.
Yeah, you know which show.
Wrestle-cade or something.
Yeah, Wrestle-cade. Yeah, I only went one time. But Thunderbolt was there, and I ain't seen him in a year. And I told Thunderbolt about what he told me. And you know what Thunderbolt asked me? Well, did I lie? I said, no, you didn't. So I learned that even in wrestling, like Mark Henry can't do things that other wrestlers do and keep his job. He knows that. We can't. Even now in America, black cannot do. Imagine President Obama acting like Trump.
Yeah.
How long do you think he would hold that freaking office if they start coming with prostitutes and money laundering and every daggum thing else? And I don't know if it ended up is true or not. I don't know because I don't be around the man. But if he had that much stuff said about him, how long do you think he would have held that office? See, so even now today we can't do what someone else do. Even today,
So
it have changed a lot. It have changed a lot. I gotta give my country credit. It have changed a great deal because I'm able to go places and do things that I was not able to do. One of the things that the guys used to do, I remember, I don't know if they mean any harm, but one time Ric Flair and Black Jack Mulligan asked me to go to Norfolk to party with this guy. Where Rufus R. Jones was standing there with me. Rufus said, "You know who they want you to go party with?" I said, "No." Said he's the grand wizard for the KKK around this area. I said, "Why would they want to take me to the KKK?" And Rufus said that Norvell Austin went, and they were to get a rocking chair, and they put floats on the side of the rocking chair. They take duct tape, they would tape him to the rocking chair. They give him a pill to make him fall out, like sleep or something, in his beer. Then they take the rocking chair, tie a rope to it, and throw the rocking chair in the water. Then they take chicken blood or animal blood and pour it around the chair. When the sharks come to bite the guy in the chair, they pull the chair. They use him to tease the sharks. Yeah. Raul McDaniel used to chase Norvell Austin down the street with a shotgun and shoot at him, just to watch him run. I can tell you tons of stuff that they used to do to black guys. They didn't do it to me for one of the reasons. I was very, very temperamental, and I was strong as hell. Yeah. So a lot of them was afraid of me. But then when I stood up for myself, I was the bad guy. So
yeah, you can't win.
I can't win for losing.
So was Dick Murdoch actually in the KKK, or was that just a rumor?
No, he was out there. He told me he was. He told me himself. That came straight from his mouth.
Rocky Johnson told us that he was as well. So
yeah, well, Dick didn't hide it. He wasn't ashamed of it. And I asked Dick one time. I said, "Dick, why you hate blacks?" He said, "I don't hate blacks." He said, "I like you and I like Rufus." I said, "Why you like me and Rufus?" He said, "Y'all no fool around with white girls." And I said, "What they got to do with it?" He said, "You ever hear the old saying, once you go black, you never go back?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "You know what it means?" I said, "No." He said, "The only way to make a white baby is a white man and a white woman. No other way." He said, "With a black guy, if he impregnate a Spanish girl, the baby's black. If he impregnate a white girl, the baby black. Look at Obama. His mother was white, father black, Obama black. Tiger Conway Jr. Tiger Woods, the golfer. Tiger Woods, the golfer. His mother Oriental, father black, Tiger Woods black. My grandfather is Scottish, McDuffie. I'm not. Do I look Scottish to you?
No.
No, because in mixing.
And you don't have the accent either.
Not even the accent. not nothing. But what he was trying to tell us, that the claim was created to preserve the white race. That's why in politics now, if you know, every issue in the United States is a woman issue. Because only a white woman can give birth to a white baby. There's no other woman on the planet can give birth to a white baby. Now, a black woman, she only give birth to black babies. I don't care who the father is, that baby is black.
Yeah.
No matter who the father is, the baby's gonna be black. A black guy, whatever woman he impregnate, the baby is black. So, if you take American history to teach you a lesson, Thomas Jefferson, all of his descendants was black. He was the last white person in his family. So the best way to destroy the white race, if anybody want to destroy the white race, all they got to do is impregnate all the white women with minority babies. Because there's only one way to create a white baby. A white man and a white woman, and ain't gonna happen either other way. And if a white girl get impregnated by a black baby, and let's say you have a daughter, for example, that's what made Hogan so pissed off, because he wanted his daughter to follow his trend. You got a white daughter, blonde hair, blue eyes. She married a black guy. Your grandkid's black. So your daughter is the last white person in your family. The Black Panther years ago, you put these pamphlets underneath people's desks in a black neighborhood. Say the best way to destroy the white race, is to impregnate their women's.
Was Dusty Rhodes racist? As many people would say he was, and some people just deny it.
There was nobody in America. I would say, instead of just name certain people,
Yeah.
there was nobody in America in the 70s, in the 80s. There was not. They was raised that way. And people always look at racism from whites. There was a lot of racist blacks too. There's still more racist blacks today than it was.
It's just not considered as racist when they're
Because they black. You understand what I'm saying? Because they black. But I tell you, I live in Maine. Maine is 98% white. I'm safe in Maine. In Chicago, where in every black neighborhood, 90% of black homicide is done by blacks. 90%. 74% of black kids grew up without a father. I'm safer in an all-white neighborhood than I am in an all-black neighborhood. The only thing black people have to worry about in America is other blacks.
Yeah.
We ain't got to worry about the clang. We ain't got to worry about some white guy coming doing anything to us. We have to worry about each other. Look at the homicide rate that they're done among. The highest crime rate in my country is black on black crime. Nobody want to say that, but it's true. We kill each other left and right.
Yeah.
Look at these young kids now. They shoot you for looking at them wrong.
Right.
They have no respect. Nobody want to work no more. They want to make fast money and just blow each other's brains out. They don't do nothing to help the community. Communities falling apart. Families falling apart. 74% of black kids grew up without a father. So they don't even care enough about their own kid. So how can a person, if you don't care about your own child, who in the hell do you care about? But we always looking for someone to blame. I would rob every bank in the world if I could blame somebody else for it. People, in my book, you read my book, this is what I put down for me. This is for me, not nobody else. My success in life, I owe to thousands of people. My success. My failure in life, I owe to me. Couldn't nobody destroy Tony Adams. People say, well, Vince did use me as an example, but I put myself in that position. If I'd been doing my job and listening to S.D. Jones, my very best friend, and staying away from them guys, thinking I could get away with what they got away with, Vince would not have picked me. He couldn't have picked me. But he picked me because I was in the group.
Yeah.
But if I was in the group, association bring on simulation. If I been keeping my nose clean, making the shows, doing what I'm supposed to do, Captain Lou Albano said, Tony, keep your nose clean. They going all the way with you, all the way. Which means they was going to make me world champion. I was supposed to beat Backlund way back before Hogan even made the movie. They already started the match. They already started working the angle with Backlund hit me in the crotch.
Yeah.
I already working against Backlund.
Just on Backlund for a second, you mentioned in your book that you found him arrogant. Did you really think he was more of a heel personality?
Yeah. They had him in the wrong position. They tried to make him a babyface. But what ended up happening was he was in the wrong position for the time. He would have made a great babyface in the 70s, in the 60s. But the new babyface was more what they call a rugged babyface, like a Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Or what about changing Billy Graham to a babyface? Because it seemed like the fans at that time were cheering him when he was bad almost.
Yeah, but see, that's what happened in the wrestling world. Nobody liked the good guys no more. Vince McMahon, the one thing he got rid of was baby faces. John Cena talked the same way as Ric Flair did. In the 70s, Flair got booed. Cena get cheered. Yeah. You could not brag on yourself as a babyface. Babyface don't brag, and they don't put people down. You did the good thing. That's why you was a babyface. You did everything like John Wayne. He wouldn't hit you unless you did something to you. You know, he would hit you with the last thing John Wayne did. Clint Eastwood, that's the first thing he did. Yeah. You know, Arnold Schwarzenegger went in as a heel, as a Terminator. They had to bring him back as a babyface. The world loved bad. Nobody likes good. How many movies they made on Sister Teresa? And how many movies they made on Al Capone? Who talks about good people? Everybody we go see a movie about, oh yeah, they got this new movie about Billy the Kid. Okay. Jesse James. Okay. Al Capone. Okay. OJ. Okay. Nobody likes good no more. The good guys in the world today finish last. When Obama was president, he's too nice. He's too good. Yeah. They hated him because he was just too, they say he was weak because he was good. So if you're a good guy, you are considered weak. If you understand it, you consider weak. If you compromise, you consider weak. If you concerned about other people's health and welfare, you consider weak. So everything that is good about human mankind is considered weakness today. If you don't care nothing about nobody but yourself and you crap all over the world and crap all over everybody else, you're great.
Now, I heard the story in your book of Harley pulling your pants down in Atlanta and exposing you.
Well, I just got back from the contest I was telling you about winning the Mr. Georgia title, getting ready for the Mr. USA. So Ole Anderson said, I was showing the boys my trunks that I wrestled in. I'm on the Klondike Bill say, oh man, you wouldn't get me in them things. What they was like bikinis, little bikini pants. So Ole Anderson said, I just got an idea, because he was the booker there. Wear them to the ring tonight. I said, Ole, they're posing trunks, your sack is hanging out. Oh no, the kids, the girls will love it. The girl will love it. He said, you can show off that big package of yours. He said, if I have what you have, I go out there naked. So I went out there, and at Harley Race, old school, he had his back to me, warming up and everything. He came into the ring. You know how Harley come in the ring, grab the ring, squat down, pull on it a little bit. Still got his jacket on. He ain't looked at me yet. I'm already in the ring. Freaking Harley, all of a sudden he go. He walked over, warming up. What in the fuck you got on, kid? I said, Ole told me to wear these things. He said, ain't no fucking strip tease. This is a wrestling man. And, Harley got the thing up, over top his neighbor, the how up tight and everything like that. They fucking kids out here. What the fuck? He just cursing the whole time. So we wrestling. He still fussing in the ring about these damn trunks. Finally, he said, give me a backdrop, kid. So I threw him into the rope. I bent over to give him a backdrop. As he went over me, he grabbed them dadgum trunks and pulled them all the way down to my knees. And I pulled him up real fast and I snatched him in the headlock. Because then I took him over because I wanted to go down so I could, tuck my balls in and everything. And I said, Harley, what you do that for? He said, oh, I just want the people to see the dark side of the moon. So we started laughing. We finished the match. I never wore them trunks in the ring again. Never again.
And you also say that he would bite your nipples while you were wrestling him. What the hell was that?
Well, sometimes when you get sweet with Harley.
Yeah.
See, every young lad started feeling their oaks. Everybody started feeling their oaks. Well, I started feeling my oaks a couple times with Harley. So I got a little stiff with him in the ring. So Harley would take my nipple in his mouth and say, if I bite your nipple off, you won't be able to win no more of them contests now, can't you? Loosen up, cocksucker. He just would remind you, take it easy.
And why is it that Ric Flair didn't ever like to drive with the undercard guys?
Well, because the guys that underneath you, they want to move up in your spot. So if any promoter want to get anything on Ric Flair, all you got to do is ask an undercard guy. He would do anything to get in Ric Flair's spot. And Flair told me he won't rob him because he said, Tony, you got your spot. You already on top. He said, that guy want my position. The people on the bottom all want to move up the ladder in all sports. So if they could do something to bring Ric Flair down, to pull themselves up, they do it in a heartbeat. So he only hung out with people along his caliber. We're the same thing in real life. I mean, if you got money, you living good, people jealous of you, they want what you got, you don't give them what they got, what you got, they start attacking you. That's why the tabloid are so big. We always want to attack those that is above us. See?
Now, I know you met Blackjack Mulligan when you were still a non-wrestler, and you've known him quite well. Why was he so tough? Everyone always says Blackjack was one of the...
Well, one thing about Blackjack, he had mittens for hands. He didn't have regular hands. He had mittens for hands. He was an ex-Marine, so he knew a lot about fighting. He had a short fuse. And also, he was 350 pounds and 6'8", or 6'7". And when he hit you, he knocked you in the middle of next week. That's the main reason. He was one of the biggest, toughest ex-Marines that this business ever seen. But me and him always got along great. I had a lot of respect for Jack. He worked with me many times, you know. I felt his power. I felt his weight. I knew what he could do to me. Him and Bruiser Brody, they were just big, huge, powerful men. And it took a lot to take Mulligan down. Nobody wanted to mess with Mulligan.
And do you have any stories about The Rock you could share with us?
Well, most of the stuff that I know about The Rock, I don't like talking about because I knew him more as a child. And you know, you leave kids alone. So my whole experience with Dwayne, he probably don't remember a lot of him, but when he was a child, I remember him as a child, and I didn't see him again until he came back as in 1997 as Rocky Maivia. Then I spent maybe a week or two with him then, and then after that he left, and then I didn't see him anymore. So my most experience with The Rock was when he was a child.
And how are things with you and Rocky Johnson now? I know you're doing a show with him tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah.
I know you guys don't always talk the best about each other, but when you see each other, are you friendly?
Oh yeah, well, I like Rocky. I got a lot of respect for Rocky Johnson. See, Rocky was brought up in a time where there was only room for one black on top. So the moment he see another black, that was his competition. See, among the blacks, whites were not my competition. Whites were not Rocky Johnson's competition because a white guy couldn't take Rocky Johnson's place. A white guy couldn't take Tony Atlas' place. Even in wrestling now, they got certain pecking orders. So Vince would say, I got two black wrestlers right here. Because I'm on Rocky call when I was with SD with my partner. Rocky tried to come in there. Vince Sr. told him, I got SD Jones and I got Tony Atlas. I don't need another black. I got two. You understand?
Yeah.
And it used to always be one black was on top, another was on bottom. Vince Sr. was the first promoter to put two blacks on top when he made us tag team champion. That would have never happened again. It never happened before in the business. Normally one would be the top guy, the next be the bottom guy. When I was wrestling with Rufus R. Jones, Rufus was on top, I was on bottom, underneath Rufus. Then with Thunderbolt Powers, if Thunderbolt was here, I was here. See, then when Thunderbolt left, they moved me up here. Then when I was with SD Jones, SD was here, I was here. But then Vince did this. Vince Sr. did.
Yeah.
For the first time in pro wrestling. They did a lot of stuff, because that was in the 80s then, so a lot of the feelings about black champions were kind of slowly disappearing.
Now you're wearing one of your Tony Atlas Mr. USA shirts, as everyone can see.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to buy a Tony Atlas shirt, where could they go?
They go to Pro Wrestling Tees, and they got the Tony Atlas shirt. And they got several Tony Atlas shirts, but this is my favorite. That's why I wear this one all the time. I like this one. But if you go on there, you see several different T-shirts that Pro Wrestling Tees did for us guys.
And anyone that wants to purchase art from you, you do custom artwork as well, I understand.
Or you can contact the Auburn, Maine YMCA. The YMCA in Auburn, Maine.
And we'll definitely put your other contact information in the description of this video for anyone watching this right now. Anything you want to say to close off this part 2 of the interview?
Well, what I wanted to say, that I'm very fortunate at my late years in life to be booked here, to wrestle here in Canada with one of the top promotion in the world. I'm very fortunate. I still got my health and no sickness or no illness. Most of all, I'm very fortunate to still be here. There's a lot of guys that I've traveled with, Andre the Giant, Randy Savage, Ronnie Piper, SD Special Delivery Jones, the Fabulous Moolah, Mae Young. What all them people got in common, They're all deceased.
WWE Hall of Famer, first African American tag team champions in WWE with Rocky Johnson. He's wrestled for Great North Wrestling. He's wrestled all over the world, Puerto Rico, 2 Hall of Fame rings. And he has promised me he's going to twerk in this interview. So stay tuned. He's going to twerk.
I'm gonna show you all my wrinkles.
Let's see those guns. You were showing me them earlier. Yeah, you haven't missed any time in the gym, have you?
Oh no, I'm gonna hit it in the morning too. I work out like 4 days a week now, Hannibal. I go Monday, I do chest, shoulders, and tricep. I go Tuesday, do back, biceps. Of course, I do abs every day. And then on Wednesday is my leg day. And then on Friday, I do a total body workout from head to toe. That's where I hit everything twice. But on my Friday workout, the only thing I do for my chest is just bench press. Then I do shoulder press. And then I do deadlift for my back. And then I do squats for my legs. And, of course, barbell curls and tricep extension.
Well, you look good.
Thank you, brother. But, we have to stay healthy. We only get one body.
That is true. And you've lasted longer than a lot of wrestlers.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I do it because of, good people like you and all the fans out there that encourage me when I go places to do autograph signing. People give me compliments and say, Tony, you stayed in good shape. You look good, brother. Keep it up. And, when people say stuff like that to you, it make you feel good.
There's a fan on here. By the way, there's going to be some fans tipping you today, Tony.
It's a bad word.
Carlos just tipped you $20, and he says you're one of the all-time greats, Carlos Ray.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he doesn't even have a question for you. He just wanted to give you a $20 tip.
Oh, thank you. I could use it.
Johnny has a question for you. He says, any chance of writing a second book? Your first one was very good. I agree. Your first one was excellent.
Well, I would love to do a second book if I could find somebody to write it, because believe it or not, there was a lot of stuff left out of the first book. I don't know if I told you this before, Hannibal, but when I was a kid, I was talking to my buddy about child molestation, and I almost got molested twice when I was a kid. And when I told the guy about it, the guy that wrote my book, he said, well, we don't want to put that in there.
Oh, so you want to go in more details of all that stuff.
Right, about how it was. Because, see, my mother, when we grew up, Mom worked all the time. And so my grandmother kept us. But, Grandma was old, so we slept away from her. Well, they had a lot of pedophiles and stuff in my neighborhood. And what made me think about it was when I hear the story about Marty Jannetty, when he told his story. I didn't kill the guy because I was like between 6 and 8. But when I was 6, I almost got molested by a guy that worked for called the Big Brothers, And then another guy pretending to be a policeman, he tried to molest me, but both times, my brothers, my oldest brother, they protected me both times, but I always thought what would have happened to me if they wasn't around. And that what really got me into all this sports. I started my career with the Police Athletic League. I wanted to learn how to box, so I was a boxer up until about 19 years old. I started when I was 6, going to Police Athletic League. I went there about 12 years. I did the glove, and plus I did amateur wrestling and weightlifting because I didn't want nobody taking advantage of me ever again.
And there's a couple more questions on here from the fans. M. Max says, Tony, are you ever going to come back to visit Roanoke, Virginia? I'm sure the mayor would love to have you here for a Tony Atlas Day.
I would love to do that. You tell them, just give me a call. Just contact Hannibal. Just tell them contact you, and you set it up for me.
There you go. And I can be reached on Twitter at Devin Hannibal. Tony is on Twitter at Real Atlas, but he doesn't answer it. Maybe we can get this out of the way now. If someone wants a drawing from you, you do artwork or an autograph, where can they contact you to get that?
Well, I'll tell you the best way to do it is just to call Mike here. Mike get me a lot of work. In fact, he just had me to do a drawing for him. And he get me to do. He do a lot of work. And what they do, they send me a picture. I don't know if you can see it. But I'm trying to show it to you. Right there, I got ECW guys. See, let me have that day. 11 by 17. You probably can see that butter. You probably can see the 11 by 17 butter because that's kind of big. See now this is a print of the artwork. As you can see, I got Sabu, Tommy Dreamer, and the Sandman. And I just did this one for Mike here, and he loved it. But this is just a print. The original is 18 by 24. So all they do is just contract Mike because Mike, he been doing that for me. So far, this is like the fourth drawing that he got for me. And Mike could tell you exactly what the deal is. You send your money, I'll PayPal him, and Mike would text me a picture. And I don't only just draw your favorite wrestler. I could put you in the picture with your wrestler. Like let's say if you like Hulk Hogan or you like Bruiser Brody, then I could draw Bruiser Brody and I could put you in the picture with Bruiser Brody. So it don't matter how many people in the picture. I have done pictures that much with 9 people in it.
So where can they contact Mike? It's Mike Hamilton, right? Where can they reach him if they want to buy one of your things?
You just call Mike. Tell him. Mike Hamilton
on Facebook. Mike Hamilton on Facebook.
Yeah, Mike Hamilton on Facebook. He handled that stuff for me because I don't have no PayPal or nothing, you know.
Okay. Well, Tony Smith tipped you $10, and he has a question for you. He says, "Greetings from St. Louis. Any stories about Sam Mushnick? Also, he loves your artwork that you've done for Bruiser Brody."
Yeah, I do Bruiser Brody for television, Viceland TV, and I just did an Abdullah and Bruiser Brody for Mike. He contracted me to do one, and I enjoyed doing pictures of Bruiser Brody simply because you know it keeps him alive. You know, he died at a very young age. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have. I mean, it was horrible. He didn't die. He got murdered, to make it plain and simple. But yeah, Sam Musket, he was such a great promoter that people forgot the name of the building. When they talk about it, they say, "You're going to see, you want to go see his show." So he was one of the all-time great promoters, gave me a lot of advice when I first started off in my young career. Very nice, pleasant man. He spoke his man, shoot for the hip, no bull crap. Wonderful gentleman.
And Road Warrior Animal recently passed away. I saw a video where it appeared something unusual happened with you in a match with the Road Warriors at one point. Was that just working, or was there some heat at one point?
Not Animal, it was with Hawk. With Hawk, right?
With Hawk, yeah.
Yeah, well, see, the Road Warriors, when they first started, what they do, they would just go in and throw guys around. They didn't work with guys. I mean, they just beat the living crap out of you. Well, as you notice, as soon as Hawk got in the ring, Animal always been a businessman. Animal always been a good worker. He was the strongest of the two. He was the toughest of the two, but he was a businessman more than anything else. But Hawk was kind of like an animal. I mean, he just loved to fight. He was just a hard-nosed, rough, tough guy. And so he tried to intimidate his opponent before the match started. That way, they would let him do whatever he wanted to do to him. But then once I'm not trying to blow my own horn, but at that time, for a guy that had a 650 bench, you can't intimidate that guy too much. So he couldn't intimidate me.
There's another fan question on here. He saw a match on YouTube where you fight Onita for the FMW title, and you had the ICW title in 1990. And he asked, "What are your thoughts on Onita? Do you remember the match? And did you like going to Japan?"
No, but I'll tell you, Hannibal, I don't. But I'll tell you something that's so strange. A guy gave me a tape to watch. So I take the tape home and watch it. All the matches on the tape was me and Hacksaw Butch Reed. I don't even remember teaming with him. I must have got 10. Do you know I teamed with Hacksaw? You knew that? Where was that at? Was that World Class or Mid-South? Mid South. Yeah, it was me and you know, and I could not remember teaming with him. Ain't that strange?
Well, I don't remember a lot of my matches, and my career was a lot shorter than you, so I believe it.
Yeah, it's a lot of people I was wrestling with, a team with. I don't remember. I mean, I remember the person, but I just don't remember the matches. There were just so many. See, we wrestled in the old day what people don't realize. We wrestled every day except for we on time we got off with 10 days before Christmas. We was off from the 15th of December until the 25th of December. The rest of the time, you know, we was on the road 24/7.
Krilling 876 to $2, and he says, "Do you have any memories of your feud with Ken Patera?"
Oh yes, I remember Ken Patera. We started our feud in Mid Atlantic. Our wrestling, and I beat Ken Patera. And people don't remember, I beat Ken Patera for the Mid Atlantic Championship in Roanoke, Virginia. And then me and Patera, I went to WWF at that time, and then our feud continued. We were, you know, he was a very, very strong man, very strong man. So I remember just about every match I ever had with me and Ken Patera.
Iron Fist Films tips you $10, and he says he was trained to wrestle by King Kong Bundy, and he wonders if you have any stories about King Kong Bundy.
Yes, this is one that people don't know. I press slammed King Kong Bundy. He was not King Kong Bundy. He was wrestling as Chris. And it was in Allentown, Pennsylvania. In fact, I got a drawing of that I did. It was in Allentown, Pennsylvania, and he came down at what we call a jobber. In other words, he came there to put guys over. So McMahon wrote his name down, Vince McMahon Sr. They put Bundy in the ring. When as soon as Bundy went to the ring, all the wrestlers ran to the front door to look. And I remember SD kept saying, SD Special Delivery Jones said, "Boss man would get him. Boss man can lift him. Boss man can get him up. Boss man can get him up." And I go, what the hell are they talking about? So then they announced me, Mr. USA told me. I came through the door and I saw this 450-pound guy standing in the ring. So I said, oh my God, they want me to press slam this guy? I said, they just trying to make me look silly. So I get to wrestling Bundy, and believe it or not, the match is on, I saw the match on YouTube or one of them channels. We wrestled around. Bundy was taking a hip toss, the backdrop, flying mirror. I mean, he flew around the ring like a guy 130 pounds. So I press slammed him, and Vince said, well, how do you get him up there, Tony? I said, well, he jumped up to here. All they had to do was lock him out. Then he said, he jumped all the way up. I said, he jumped up on top of my head. All I do was just do the lockout. And they never showed the match on TV. The match was never shown on TV. They sent Bundy away, and the next time I saw him, he came out with the bald head. But in the match, you see me wrestling, he had long hair. He had a gimmick kind of like the one-man gang gimmick.
Do you have any stories about wrestling at the Capitol Center outside of Washington, D.C.? Kenneth wants to know.
I remember wrestling at the Capitol Center. I wrestled Hogan there. I wrestled a lot of people there. That was one of my favorite places. Believe it or not, that was one of my favorite places to wrestle, that and Baltimore. But the Capitol Center, I used to love. I'd rather wrestle at the Capitol Center than Madison Square Garden. It was just, the atmosphere was just much, much better.
Tommy in the Bronx tips you $50, and he says he met you a few times and you're a class act.
Well, I'm an act, all right.
Angel wants to know if Too Cold Scorpio was misused by WWE. And one more thing, any tips today are going to Tony for anyone just tuning in here. He's had a rough time for lockdown, so it's all appreciated. But any thoughts on Too Cold Scorpio?
Too Cold Scorpio probably one of the people don't realize this. He probably one of the toughest wrestlers that this business ever seen. You know, he was trained in Japan, and in Japan, as you know, they would beat the crap out of you. So when Too Cold first went over, they was kicking him from one end of the ring to the other. By the time Too Cold's left, he was kicking everybody else around the ring. But I think Too Cold Scorpio is mainly known for his third leg to put his mouth in.
Yeah, I've heard the stories, but
I mean,
I'm more invested in the women's body parts than the men.
Oh, yeah, the women be hollering. You can hear them down in the lobby.
You got a $5 tip from Vera7331. He says he saw you wrestle Jesse Ventura in Boston in '82. Any thoughts on wrestling Jesse?
Jesse was the type of wrestler that before the ring, he would come up to you and say, "You know I was a Navy SEAL, don't you? I'm a tough guy because I used to be in the SEAL." But Jesse was the type of wrestler, he knew how to work the people. I put it this way, Jesse knew how to work without working. He told me one time, he said, "I don't take slams, I don't take backdrop, I don't take hip toss." He named every bump in the book. He said, "Did I leave anything out?" I said, "No, I think you covered it all." He said, "We're going to have a great match." And also, the funny thing about me and Jesse started his career. His first match was Omar Atlas. Omar Atlas was his first match. And Jesse lost by DQ. His last match was Tony Atlas in Winnipeg, Canada, and he lost by DQ. Now, is that strange?
Well, that's pretty interesting that you had his last match because he's one of the most successful wrestlers of all time, of course.
Yeah.
Governor and a movie star,
his
too.
first match was in Winnipeg, Canada, and his last match was in Winnipeg, Canada.
Wow.
And
I hope to interview him one day.
Atlas was his first. Well, I learned about it from his book, "Don't Have No Time to Bleed," and he put that in his book that he started and ended his career with an Atlas.
I recall that now.
Yeah,
you mentioned that. I remember it now.
Yeah.
Tony Smith gives you $5, and he says, "Do you have any stories about Ernie the Cat Lad?"
Yes, this is a story that all the wrestlers know. Ernie Ladd was wrestling Rocket Johnson in Florida. Well, Ernie was getting ready to leave the territory, so they want him to put Rocket Johnson over. They wanted a Rocket to win. So Ernie said, "I will lose as long as you don't film it and put on TV. Because if you lose in the arena, only the people in the arena get to see you losing. When you lose on TV, everybody in the whole state of Florida see you lose." And Ernie, the old time, didn't like losing on TV because they wanted to come back one day. They wanted to keep themselves good to come back. So anyway, Ernie was wrestling Rocket Johnson, and Ernie looked up, and he saw the little red light come up on the camera. So Ernie saw the light. He said, they said they wasn't going to film the finish, and they filming it. So what Ernie did was roll out of the ring and got counted out. So later on, they called Ernie. Ernie was supposed to leave the next morning. They called Ernie, the Briscoe, Jack and Jerry Briscoe. And they told him to come down to the office. They want to talk to him. So Ernie, at 12 o'clock at night, went down to the office to talk to him. So they said, "Come on, Ernie, let's go take a ride." So they got the car with Ernie, they drove around, and they were smoking pot. So Ernie, they started talking about, "Ernie, you messed us up. You screwed us around. You know, we don't like that. You're supposed to do the job. You didn't do the job, blase, blase." So Ernie said, "Hey, let's not talk about wrestling no more." He said, "I got some real good stuff in the trunk of my car." Also, Ernie took his gun with him. He had a 38. He had his 38 with him, too. So Ernie went around the back of the car, and one of the Briscoe came to his right side. The other Briscoe came to the left side, and they tried to leg dive Ernie and take him down in the parking lot. Ernie pulled out the jack from the car, hit both of them in the head, and knocked them out. Then he started to leave them on the side of the road, but then Ernie started thinking they could get up and call the police and tell the police that I did this to him. So Ernie put him in the car, drove around until he found a policeman. He told the policeman, "These two guys tried to jump me," and the policeman ended up taking Jack and Jerry Briscoe to the place. But everybody know that story. Then there's another story about Ernie Ladd, Matt Bourne, and Hacksaw Jim Duggan got in the fight back in the back where Ernie had bad knees. And Ernie went to break up the fight. And his knee gave out on it. And I remember him saying, looking at me, go, Tony Atlas, y'all was that muscle there, Tony Atlas, and help me break up that fight, Tony Atlas. My knee is going on me. Will you help me out there, Tony Atlas? So I went over to help him. Now, Bill Watts came back Found out that me and Ernie broke up the fight and told Ernie, if you break up another fight in my dressing room, you fire. He said, when guys get a fight, let them finish it.
Interesting. Was there a lot of fights in your career that you saw in the dressing room, or was it rare?
Well, it wasn't so much in the dressing room. A lot of them was in the ring. I mean, I got into it with Saito in the ring because he wouldn't sell for me. We used to straighten guys out in the ring. We didn't, because the heels and the babyface dressed in separate rooms back in them days. So you had a heel dress room, you had a babyface dress room. So if you had a problem with a guy, 9 times out of 10, you settle it in the ring. Lars Anderson, I knocked him out in Michael Jordan. So yeah, guys would get stiff with you in the ring. If you couldn't do nothing about it, they would just beat the crap out of you right there in the ring.
Carlos tipped you another $20, and he said it was sure great seeing you again. You look great. And Krilling876 tipped you another $2, and he says, which opponent worked the crowd the best that you ever faced? Was it Macho Man or somebody else?
Dusty Rhodes. Got to be Dusty Rhodes. Dusty Rhodes didn't do that much wrestling if you stop and look at him. He just knew how to work the crowd. And next to Dusty Rhodes was probably, I would say, Hulk Hogan. See, a lot of guys get over like Bret the Hitman Hart. He never worked the crowd. Stone Cold Steve Austin never worked the crowd. They didn't have to. They knew how to work and get the crowd behind them through their wrestling. But you had a lot of guys that couldn't wrestle like that. It'll take of the two wrestlers, Dick Murdoch was an excellent wrestler, 3 times better than what Dusty Rhodes, but Dusty became bigger. Dory Funk Jr. was a better wrestler than Terry Funk Jr. But Terry Funk knew how to work the crowd, and Dory didn't. So a lot of times your wrestling ability was not as good. And the only guy I say that could do both, knew how to work the crowd and could get themselves over as a wrestler also, was Ric Flair. He had it going for both ends. And plus he was a great interviewer. So Ric Flair was like, everything. He had it all. He knew how to work in the ring. He knew how to work the crowd. He had a great interview. He knew how to sell. He knew how to get guys over. He knew how to get himself over. So Flair I would always say that Flair was always the best. Harley Race was probably a better wrestler than Flair, but Harley Race didn't have the charisma to go along with Ric Flair.
Teddy Long did an interview with me about a month ago, and he said that in the past Flair had called him the N-word. I know you said that you'd heard Flair using the N-word, but do you think he was actually racist, or was he just using a word that was more common back then? Because obviously he doesn't use that word anymore.
Well, you know how I feel about it. I think people calling people racist is getting kind of blown out of proportion. I mean, everybody probably had used that word sometime. It don't necessarily mean that they dislike black people or that they racist or anything. I think racism is a thing that we put a lot of attention on that we don't need to, because the world is not the same. My wife is white. I see a lot of white and black couples. We just had the first black president of the United States. Right now, with the election, we just got the first black woman vice president. I think the thing that we need to focus most on, not only in this country, but the world over, is not so much racism, it's sexism.
Lewis wants to know what your thoughts are on Pat Patterson and the big scandal the WWE had with the Ring Boys and Mel Phillips and Terry Garvin and all them in the early 90s.
Well, it's hard for me to speak on that because me and SD, we didn't get involved in that stuff. We know we hear things of what's going on, so it's hard for me to talk about anything. You know me, Hannibal. If I have no first class, if I wasn't there or if I wasn't involved, then I don't like spreading rumors. You know, I hear stuff about what went on with Mel Phillips and Pat and and all them guys, but I was not involved in that homosexual world, so I just kind of kept my distance from it.
Now, you've talked to us in detail before about what happened in Puerto Rico with Brody, But Janelle wants to know, when you went back to work in Puerto Rico in later years, were you ever afraid something might happen to you?
No, I wouldn't say afraid because see what happened. Colin was trying to rebuild his territory, so for something else like that to happen, he knew he couldn't get away with it. Plus, it was no money involved. The Brody incident, I think Brody told me he invested $20,000. He bought Gorilla Monsoon shares. And so that was more about business and money and stuff like that. But no, I felt very safe there because I think that the last thing that Carlos wanted was another scandal because the world is different now. If he would have never got away with it today because everything's on YouTube. That whole murder would have been on YouTube right nowadays. Somebody would have filmed it. Somebody would have taped it. I mean, it would have spread all over the world. People didn't know about Brody murder if you stop and think about it to Vice TV. I mean, with 27 years went by before the world knew about the Bruiser Brody incident. 27 years before the world knew about it. So they would have known about it within 27 seconds if it happened today. So the world is different now. Everything you do, we have what they call the Unabomber. That guy escaped law enforcement for more than 10, 15 years. Send out them bums. Then we had the Boston bomber. He got caught the same day. So it's different now.
There's a fan on here that wants to know if you have any Japan stories about the Iron Sheik or any stories at all about the Iron Sheik.
Well, I remember one time we were sitting at breakfast and they had this, what they call a shooter. I mean, one of the toughest shooter that this business ever had. His name was Carl Gotch. And everybody was scared of him. So Carl Gotch was just looking for somebody to show off on. So when I came in, he said, hey, one thing about all them weightlifters, they got pimps in that. He's nothing but a pimps in that geek. Everybody got them, got them big arms and big chests and all that. But he's a geek. I could stretch him, and within 2 minutes, all the guys that go lift them weights, they're nothing but wimp. The Iron Sheik was sitting with me. He said, I go to the ring with the Mr. of a USA of an Atlas, and I lift the weights, or with a Tony Atlas, and I like to lift the weights. You want to say the weightlifter is no good? You try the Sheik. Mr. Gotch, you come on. You try the Sheik. Carl Gotch back down.
Wow, that's pretty crazy.
He didn't want, and Carl Gotch was he was the most fierce man ever been in this business. That's why he never made no money, because he just wanted to stretch and beat up on people. I mean, he'd go over to Japan just to beat up on a guy. Carl Gotch was one of the, he was an animal. But I remember the Chief challenging him, and he backed down.
Interesting.
In Japan. That was in Japan.
Mike wants to know what your thoughts are on the recent passing of Kamala.
Kamala, I wish that if he passed, that he had passed happy, but I don't think Kamala been a happy man for a long, long time. I mean, it was just one bad thing right out. Now, the first, he get diabetes and lose both legs, and he wasn't getting booked that much, so he wasn't working that often. He didn't want to be seen out in public because of the loss of his legs, and then I don't think he died happy. That would make me sad. There was no happiness in his life after he left the WWF. There was no happiness in his life. So he died a sad man. He wanted the saddest death that I knew,
Now, I know you used to date one of the girls that also used to date Jimmy Snuka. Jesse wants to know what your thoughts are on the murder of Jimmy Snuka, and if you've seen the Dark Side of the Ring documentary on that.
Well, it wasn't a murder, I would say. It was an accident. I wasn't there in the room, but I dated a girl named Lisa. She was my second wife, and she was in the room, she told me, with Snuka. And what happened was they sent her and that girl to get some crack cocaine for Snuka. Well, they came back empty-handed because the dealer said he don't sell after 12 o'clock. Snuka was coming down. He did an 8-ball that day. The 8-ball is 3.5 grams of coke. So he was high as hell that day. They worked that big angle with Piper and Snuka and all that stuff. They were really pushing Snuka. So he came up on the bed and he hit her. and she fell to the floor. He killed her with one punch. He didn't mean to do it, but he beat her up the week before the cops had to call. He jumped on her the week before over the same thing. He wanted to go get him some dope, and she wouldn't go get it. So this time she did get it, but she came back empty-handed, so he just lost it.
And unfortunately, earlier this year, your tag team partner, Rocky Johnson, passed away. Do you have any thoughts on his passing? And did you happen to attend his funeral, which I understand there was a lot of...
There was my invitation on it, and I was not invited.
Okay, so you weren't invited.
I was not invited, no.
Oh. Were you surprised that he passed away? Because I know you would see him.
Yes, because I talked to Rocket about 3 days before. He kept coughing. He kept coughing and coughing and coughing. I said, Rocket, you should go to the doctor. He said, I went to the doctor. They don't know what it is. That's what he told me. They don't know what it is. Then the funny thing about it, right after Rocket passed away, the coronavirus came out. So this is just my belief. I think he caught that virus.
That could be possible. Did you hear about everything that happened at his funeral?
I heard that Pat and Vince did not have nothing good to say about him.
Yeah, I mean, I only heard that secondhand, but that's what I heard from some people that were there. So it was unusual.
Yeah, but they were not the best of friends anyway. If you stop and think about it, when me and Rocket lost the title, they never brought Rocket back for nothing. They never used him. Rocket's career ended right after we lost the belt. I think it was in '83. Rocket was in the best shape of his life, and Vince cut him loose. And, I stayed there all the way up until about '87, or so, before I left. But Rocket came back when we lost the belt. He told Vince, he said, I'm not going to let you make a jobber out of me like you did S.D. Jones. And he left. And they never called Rocket back for anything, except for the 1997. They brought him back when they were doing a little skit with his son. But other than that, if you stop and think about it, they never invite Rocket for anything. I mean, they brought me back to do stuff. Legend House, managed Mark Henry, Saba Simba. I mean, I got brought back several times, but Rocket was never brought back. They just cut him off.
Conspiracy 515 tips you $5. He says, where did your whole foot fetish come from? I don't think it's a foot fetish. I think it's a running shoe thing, but where did that originate from?
Well, having a fetish is something started when you was a kid. See, now I don't know this for sure, but I was talking to this guy and taking up this psychologist stuff, and this is what he told me. See, I came from a family of 9 kids. 5 boys and 4 girls. If you got one meal a day, you was lucky. I didn't start walking until I was 3 years old. So I was always crawling around the floor. So I was always and it was mostly in the black neighborhood, the men impregnate the women and then they leave. So most black men in America are raised by a woman. So there was always women's around. My mother told me, she said, every time I come on, you would curl up underneath somebody's feet. So I think a whole lot of stuff that we do came from what happened to you as a child. Most of your serial killers and stuff, something they had an incident when they was a child that caused them to do this. Most of your rapists and even some people that participate in the homosexual community. Some is born homosexual, but there's a lot of one that picked it up. They probably went to jail or they got fun with when they was a child that caused them, to do that. And I think that's what they're going to say. Somebody is bisexual. He was born to be straight, but because he had some involvement with his own sex at a very, very young age, that he got to enjoy that side of the fence too. So I think a lot of this stuff is stands for how a child is raised, your upbringing. Just like me almost being molested, it was got me into sport. I wanted to learn how to defend myself. I wanted to be big and strong so people don't mess with me. I didn't want to get raped by no man, which almost happened to me twice.
Stephen Parker wants to know if you have any good stories from WWE Legends House.
Not good. I don't have no good one, no. The only good part about it was the paycheck.
I can imagine. It would be a nightmare. It sounds like an absolute nightmare. Didn't Roddy Piper escape at one point?
Well, see what Vince did, he put all the people together that he know didn't get along. That was the idea. We didn't know each other. I didn't know anything about Piper. Nothing. I knew nothing about Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Nothing about Jimmy Hart. I never spent more than 5 minutes with anybody in my whole life that was on Legend Out. We was all complete strangers to each other. See, people think because you're in the business, you know this guy. Well, they had cliques. Guys would travel with certain people. If you didn't travel with this guy, you didn't know what this guy did if you didn't travel with him. And I was mostly a loner because I was all into the weightlifting and all this and that stuff. So on my schedule, if you stay with Tony Atlas, I don't get up that early in the morning. I used to get up at 6 in the morning. At 7, I was in the gym. By 9 o'clock, I would have my breakfast. Now, so you stay with Tony Atlas, you got to get used to getting up at 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and going to the gym. I didn't go out to clubs that much. I was a gym rat. So, the only guy that would hang around me was guy that liked to go to the gym, and there wasn't many back in them days.
Michael Allen Rubin wants to know, what was it like working with Buzz Sawyer? Is he a legit tough guy?
Well, see, that's another thing. Buzz Sawyer was a heel. So the only time I got to be with Buzz Sawyer was in the ring. See, the heels and the babyface didn't travel together. That's why I didn't know Piper. He was a heel. That's why I didn't know Jim Duggan. He was a heel. That's why I didn't know Jimmy Hart, because he was a heel manager. Pat Patterson was a heel. Me and Hillbilly Jim was only baby faces in that whole thing. And then Howard was an office person. So Howard worked in office. So the only baby face in Legend House was me and Hillbilly. That's why we got along, because we knew each other a little bit before we got there. But heels and babyface, people always ask me about these heels. I knew nothing about them. We couldn't hang around them. You got fired, they catch you with a heel. One time, Wahoo McDaniel and Ric Flair were riding together in the same car, and George Scott fired him.
Wow.
But he brought him back because he had to, because of the house,
Interesting. There's a fan on here that wanted to know if you ever wrestled Bad News Brown.
No.
What were your thoughts on him? I guess you never met him.
I didn't know him that well. He mostly stayed in Japan a lot. I met him a couple of times, but I think Brand New Brown came to WCW or WWE during the time that I was doing the independence. But I think I met him maybe about twice my whole life. I probably seen him about twice my whole life.
Michael Allen Rubin wants to know, who is the stiffest wrestler you ever worked? Oh, we may have lost him for a second. We'll get him back. I think he just froze, guys. Thank you so far for the tips. They're all going to Tony. And, of course, with this lockdown.
Well, I didn't hear that.
Oh, he's back.
You break it up on me.
Sorry, I'll ask again. Who was the stiffest wrestler you ever worked?
What's going on there? Can you see me now?
Yeah.
Okay, we back.
Michael Allen Rubin wants to know, who was the stiffest wrestler you were ever in the ring with?
Well, see, back in the olden days, every wrestler you wrestle was stiff. Our job was to make the people believe. I hit Gene Anderson one time in the ring with an elbow. Give me an elbow. He told me, now excuse the expression, but I'm going to tell you exactly how Gene told me. He said, "You fucking cunt, you, with them big arms, is that as hard as you can hit? Hit me." So I drew back and hit him as hard as I could. He said, "Oh, yeah, there you go, kid. Lay him in. Lay him in." The guys used to lay him in. If you look at Ric Flair, he still wrestle old school. The guy said, if you don't feel it, don't sell it. That's just all the guys were stiff back then. We had no loose wrestler. The looseness started with the independent worker. That's when everything got loose. But with the old timer, they all were stiff. There were no such thing as too stiff in the ring. We used to call stiff to us when a guy refused something. That was stiff with us. But all the guys work slug, they work tight, and they laid in their chops.
Now the fans think it's a botch if it's stiff, when in reality it's
Well,
just
the guys now, Hannibal, are a lot softer now. You know, they soft as a grape. Some of these guys, they've never been hit, really hit. And if you hit most of them, they call that stiff. That's not stiff. We used to call that lay it in. Stiff is when a guy started to shoot with you. That's stiff. That's what stiff means.
There's a Dino Bravo fan on here that says he heard you say you saw, bench 495. Do you know if he ever got a higher number on the bench press than 500?
He had a blockage. He would bench press. It was in Georgia. Me and him was working out, and he went up to 495. Well, I put them little 2.5 on there, and he couldn't get it off his chest. Just that two. It was something about once you told him it was 500, he just couldn't do it. It was a blockage. But later on, he broke that. He broke that, and then, as y'all know, he did a hell of a lot more than that after that.
Brad wants to know if you liked the way that MTV portrayed you in the documentary that they did about you.
You talk about the wrestling?
The MTV, did you like the way that they presented you in that documentary?
Oh yeah, well they just filmed what they saw. I mean, they if I didn't do it, they couldn't film it. So they did. See, I wasn't supposed to be on that. What happened? My money man walked out on me on the show. So MTV wanted to film training to be a wrestler, independent wrestling, and then the big legs. But what ended up happening was, because he couldn't have filmed the independent guy, they decided to do a document on after the glory. So that was my share, was after the glory, but that was not their plan at first. It was what they did to follow up on the guy counseling 3 shows on them on the independent. They wanted to show the independent wrestlers. They did. I asked them. I said, "Can I be on it?" They told me no.
So it worked out better for you.
Yeah, but I wish they had went the other way, because our people already knew me, but there was so many great kids at that time, the talented kids that didn't get that break. They should have had that break. So I don't feel good about taking that away from them kids,
There's a fan on here that wants to know why you think Vince gave you that Saba Simba character that was short-lived.
Well, I'm not a man reader, so I really couldn't answer that question. But I don't regret it, because right before Saba Simba, a lot of people don't know, I was sleeping in Kennedy Park. I was homeless. I lost everything I had. I was sleeping in the park, and then when I met my wife Monica, she took me out of the park, took me home, washed me off, dusted me off, and gave me a new start in life. She saved my life. And then about a year after living with my wife Monica, we wasn't married then, Vince called me to do Saba Simba. And then when I left Saba Simba, my wife saved my money for me. I was able to go back to school and become a certified personal trainer. So it all worked out. So regardless of what people think about it, in the long run, it was long enough. Because after Saba Simba, I even got a little run down there with Cactus Jack and Barbarian down in WCW. So it all worked out. It got me back in TV, got people, using me again, So it wasn't bad, even though it was short run, but it was long enough for me.
Eric tips you $2, and he wants to know what wrestler got the most ladies.
Oh, who?
Eric, he's wondering what wrestler had the most girls.
Oh my goodness. That's hard to say. We all did. It was, if I would say everybody was equal, even if you was ugly, fat, and out of shape, you got the women's. You was a wrestler. You got to realize back in the olden days when we was wrestling, they only had maybe 4 TV stations. So if you was on one of the 4 stations back then, you was a big deal. Now you got over 100 TV stations. So being on TV now is not as glamorous as it was back. Anybody could be on TV now. Anybody could be on TV now. But you had to be something special to be on TV in the 70s, before cable television. So you only had like 4 or 5 stations. You had ABC, NBC, CBS, and public broadcast. And on the cable during that time
was HBO, and then Ted Turner had the first cable station, TBS. But if you was on NNM TV back in them days, you was a big shot. Everybody didn't get on TV back then. If you was on TV, it was the news, but you didn't want to be on the news because you did something wrong. You going to jail.
Long Duck Dong tips you $5, and he says, "Have you ever thought about starting a real wrestling federation like wrestling used to be back in the old days? Because we sure could use some of that right about now."
It's only one way of doing that. Every match gotta be the same. The philosophy gotta be the same in every match. The promoter have to take control of the show. You have to toughen the guys up to do a real match. They had to get toughened up where they could do a real match. Secondly, the guys had to be believable. You can't put a guy in the ring and he run across the ring and his chest and his stomach is bouncing around like jello. And you can't. In other words, it's hard to do a federation when you allow anything to get in your ring. They wouldn't let just anybody in the ring. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't let just anybody in the business. So yes, you could do that. You have to pretty much train them to do it 80% real. What they do got to be 80% real with a little bit of work in it. That's how we did it. Most of the matches were, when I wrestled Johnny Valentine, I didn't feel like it was a work. I felt like I was in a fight of my life. With Greg Valentine is like that now. When you wrestle Greg Valentine, you feel like you're in a real fight. And that's how most of the matches was back in them days. And that's why people couldn't see through it.
Rob tips you $5, and he's wondering if you have any Dominic DeNucci stories.
That Dominic DeNucci did what?
This guy Rob tips you $5, and he just wants to know if you have any stories about Dominic DeNucci.
The only thing I knew about Dominic DeNucci that the world don't know, that he was Olympic wrestling champion. And that's something nobody knows. He was an Olympic wrestling champion. He won the Olympics, I think, in the 50s or something. He was a champion, Olympic champion in wrestling.
John tipped you $5, and he said, "How long did you actually live in Roanoke, Virginia for?"
Who?
John tips you $5, and he's wondering how many years you actually lived in Roanoke for.
I live in Roanoke?
Roanoke, yeah, sorry, I'm pronouncing it wrong.
I went to Roanoke when I was 14, and I stayed there until I was 21. I was raised in Clifton Forge. I was raised up in Lowmore, Virginia. Born in Clifton Forge, raised in Lowmore, Virginia. But they always announced me for Roanoke because it was a big town. The town I was raised up in had one store, the commissary, and it was ran by the railroad. I'm a country boy.
VO tips you $9.99. He wants to know what your favorite steroid is.
My favorite what?
He wants to know, I don't know if you ever took steroids, but he wants to know what your favorite steroid was.
The steroid we use for competition only. All the guys that built up off of steroids, they don't have muscles now. And they're not living now. So I didn't have a favorite steroid. Steroid was just something that guys used to give that little edge. In my day, I don't know what they use it for now, but in my day, give you a little edge. Like if I'm going to a bodybuilding contest and I weigh about 260, well, I'm gonna have to diet down to get cut. Well, without the juice, when I walk on stage, I'm gonna be about maybe 210. With the juice, I walk on stage, I'm gonna be probably, if I'm with 260, I'm gonna walk on stage about 240. And for bench press is concerned, without the steroid, I'm going to do maybe 550 on the bench. I had a natural 550 bench anyway. With the steroid, I probably get another 50 pounds. So they don't make that much difference in the development. You still have to do the work.
Lombardi 1969 wants to know, what are your memories of Fritz von Erich?
Oh, people love to ask me something that happened 50 years ago, don't they? Well, I know as much about Fritz. Like I said, y'all asked me about heels again. I was a baby face. Nobody cares about the baby face. They always ask me about heel. I didn't travel with Fritz. He was a heel. We couldn't be around him.
I see.
See, that's how Hannibal. They had a dressing room for the heels. They had another dressing room for the babyface. Remember, our job was to make the people believe. So if I was hanging around Fritz von Erck, to them, I was exposing the business. You understand what I'm saying? So you couldn't hang around a heel. That's why Abdullah was not in the dressing room when Brody got stabbed, because Abdullah was a heel and Brody, they turned him babyface. He was a heel, but then they turned him babyface. So he was in the babyface dressing room. We didn't come out the same door like they do now. They had a heel come out the one door, the babyface come out the other. You couldn't travel together. You couldn't even stay in the same hotel where we used to race. If we had a good hotel, we used to race to get there, see who get there first. If I see Ric Flair stand at desk checking into this hotel, I go to the next hotel. If I walk to a restaurant, I saw Ric Flair in that restaurant eating, I go to another restaurant. We was not allowed to be around each other. So you have to ask a heel about a heel in my day.
Eric tipped you $5, and he wants to know if the wrestlers back in the older days were ever afraid of catching STDs from ring rats.
I don't like them using the term ring rats because I think that's a put down to the women, because the biggest dogs was the wrestlers. So we were the ring rats, not the women. Them women, they were with one wrestler, and they waited, and they would do anything for this wrestler. But that wrestler, he was with this woman in Winston-Salem, another woman in Charlotte, another woman in Roanoke. They was with a different woman every night of the week, but yet they called the women they was with rats, because the women were fascinated with them. So I don't think them degrading them women, because a lot of these women that dated wrestlers, they living now. They got kids, they got grandkids. And every time a wrestler called them a ring rat, I wonder how that woman felt that she fell for this wrestler who just used her for her body and kicked her to the curb and then calling her name. That's why I don't like to use that term, ring rats.
Long Duck Dong tips you another $2, and he says that you are a true legend. And Ryan Butler tips you $5. He says, what's the worst injury you ever had, and how do you continue being in such great shape?
The worst injury?
Yeah.
I broke my neck.
Wow, how did that happen? That's crazy.
Tommy Rich flipped the car 3 times. He flipped it 3 times, broke my neck. Tommy Wildfire Rich.
So it wasn't in the ring, it was outside the ring. How long was the recovery period?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't out long at all. I mean, I was out. I wrestled with a broken neck. You couldn't take time off back then. I still had to make the shows. I was in the hospital about a week. They put a halo on. Oh, they said, take that damn thing off your head. They put me back in the ring. I just had to be careful, that's all. But I couldn't miss. I was already booked. So, broken neck, broken leg, that's no excuse not to make the show. Not in them days. If you don't make the show, they just replace you.
Do you think a lot of the wrestlers today sign with the big companies are kind of whiners because right now they only wrestle 1 day a week? They have guaranteed contracts, medical people in the back, catering, which you guys didn't have a lot of the time. Like, what do you find about the attitudes of a lot of today's wrestlers who still complain, even though they're not easy?
See, first of all, they're not wrestlers. They're sports entertainment. They look at it as an entertainment. They're not wrestlers. Wrestlers are gone. It's over with. Done. Finish. Everybody now look at it as an entertainment, sports entertainment. They don't wrestle. I mean, how can you call it a wrestling match when you never grab a wrestling hold? It's all high spots. There's nobody wrestle no more. When last time you saw a wrestling match? Think about it. Where guys got out there really wrestling, grab a headlock, grab a wrist lock, take over. Nobody do that no more. They do high spots and they chop meat. That's what we used to call it, chopping meat and high spot. Nobody wrestles anymore.
Rob tips you $5, and he said, "What was it like wrestling in the Boston Garden?"
In the Boston Garden,
Yes.
the worst freaking place in the world to wrestle in. They would just shoot hot pennies. They get that rivet gun. They would shoot hot pennies in the ring on you. They would spit on you. They would throw urine on you. You had gigantic rats that big. You talk about arena rats. These was real arena rats. You know what I'm saying? With teeth and long tail. And it smelled like somebody used the bathroom all the time. And the fans were the meanest damn fans you ever want to see in your life.
All right. Well, I've been in some arenas like that where it smells like someone's in the bathroom all the time too.
Oh yeah, I mean the Garden was something. They had these gigantic rats used to run around all the time, and the fans would rally, brother. If they didn't like you as a heel, they would throw urine on you. They would spit on you. They would shoot hot rivet. None of the guys liked wrestling in Boston. That was the town all the wrestlers hated to go. The best place was like the Capitol Center, all the place. But when you went to Boston, what was that? Thunderdome? What was that thing they had? Mad Max?
Yeah, Mad Max the movie.
Yeah, that's what Boston Garden. That was it right there. That was it. Mad Max the movie. In fact, I think somebody went to the match in Boston Garden and made a movie from it.
Now, there's another $5 tip here for collecting cardboard. He says, "Thanks for the memories. You and Rocky were the first WWE Black Tag Champs. I rooted for you when he got tuned into wrestling in '83. You didn't have to
thank you.
Tip. Mark,
thank you.
Mark also tips you $5, and he says, "If you and Rocky Johnson would have stayed together, do you think you guys would have been the most popular tag team of all time?"
Yes.
There you go.
But it wasn't up to us. You know that.
No. And Super Liger tipped you $1.99 too. So little tips here and there. Some more, another $1.49 tip. You're getting tips here and there. James wants to know if you enjoyed working with Abraham Washington in WWE.
Yes, I did. Abraham Washington, he's a great guy. It was fun. It gave me a different revenue. I like wearing that suit every day. Made me feel important. No, it was fun. It was easy money. I was laughing all the way to the bank. I laugh all the way to the bank, brother. I mean, who can ask for a better job? I got paid to laugh.
That's excellent. I'm glad.
Come on, brother. You get paid to laugh.
Matt wants to know, which wrestler did you draw the best with, as far as which wrestler did you make the most money with?
Harley Race and Abdullah the Butcher. And Tommy Wildfire Rich. Tommy Rich, Harley Race, and Abdullah the Butcher were the people I drew the most money with.
Conspiracy 515 tips you $5. He says, after listening to New Jack throw it around without evidence, I'm curious, what would you consider being an Uncle Tom and sports entertainment?
What'd you say about New Jack now?
I guess New Jack called you an Uncle Tom. I don't even know what that word means, but I guess it's some type of...
Uncle Tom is a black person that get along with white people.
Okay, so this...
Yes, I like white people.
This person
so I'm Uncle Tom. Yeah.
Is asking what you think of New Jack calling you that.
I think he's a prick. He's a racist, low-life prick. Period. Talk about racism. See, when people talk about racism, you're always looking at white people. There's more racist black than are whites. I live in an all-white neighborhood in Maine. 98% of my state is white. In the town I live in, outside of the Somalian, but American blacks in my town, there's 6 of us. I have no fear, none whatsoever. You move into a black neighborhood and see if you got fear or not. So there's more racism in the black neighborhood than are in the white neighborhood.
Super Lager tips you $2. He wants to know how tough was Antonio Inoki.
Antonio Inoki did what?
He wants to know if you think Antonio Inoki was tough.
Oh, hell yeah. He wouldn't have been in the ring with Ali if it wasn't. That's why they put him in there. But somebody played a joke on. They went to Ali and told him Inoki going to take him down and break his leg. And then they told Inoki that Ali going to try to sucker punch him and knock him out. And that's what messed up the match.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. $1 million on hand, and some guy gonna play a joke, and the 2 guys went for it because they was afraid of each other. Ali was afraid of Inoki because Ali got in the ring with Gorilla Monsoon, so he know what a wrestler could do to him. You ever saw that tape what Monsoon did to him?
No, I didn't.
It's on YouTube. Go on YouTube. You type in Gorilla Monsoon versus Muhammad Ali. Ali didn't last more than a sucker once Monsoon got his hands on him.
There's another fan on here that wants to know what your feelings are on Ahmed Johnson. I don't know if you ever met him or not.
I met him. Like I said, he was a heel. See?
Yeah.
Y'all ask me about these heels again. In my day, I couldn't socialize with them guys.
I see. Michael wants to know your feelings on Angelo Mosca, who you had a bunch of matches with.
Angelo Mosca was a bully. And if you let him, he will bully you. The best way to get along with Angelo Mosca is do not let him bully you. You know? And he tried to bully me a couple of times. It didn't work in his favor. So he kind of gave up on that idea over a period of time. And then later on, but Angelo Mosca was an asshole, bottom line.
Mark wants to know if you've ever wrestled in Britain, in the United Kingdom.
Oh, many times, yep. I wrestled all over Europe, Asia. I wrestle all over the world.
What's your favorite city to wrestle in?
My favorite place to wrestle?
Yeah.
Germany.
Oh, interesting.
Germany, yeah.
Why is that?
The response of the people. See, there's not many African Americans in Germany. And they just, you know, I'm something special to them there. You know, when you go to any country that they don't have black people, you kind of special, you know, and Germany really respect athleticism. So my physique got over real good in German. You know, they real good.
Well, at one point they didn't like black people too much there, but I guess they had a change of heart.
Where?
In Germany, back in the Second World War, at one point they were really much against other races.
Well, we were too. We remember segregation?
Yeah.
Jim Crow? We were too.
For sure. Preston.
It wasn't just Germany, brother. I mean, you got to realize, we didn't desegregate until 1970. Germany started liking black long before America did. And Germany never had slaves. We are 400-year-old country. We had slaves for 350 years. And then we did 100 years of Jim Crow. So we can't talk about nobody. Trust me on that one. We slaughtered the American Indians. We're the only person in the world that ever dropped a nuclear bomb on human beings.
True.
No, I can't talk about. Hey, it's like the pot calling the kettle black. We all got a little, you know, I wash my hands in muddy water. Tried to do what my daddy told me, but I guess I wash my hand in a muddy stream. We all got a little dirt on our hand. Nobody could talk about nobody. That Jesus said, he who is without sin cast the first stone. We can't throw stones. People in glass houses cannot throw stones. We tried to beat up you Canadians in the War of 1812 to take Columbia from you. Remember that? Y'all whooped our ass and we didn't get that.
Yeah.
What was that, 1812? We tried to take the, what was it, around Washington, Oregon, that area there. We want to take that part. What was that, Columbia? Is that on the northern, the western part of Canada? Western Canada?
I really did not pay any attention at school. I know very little about it.
Oh, that's your history, brother. Yeah, y'all whooped our butt in that war. We tried to move more north.
Yeah.
Y'all stopped us in our track. In fact, the state that I lived at, Massachusetts, everything past Bangor used to belong to Canada. If you look at where I live, I really live in Canada. Because on the east, if I go east, I'm in Nova Scotia. If I go west, I'm in Quebec. You understand?
Yeah, true.
I'm surrounded by Maine. It's surrounded by Canada. The only way I could get out of Maine without going to Canada is to go south. If I go north, I'm in Canada. If I go east, I'm in Canada. If I go west, I'm in Canada. The only way that I can leave Maine is to go south. In fact, Nova Scotia is south of Maine when you look at it on the map.
Does WWE still come to Maine? I remember they used to do.
Nobody come to Maine anymore. I mean, nobody run matches up in anymore. It's like it just died out. You know, they got a guy to call Larry Hunter. He do a little bit here and there, but it's nobody with no big money that came in Maine for a long time.
Preston Davis has taken $15. He said one of the greats. He says, how much for a private wrestling lesson?
Well, they got a lot of wrestling schools down there, but in order for me to go all the way to Canada to train somebody, it'd be hard due to the fact of where he's at, you know? If he was in Maine, it'd be a lot easier for me to train. It's hard for me to train somebody that's not close by me.
Yeah, that could be difficult. And you're personal training people too, right? Are you still able to do your regular job?
Yeah. I work at the Auburn YMCA in Auburn, Maine. I'm a personal trainer at the YMCA.
There's a fan on here that wants to know what's the funniest rib you ever saw, and he says he saw you wrestle a bunch of times in Maryland.
I kind of stayed away from that stuff because I didn't like it, because I never liked making fun of someone else at their expense. So I didn't get involved in the ribs, because once you start doing it to other people, they're gonna be doing it to you. So the old timer taught me to stay away from guys that did ribs to people. So I didn't do much of that.
Is it true that Andre the Giant had heat with Big John Studd backstage?
Yes, he did, because they kept calling Big John Studd the Jank, and that used to piss Andre off. Andre said only one Jank, Andre, but John Studd never did nothing to Andre. It's just that they called him the Jank, and that pissed Andre off. You know, it's just like if somebody else calls somebody else Mr. USA, it's not going to make me happy. You know.
Yeah, I understand that. There's
Then
been
the guy gimmick away.
A bunch of fans on here tonight have wanted to know your thoughts on AEW. Have you seen any of it?
Yes, I did.
And what do you think? It doesn't sound like the type of wrestling that you like.
Well, I see Cody doing the same thing that Dusty Rhodes did. He built the territory around him. And once the promoter put himself in the ring, he will allow no other wrestler to rise above him. That's the problem when you try to promote, book, and wrestle too. You're going to center everything around you. And I think in order for AEW to succeed, Cody is going to have to decide he want to be a wrestler or he's going to be a promoter. But there's a lot of talent that Cody and them going to overlook because he's going to keep everything built around him, and that's you shouldn't do that. That's why Vince was so successful. Vince wanted to go into the ring, but his father would not let him because his father knew once he became a wrestler, he's going to put everything built around him. Jerry the King Lawler was the only one that was successful with that. He was able to promote and wrestle too. But you take like Dustin killed more talent than he built. He used, a lot of people that never got a break in his business because of his father. His father was the same way. He built everything around Dustin, And then when Dustin went down to WCW and Bill Watts was in WCW, they put their sons on top. Nick Goudas put his sons on top. Whenever you got a family business like that, like the Von Erich killed, they was always on top. Nobody got bigger than the Von Erich. So I saw this not just with certain people. I saw it with a lot of people. They just ain't going to let nobody get bigger than them. And Cody is not going to let anybody in AEW get bigger than Cody.
How did you personally get along with Dusty during your interactions with him over the years?
I got along great with him. I love Dusty to death. I love him to death. He never did me no harm, but I just knew his tactics. Let's put it that way. I knew his tactics. We all knew what each other did. We didn't dislike a person. We thought he was pretty smart, that he knew how to take care of himself. We just wish that we was in a position where we could take care of ourselves the way Dusty did. So I had no bad feeling about Dusty. I love Dusty Rhodes to death. He was one of my best friends.
There's a fan on here, Sean, that wants to know what your favorite year was in the wrestling business for yourself.
The first year is always your best.
Really? Well, not for me.
Well, stop and think about it. You got a little old country boy from the hills of Virginia. The most money I ever had in my pocket in one time was $50, and now I was walking around with $2,000 or $3,000 in my pocket every day.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good money.
Yeah. I mean, you have to look at it. So in my time, that was the most important thing. I couldn't believe when I first walked into that ring that I was actually a professional wrestler. And then to hear people cheer for you for the first time in your life. People cheering for you, patting you on the back, telling you how great you are. You know what that feel like, your first day of it?
Oh, it feels amazing.
Yeah, especially in them days because they didn't have independent shows. These was big shows, arena shows. So, I mean, I was in the Charlotte Civic Center, the Atlanta Omni, Madison Square Garden, and all these places with 20,000 people cheering your name and patting you on the back, and women's fighting to get to you. I mean, my goodness, think about that.
Yeah, those were the good old days. I wish I was.
Yeah, man, it was amazing.
Gregory said you are the pride of Patrick Henry High School in Roanoke, Virginia. Do you have any story in that town that you could share? Obviously,
I was on the wrestling team, and so the whole time that I was there in Patrick Henry, main thing I would do was try to get my classes because that Patrick Henry where they started integrating the schools. So I was there when they first integrated schools. So there was a lot of trouble between black and white that first year. By my senior year, black and whites was able to get along with each other a little bit. But it was a lot of separatism. The main thing, when I went to school, the main thing that I was taught, stay with them white girls and you'll be okay. So, but I just kept busy. I had no time for it. I went to school. I trained after school for wrestling. Then I used to leave that. I'd go to the Y and work out. Then I'd go home and eat and go to sleep. That was my whole schedule from age 16 till 20. That was my schedule.
Interesting. So if Rocky Johnson wasn't your favorite tag team partner, who would have been your favorite tag team partner over the years?
Tommy Wildfire Rich. Tommy Wildfire Rich.
Because you guys got along outside the ring, or
We were
what?
like brothers. Yeah, we were like brothers. And we were so good in the ring. I knew what Tommy gonna do, and Tommy knew what I could do. We didn't even have to call spot. We could read each other. He was my best tag team partner ever. I tell everybody that. Tommy Wildfire Rich.
Sin City wants to know, how was it working for the AWA? You were at the Showboat Hotel and conceded on a bunch of times. You asked this person once, I guess, to bring your wife into the dressing room, this fan, when he saw you in Las Vegas.
I don't remember. I told you I get old here.
Big moment for him, though.
Yeah. But for me, I mean, you know, how many times I went to the showboat, how many times I had a wife, and how many times I went to the dressing room.
Another fan wants to know, how was your relationship with Vince McMahon backstage?
It was good. Me and Vince, we friends. It just, you know, Vince just got no spot for me right now. He don't know what to do with me.
This is a funny question, Serrano. Would you ever let a big girl walk on you?
Who?
Would you ever let a larger female walk on you?
I don't want no other.
Really, you prefer
Yeah. I like big women walking on me. What's wrong? Amanda Storm used to walk on me. She was 235 pounds.
Really?
Amanda Storm was a big girl. I got pictures of me and her stepping on me.
Wow. But you don't, like, I guess some people have said you actually
But I'm
relieve yourself.
weird. They say I'm weird.
No, like, there's some stories, I guess the Honky Tonk Man has said it, that you'd actually relieve yourself when people walk on you. You don't.
How would
Right?
Honky Tonk know?
I don't know.
See my point? You know what Honky Tonk just said? What he just did? He told a lie. To see, a lot of wrestlers will exaggerate things that they hear about. Because remember what I just told you? Heels and babyface was not what? Together. That's why I asked you, how would Honky Tonk know? I never hung out with Honky Tonk. I never did anything with Honky Tonk except for wrestling him in the ring. He never hung out with me. See, a lot of wrestlers would tell you stuff. Magdal Vachon told me something about wrestling, telling stories. He said, if a story is worth telling, it's worth embezzling.
Yeah, well, that's why I wanted to clear that up.
I relieve myself with vagina, not shoes.
Right. You just, like, kind of register the memory in your head, right?
No, the shoes, it's strange. It's non-sexual. That's why I could do it anywhere. It's non-sexual. It gives me a feeling of humbleness. It's a balance. I get dominated by a woman for a few minutes, and it makes me more dominant in my life. Because everything I've been in, I dominate. I got into bodybuilding, I dominated it. I got into weightlifting, I dominated it. I got into amateur wrestling, I dominated it. I went into pro wrestling, I dominated. When a woman is standing on is the only time in my life where I'm not domineering. So it's a balance in my life.
That's cool with me. I have no issue.
That's why I could do it in person. You know, if it was sexual, I wouldn't do it in a gym. I wouldn't do it in a wrestling arena, for God's sake.
Yeah.
But that's how guys think about things. They think everything got a sexual component to it, where everything don't have a sexual component to it.
Rodrigo wants to know, what are your thoughts on JBL and the bullying accusations that he's had against him over the years?
Who?
Bradshaw from WWE.
Bradshaw was a wimp. He was the biggest wimp that the wrestling world ever see. There was a guy called Joey Styles. He worked in the office, beat the crap out of him on an airplane coming back from Europe one day. What a big sissy Bradshaw was. It was all fake. He just a one big fake wimp. He couldn't even whoop his way out of a wet paper bag. He's soft as a grape.
Yeah, I think Joey
Joey Styles whooped his ass. You know how big Joey Styles is?
small.
Yeah, Joey Styles is probably about 5'6", 160 pounds. He beat up Bradshaw. He beat him halfway to death. The wrestler had to pull him off of him. He's all show. He's all mouth. He's a punk.
Ed from Queens tips you $5, and he wants to know if you have any George the Animal Steel stories.
He was a heel. See?
Yeah.
Y'all love asking a babyface about heels, huh? See, that's why it's hard to talk to us, guy, because the favorite wrestler, what the people loved the most was the heels. We couldn't hang around them. I knew George was a stooge. He's off his stooge. I knew that, but that's about it.
That reminds me, another fan had a question earlier. Did you have a favorite agent to work with, or did you consider them all kind of stooges?
George Scott. I love George Scott. I love Ole Anderson. Ole Anderson was great to work with. George Scott. Chief J. Strongbow. I like the Chief. Tony Guerrero. I like Tony Guerrero. Fit Finley. I like Fit Finley. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. I liked him. So there were some agents that I liked, but we knew who was the butthole. George Anderson still always was a jerk. You know, he was a prick.
What about Steve Lombardi? He wasn't an agent, but he was a backstage guy.
I didn't spend a lot of time with Steve.
Ken wants to know your thoughts on Arnold Schwarzenegger, who I know you had some interaction with. You talk about it in your book.
Yeah, Arnold was a great lifter, great person, loved to play jokes on people, loved to have a good time. And I have nothing bad to say about it. I don't have a lot of experience with it, because most of the time me and Arnold, we hung out was either on the beach or at Santa Monica Beach, or we was at the gym. And we were in the gym, we didn't talk to each other. Arnold, we finished his work, I'd come over and talk about, call me triceps. I said, Tony, them triceps look like quadriceps. He said, you got quadriceps for triceps. And Lou Ferrigno was the guy I spent most of my time with. I spent more time with Lou Ferrigno than I did with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
How was Lou?
Lou, and as long as you don't talk to him while he's working out, you got along great with him. But if you talk while you working out around Lou, he won't nothing to do with you. He took his workout very, very seriously. But he was a great guy. I mean, he's still a great guy. I got along real good with Lou Ferrigno.
James wants to know your thoughts on Billy Jack Haynes.
Billy Jack, I never met him a day in my life.
Really?
Never met him, never seen him in person a day in my life. I saw him in pictures, I saw him on TV, never met the man.
How was Hulk Hogan to deal with in WWE, a fan is asking?
Hogan was great. He's a great guy. I mean, he never did me no harm, always treated me like gold. In fact, I just did an artwork for Hulk Hogan. He asked me to draw a picture for his new beach shop down in Florida. I just did some artwork for Hulk Hogan. It's a wonderful friend, great friend.
What was the money like to wrestle Hogan back in the day? I guess you probably wrestled him when he was the heel.
Guys were making $8,000 a week on the undercard with Hogan. Hogan made a lot of people rich. In fact, if it wasn't for Hogan, there'd be no WCW, no WWE. I mean, that company owed Hogan a lot, brother, a lot. Think about what it would be without WrestleMania or Hulkamania. Think about it. I mean, no matter how much they want to shit on the guy now because they don't need him now, but no, he popped this business. Hogan took wrestling from the high school gym to the Coliseum, brother. I mean, he put wrestling on the map. Think about it. He did more for wrestling than Bruno Sammartino or anybody. Nobody. I mean, this was all over the world. There was no sport bigger than wrestling until Hogan walked into that ring. I mean, come on now. This is the wrestling is Hulk Hogan. I mean, come on, shit.
The Dirty Game Room wants to know, what was the Ultimate Warrior like? I know you guys were friends.
He was a good guy, good workout buddy, very cheerful, never was in a bad mood. Stayed to himself a lot. He didn't hang out with the boys much. Always stayed. It was always just him and his wife.
And what about Ole Anderson? How did you get along with him over the years? He's a very controversial guy.
Well, he only controversial to people that never played sport. Ole just remind me of an old school coach. He shoot for the hip. He tell you what he think, and he didn't beat around the bush. He was a straight shooter. I mean, his tone was a little bit rough at times, but you're not talking to a kid. You're not talking to your wife. So Ole didn't feel that he needed to talk to a man the way he talked to a woman.
Red Nova wants to know your thoughts on D'Lo Brown.
Don't know him.
And how was working with Mark Henry when they brought you to work with him in WWE? I heard the rumor that they brought you in to kind of get him to lose weight because he was not keeping on that strict a diet.
True. That was true. They wanted me to put him on a bodybuilding program. So I started off as his trainer, and then later on, this made me his manager. But Mark Henry bought me a house. Got nothing good but to say about Mark Henry. He bought me a house. Being with Mark Henry gave me enough money to buy me and my wife a house. So thank you, Mark Henry.
Have you seen this Thunderdome thing in WWE that they're doing now?
I hadn't seen a wrestling match. The last wrestling match that I saw was in 1776. I don't watch it. I can't watch it. It come on too late, and it's more like the Oprah Winfield show than wrestling. They talk too much. I don't want to hear all that talking.
They've apparently banned Billy Graham from the Thunderdome. There's pictures of fans watching wrestling now, and I guess Billy Graham, if a picture comes up, they'll immediately remove it. I guess he's still at
Superstar Billy Graham. You talking about?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It just came out this week. That's why I was going to ask you if you were surprised because he's been around for a long time and he did a lot for them. So it's strange they would ban his image from the Thunderdome.
Well, my mother had an old saying: "You make your bed, you have to lie in it." So evidently, like I said, I don't know what's going on with them and Billy Graham, but if they ban you from the Thunderdome, evidently you did something for them to ban you. So you can't really look at the WWE. What did Billy do to them? That's what you got to look at. He had to do something. Vince just don't start banning you just for the hell of it, especially if he can make money off it. If Vince, it's business with him. He didn't ban me. I did a lot of shit to Vince, but I did nothing to him that was so bad for him to ban me from everything.
He told me his Legend deal expired in September, so it may have had to do with him not re-signing the Legends deal. I don't know.
That ain't got nothing to do with them taking down his poster and stuff. There's a lot of guys things ran out. It's something Billy did that he's not telling you.
Monster tips you $2, and he's asking if you have any stories about Ricky Steamboat.
Yes.
Do you mind
when
sharing?
I was drafted, no, not really. Not really. Nick, he's a clean cut guy, so it's hard to find a story on Ricky Steamboat. He's clean cut. Like Bob Backlund. To tell a story about Bob Backlund, the only thing you can talk about is ring and his lifting. That's about it. Steamboat is a very clean living guy. He didn't party a lot. He's very faithful to his wife, worked hard. Just a great guy, wonderful guy. I love him to death. But he's very clean cut.
There's a fan on here that wants to know what did you think about Uncle Elmer? He had some heat backstage.
I like Uncle Elmer. See, most times we just saw guys in the arena. We didn't go and hang out with them, so it's kind of hard to tell stories about these guys because we didn't really hang around them that much,
And just to wind it down here, I thank you for your time. There's a couple fans on here that have asked about your thoughts on Ravishing Rick Rude.
I think Ravage Rick Rude would probably have been as big as Ric Flair or Hogan if you know if he hadn't had such a short career. One of the guys that people never asked about that I like to talk about was Magna TA. That guy, if it hadn't been for that car accident, he would have been one of the best wrestlers this world ever seen. So there was a lot of guys that really had great potential, and that's the guy you should interview one day. Is Magna TA. People don't forget about that guy, but he was on a cover of a magazine. They said he was going to be the next Ric Flair. I mean, he would have been. He probably would have surpassed Ric Flair. Magnum TA. If he had lived, there probably would have been no Ric Flair, because this guy was phenomenal. But they never put much focus on. If you go up and get a hold of Magna TA, that's the guy that he could tell you a lot of stories too.
Yeah, I still haven't ran into him, but hopefully one day I will.
I think the fans will really enjoy that conversation, because he was at the beginning of the WCW, all the big push when they were taking on Hulk Hogan and taking on Vince McMahon. He was the guy that they was hoping to overrun WWE. So it probably would have happened if it wasn't for that car accident, you know. But that was a guy that everybody said this is going to be the next world champion. I mean, everybody would say this is going to be the next world champion. He was phenomenal.
Monty Ham wants to know if you think Marty Jannetty killing the person is real, or if that's Marty screwed up on whatever.
I don't even know if that's true or not. So it's hard for me to speak. Like I say, I don't like speaking on stuff that I can't really testify to. I mean, I just heard it like from different people. I don't even know if the story true or not.
And if people want to book you for wrestling bookings or autograph appearances, not that there's many these days until this COVID is over, where can they contact you?
Well, they can always contact you. You know how to reach me.
I do.
Or they could contact Mike Hamilton. He know how to reach me. I'm not hard to find.
No. Well, if it wasn't for COVID, you were going to actually be back up in Canada this year, but unfortunately, we had to cancel all of our summer events.
I felt bad about that. I was really looking forward, because I had a wonderful time working with you the last time I was up there.
Yeah, and you're still in good shape, and you're still alive. Thank God. Unlike
your age. That's the main thing.
And I am with WWE Hall of Famer, former WCW superstar, first black WWE tag team champions. His biceps almost as big as mine, not quite. Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, MTV star as well. How are you doing tonight, sir?
Wonderful. Hannibal, it's always good seeing you, brother. I'm sorry that the pandemic kind of separate us for a while. That you got a great program. I always enjoy coming to Canada, working with you. I always enjoy doing your interview, because I think you're one of the best interviewers around. You do a good job. You go far and beyond, to keep us old timers alive. And I really enjoy working with you.
Well, it's always a pleasure to talk to you too. I'm still here. I just take it off when you talk. But I was supposed to be in Philadelphia, where you are tonight too, but the driving border is closed right now for Canadians to come to the U.S.
Wow.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, because I know I talked to a lot of Canadians that they come down to Old Orchard Beach, to Maine, to enjoy the summer. So it's kind of sad, not to see a lot of my Canadian friends. I got to know a couple of people from Canada that drive down, a lot that work out in the gym. They come by the gym, say hi to me and everything. I said, where you guys at? They say, we head to the beach. We're going to be here for about a week or two. So, that northern border is kind of bad for a lot of business in Maine, because they depending on the Canadians to help them, support their business, because most of the people in Old Orchard Beach
and support a lot of stuff that goes on. And made are Canadians.
Very true, and hopefully we can have you back here to wrestle one day, because to be honest, your biceps are bigger than 99% of today's wrestlers.
Well, thank you, brother. And I just got vaccinated too, so your government can't give me no trouble. I have both my shots.
Very good. And by the way, any fans watching this, if you give a tip question tonight, the tips are going to go to Tony. So feel free to give a tipped question. But I don't know anything about these Boston wrestling people, but Thunder Juice wants to know what the hell's up with these Boston wrestling people. I've only heard bad things about them.
I didn't want to talk about it because all I'm doing is giving him juice to
all right.
Air and
let's not talk about them.
Things going. Everybody got a price. He didn't want to fit my price. He wanted me to work for a price that I couldn't work for. So I went on my own, and believe it or not, Hannibal, on the 21st of this month, Marty and the Pharaoh gave me the opportunity to talk about what I want to talk about, which is pro wrestling in my day. Every time I interview me, they ask me about a lot of wrestlers that I don't know. You ask me about Randy Orton, I can't tell you nothing about Randy Orton. I can tell you a little bit, but not a lot. You ask me about Bob Orton Sr. or Bob Orton Jr., I can tell you a lot. You ask me about Greg Valentine, I can tell you a little bit, but I can tell you a lot more about Johnny Valentine. You ask me about Kurt Hennig, I can tell you a little bit, but I can tell you a lot about Larry the Axe Hennig. So I came in the wrestling during the 70s and 80s. And I talked to you about this before. Nobody talked about them guys like Wahoo McDaniel, MacDowell Vachon, the Vachon brother. And these guys, Whooper Bill Watson, these guys, Killer Kowalski, these guys was great wrestlers that get no publicity today. And he was the guy that really laid the foundation for what wrestling is today.
That is true. And since you bring up Mad Dog Vachon, he's one of my favorite wrestlers. Could you tell us a story about Mad Dog?
You're not going to get kicked off the air, ain't you?
No.
I don't want to get kicked off the air. You really want to hear when it's a Mad Dog Vachon story? We was in a bar one day, a bunch of wrestlers. Mad Dog was the smallest. Butcher was much bigger. Mad Dog was only about maybe 5'8", maybe 5'10". I would say 5'8", 5'9". Weighed about maybe 230 pounds, built like a bulldog. And, Butcher Vachon was, 6'4", 300-pound man. Dad Sweet House, a bunch of other big wrestlers. Everybody was over 6 feet, nearly 300 pounds. At the time, I'm 6'2". I weighed at that time probably about 260, 270. So this guy kept talking about wrestling, about, he could whoop the wrestling with all a bunch of phony guys. So the guy he decided to pick on was Mad Dog Vachon. The reason he went after Mad Dog because he thought Mad Dog was the smallest of us all. So he figured he could pick the small guy. Worst mistake ever made in his life. Mad Dog grabbed the guy, bit a chunk of meat out of his chest, spit it in his face, and he said, "Come on, seed sucker." You know what the C is. I don't want to say it on there because kids might be watching. Come on, seed sucker, let's go. The guy is hollering and screaming that he just lost, a big chunk of meat, and Mad Dog bit a chunk of meat out of him and spit it in his face. That's Mad Dog Vachon.
I believe it. And Maria Davis has tipped you $10 here, by the way.
Vicious man, brother. Nobody wanted to fight Mad Dog. I mean, he wasn't a big guy, but I mean, he was I would say he about one of the toughest, meanest, vicious guy you ever want to fight. I mean, he remained you. He rip your eyeballs off. He bite your nose off. He bite your, hey, doggy, woggy, boggy. Hey, doggy, woggy, boggy. Hey, Hannibal.
She wants to hear you talk about Mad Dog.
That Mad Dog. That looked like a Mad Dog. That little doggy, woggy, boggy. But Mad Dog,
he was a great wrestler, a great entertainer too. But the most of his best matches, believe it or not, was not in the ring, was outside the ring. See, guys like Mad Dog back in the day, what they would do, they would go into a bar and they get in a fight with 2 or 3 guys, and they would turn the bar out, run everybody out the bar. Well, they get arrested. The promoter come and bail them out of jail. Then it ended up in the newspaper. So people read about this Mad Dog Vachon just went into this biker bar and whoop every biker there. So they said, oh man, we got to go see this wrestler. So then they would go and pay money to see Mad Dog because they just hear a story about Mad Dog Vachon beating the hell out of 5 or 6 guys, in a local bar. See, in my day, the object of the game was to make the people believe in us. Because here, not just in America, but probably in Canada, all over the world, people are looking for something to believe in. They want to believe in something. And then, you as a kid, you grew up, you believe in Santa Claus. And then all of a sudden, when you get 12 years old or 10 years old, you find out there's no Santa Claus. That's the first letdown in just about every human life. Well, the same thing, with sports. You see this guy, you look up to him and everything, great football player, Heisman Trophy winner, and all this and that. Then all of a sudden you pick up the paper and find out he just murdered his wife and someone else. You hear about another guy, great basketball player, everybody love him, everything. Then you find out he's a rapist. You read another thing about this guy. You grew up, he's the father of all of us. Everybody love him, great comedian, all this, that stuff. And then you find out he's doping women and raping them. So it's hard for people to find somebody they can believe in. So what pro wrestling did, when it was wrestling, not sports entertainment, what pro wrestling wanted to do is give people something they could believe in. That's why Dusty Rhodes was so popular. Because Dusty Rhodes was not a big muscle man, but Dusty Rhodes was like, I'm one of you. He looked like the average guy sitting in the audience. He talked like the average guy sitting in the audience. He knew how to cross boundaries between black and white. With Dusty, he didn't have white fans. He didn't have black fans. He had fans. So wrestling was a game of making the people, give the people something that they could believe in.
You have some fans watching that are sending you tips. Maria Davis is donating $10, and you have another guy, John Tuttle. He's giving you $5, and he wants to know how you like Philly since you're in Philly.
Philly, people always talk about the Philly cheesesteak, but they got a hot dog here. What is that hot dog y'all got? With the pupper with the pickle on it? They got a great hot dog here that you're going to get in Philly. If you like good food, Philly, this is a place to come to eat. Let's face it, Philly got a lot of history. Philly, you can't read no American book without Philly being there. There's home of Benjamin Franklin there. Declaration of Independence. So when you're in Philly, you're kind of like at the beginning of America. I love Philly. I wish that I could do something. Now, this probably piss off a lot of people, but I got an opportunity to say it. I got to say it. 75% of black kids grew up without a father. 75%. So the problem is you got a lot of young men out there that is lost, gave up on hope. When you could take another life without even thinking about, all the people you hurt by taking that life. When you is willing to spend the rest of your life in penitentiary or in the graveyard and feel like you got nothing to live for, and you had lost all feelings for human life because this child had been neglected. See, in the black neighborhood, I don't know what it is now because, I'm an old man. But in my day, I had to become a man when I was 5 or 6. My mother worked all day. My grandmother was too old to look after us. So as kids, we just did what the hell we want. Well, when we went out and I got in a fight, there was nobody to protect me. I couldn't depend on the police. Not that they didn't want to help me, but the police had no participation from the community. So if I got jumped on or beat up or whatever happened to me, they go right to any witness it. Anybody know what happened to Tony? people was afraid to talk to the cops. So the cops' hands were tied if they don't have people to come forward to work with them. You know, it take a policeman can't do everything by themselves. The community got to help policemen to police. So a black kid in my day, like I said, I don't know what it's like today. In my day, you have to learn how to use these real fast. I was in more than 50 fist fights, more than 50 before my 20th birthday, probably more. It was like every other day, I have to use these. You have to learn how to use these at a very, very young age. You have to look after yourself at a very, very young age. You don't have a father to teach you nothing. So what happened to these kids now, I could be wrong. If I am wrong, somebody call in and tell me. They grow up without guidance. What is really hurting the black community now is a breakdown in the family. There ain't no family. So what happened to these kids? They grow up, the game become their family, and the street become their home because they don't have that guidance. I was lucky. I met J.C. Williams, who got me into sports, got me into boxing first at the Police Athletic League. He knew a couple of policemen. He used to be a prize fighter in the military. So he got me into boxing first when I was 6 years old. And then as I got a little bit older, Leon Bridge got me into collegiate wrestling. Then I got a little bit older. I met another older gentleman by the name Alfonso Johnson in Roanoke, Virginia, that took me to the YMCA. Then I met Randy Booth, who got me involved in powerlifting. Then I met Jackie Cooper, who wrote my first routine for me. Then I met Steve Aegis, that got me to compete in bodybuilding. Then I met George and Sandy Scott and Blackjack Mulligan, who got me into pro wrestling. I grew up without a father too. So these men was like a father to me. George Scott, who was from Scotland, he told me, he said, right before he died, God rest him, he was 80, I think 81 or 82 when he died. I used to call him to say hi. And his wife used to say, "Hey, George, it's your son." Now, he's an old Scotsman, but he looked at me like I was his son. He took care of me like I was his son. Vince Sr. treated me like a son. So I was fortunate that older people stepped in to help raise me. Otherwise, I would have went down that same road. I was already on my way. I mean, I've been locked up twice before I got into sports, but people came to my rescue. So all you older gentlemen out there, the me and Hacksaw got in an argument on Legend House about this same subject. He said, "Well, church is started at home. Yeah, but if your kid gonna play with these other kids, your kid gonna get monked up. So it's best to help the next door neighbor kid because your kid gonna be playing with them." So I wanted to say that, and I'm not trying to knock black people or knock my community or nothing, but the help is not with the government, it's not with the Republicans, it's not with the Democrats, it's not with it's not with the country. It's nothing wrong with this country. We got great people in this country. It's a great country. What it is a breakdown in the family. These kids need guidance. They need someone to come in. Ever since I was a kid, I have to leave the black neighborhood to go into the white neighborhood to get them. They're not in the black neighborhood, but liquor stores and churches. I mean, they needed, these kids need to learn a trade. Kids down the corner sell dope. Yeah, he make $1,000 a day, but also he could fix my sink and make $1,000 a day and stay out of jail. I just had a plumber to come by my house. I bought a house up in Maine. I had to put a washer in there. The washer cost about 5 cents. He charged me $90. Took him 5 minutes to do. He took the screw out, pulled the screw out, took the old washer out, put the new washer in, put the screw back, charged me $90. And then he was going to go to jail. He not getting shot at either. So I just want to say that. Okay, I'll get back to wrestling, but I had to say that.
Yeah. I just wanted to say Niles Adair tipped you $50. And he says he's been a fan of you since Georgia Championship Wrestling. You, Tommy Wildfire Rich, and Mr. Wrestling 2 were the holy trinity of wrestling to him when he was a kid.
That is true. That is true. It's funny. I got to tell you the story of how Wrestling 2 became Wrestling 2. At first, it was Mr. Wrestling #1, Tim Woods. When Tim Woods, they're going to do an angle when they create wrestling number 2. His name was Johnny Walker, Rubber Man Johnny Walker, because he was double jointed. But anyway, they had this feud going. Well, anyway, Tim Woods was a hell of what we call a shooter. So he was one of the guys that would invite someone from the audience to get in the ring with him. So this one guy got in the ring with him, and Tim forgot to tie his mask. And as the guy was trying to get away from Tim Woods, he jumped out of the ring. Tim Woods reached over to grab the guy to pull him back in the ring. The guy reached up and pulled Tim Woods' mask off. And, to unmask, nobody can unmask this mask man. And all of a sudden, this fan just pulled Tim Woods' mask off. So then Tim Woods grabbed him to pull him back in the ring to pound on him a little bit. The guy bit his finger off. So now you got Tim Woods, Mr. Wrestler number 1, standing in the ring, unmasked and bleeding. So now they had to go straight to Mr. Wrestling. If that had never happened, Mr. Wrestling number 2 would have never got his break. He told me he was in the business for 10, 15 years before he got this break. So he was not a rookie when he got his break. He probably was 40 years old when he got his first break. That's a story with Mr. Wrestling with Tommy Wildfire Rich. They brought Tommy Rich in from Tennessee to wrestle Abdullah the Butcher. Abdullah would wrestle 6 months in the States and 6 months in Japan. So he just got back from Japan and everything. And they needed a young kid to go around with Abdullah. And Abdullah was going to beat him every night to get Abdullah over. Well, Tommy Rich came out with a Elvis Presley looking jacket, long blonde hair. And as soon as he walked through that door, every woman in that arena nearly faded. I mean, it was like Elvis coming through the door. The women just went absolutely nuts. Because back in them days, you got to realize all the wrestlers was big, ugly brutes, But that's what people liked. It was wrestling. It was like a carnival show. And to see a good-looking kid like Tommy Wildfire Rich come out that dress room just shocked the hell out of everybody. But anyway, Abdullah got a beating on Tommy Rich. They got the color. Color means blood. So you open him up and everything. You know about that animal. He cut him with the razor blade, opened up his forehead. He started bleeding. Also, that blonde hair turned solid red. Now, I was wrestling at the time, believe it or not, as Black Atlas, and I wore a mask. Okay? That's why I told that story, because that story go with this story. I wore a mask. So Ole Anderson came running back there and said, Tony, get out there real quick. We're going to have a ride, and the people get ready to go into the ring. So I was running to the ring. I ran out there. Abdullah standing. Abdullah's scared to death. He said, slam me. Now, Abdullah never been slammed before. So I pick up Abdullah slamming. You know how big his belly is there. So when I go to slam Abdullah, my mask come off. So from that day on, they teamed me and Tommy Rich up. They called us TNT. And Tommy didn't go around no more doing anything. That was the only match he lost in Georgia. That match with Abdullah. But they brought him in to go all around the circuit and lose to Abdullah. But that one night changed wrestling to life for what happened to wrestling number 1 and what happened to Tommy Rich and me changed our life. And it was all done by accident. Sometimes the best thing that happened in wrestling is not planned. Sometimes an accident turned out to be the best thing to ever happen. Like when Stan Hansen gave Bruno Sammartino the clothesline, and Bruno had to go to the hospital to get his neck fixed. That was all accidentally. But it sometimes an accident, it come out better than anything you could plan sitting back in the dressing room.
Levi Pop Culture tips you $5, and he wants to know your thoughts on AEW.
I think AEW got a chance. I really think they got a chance. I talked to a couple of the agents, and they see the difference between AEW and the WWE. Like with the WWE, when I worked there, they would give me a script to read. What I'm going to do at the beginning of my match, all the way through my match. If I'm going to do an interview, they give me a script to read. I got to read the script. I can't use my own thoughts. I can't use my own word. I can't even be a wrestler. I've been wrestling for almost 50 years. I got to go by script of some kid that just graduated from freaking college. If you ever know about the WWE, if you watch one match, you see them all. Because most of the matches are written by the same person. So you get the same personality and everything else. Now, for what I hear, I don't know. I never worked for them, AEW. They let the wrestlers, like they did in the older days, come up with their own ideas, with their own script, not being dictated to. And that's what made wrestling so good. You know, when you watch wrestling, it's like watching a rerun. When you watch it's like a rerun because every match, everybody do the same thing. When I was wrestling, if Jimmy Snuka came off the top rope, nobody else could come off the top rope. That's what made that top rope so popular. When I did my press slam, couldn't nobody else do the press slam. That's why the press slam was so popular. When Mr. Wrestling number 2 gave that knee, nobody else did the knee. Now you would have 20 guys coming off the top rope, 20 guys doing the press slam. You got 30 guys doing the clothesline, and then at the end of the show, nothing means nothing. Because everybody's doing the same thing. When I first started wrestling, I asked the guy, said, what gimmick should I have for myself? I mean, you know, what gimmick should I have? He said, Tony, you give yourself time. Eventually, you will come into your own. I started off as Tony Atlas White. Then I went to Saba Simba. But none of them things was me. Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, that was me. It was not given to me by Vince. It was not given to me by a promoter. Nobody told me to do it. I came up with the idea myself. You take Cactus Jack, the reason he's so popular. Nobody told him what to do. Cactus came up with his own idea. So he's not, see, each one of us got a different personality. Of all the people God put on earth, not one person yet been born with the same DNA or the same fingerprint, which means we all not the same. So how come we all wrestling the same? How come we all dress the same? How come because somebody's sitting there dictating what you should do and what you shouldn't do. Where in my day, all they would tell me, Tony, you're going to wrestle Hannibal, and I want a 15-minute match, and Hannibal going to win. That was it. That's all I was told. The rest was up to me and Hannibal when we got in the ring. And we used to watch the match before us. So if I was going to work the headlock, and I would see you doing it, I said, oh, we can't do the headlock tonight. We got to work the arm because this guy just did it. We made sure that our match was different than the match before ours. We didn't sit back in the dressing room and go over a match. We did it. We ad-lib. Everything we did was ad-lib. There was nothing planned. There was nothing planned. Now they plan every inch. I've seen guys talk for hours to do a 5-minute match. Back in my day, Tony, you wrestled against Hannibal. We want 10 minutes. Okay, that's it. Then the bell would ring. I walked to the ring. The only thing I knew when I walked in that ring that Hannibal was going to win the match, and he's going to use a headbutt, or he's going to use a sleeper hold, or he's going to use a drop kick. I knew that I was going to lose, or I knew I'm going to win, and I know what move you're going to do, and I know what move I was going to do if I was going to win. And that all the promoter told us. They did not tell us how to wrestle. When I did an interview, they just told me, just like you're doing now. You ain't telling me what to say. You just asked me a question. I answered honestly. With Vince, you would ask me a question, and I read the script. Because Vince already written out the answer. You see the difference? Everything choreographed. Everything you do. If I wanted to fart, Vince would put that in the choreograph. Tony going to fart right about after 2.5 minutes. Tony going to break win. So I got to hold it for 2.5 minutes and then let it go. Well, in my day, I let it go right then and there. That's the difference.
That reminds me of a question the fans like to know. Who was the smelliest wrestler you ever had to wrestle?
Oh, my God. Back in my day, everyone you got in the ring with. In my day, back in the 70s, all
Yeah.
the wrestlers smell. Because what we did, we went from we worked 7 days a week. So a lot of guys, what to do, they go back to the dress room and they would wash their clothes out in the sink and hang it up, hang it up in the bathroom so they have fresh clothes. A lot of guys would go to the bar, get drunk that night, and get up the next morning, put their clothes on. So I would say in the 70s, every wrestler stunk. I mean, our wrestling gear always stunk because how you gonna wash them? I used to jump in the shower with mine because I didn't wear that much. I just wore a little pair of trunk, so it was easy for me to keep my trunk clean. I would, when I get ready to take a shower, I just go right in the shower with my trunks on. I wash the trunk, wring them out. As I'm taking my shower, I would clean my trunk, and then put it in a plastic bag. When I get back to the back to the room, I would hang my trunks over top the lamp. And by morning they were dry. Me and SD used to do it all the time. We used to just wash our socks and stuff out. Ronnie Garvin done that. But a lot of guys didn't wash their gear. So it's really hard to say who would have stinking because they all stunk.
There's a fan on here that wants to know how you feel about New Jack, who passed away recently, another young wrestling death.
I feel sad. I feel sad. New Jack, I talked to him, not nicely. I wasn't nice about it. But he said that was his stick. He got paid to badmouth people, but when he stepped on my toe when he was talking about the Brody stuff, when I was the only person that stood up for Brody, I almost lost my life standing up for him. I was the only person that was there that took him to the hospital. I was the only person that went to the police station and reported what happened. If I kept my mouth shut, wouldn't nobody know nothing about Brody. I was the only one that stood up. I was the only friend Brody had that night. Everybody said it was his friend, but they didn't go to the hospital with me. They didn't go to the police station and told what they saw. I was the only one. Brody came straight to me. I heard a guy telling me something, talking the other day about Brody. It was all a lie. Brody came straight to me and said, "Brother, I'm hurt. Don't let them hurt me no more." Came straight to me. I stood over him. I dared anybody to come near him. When they say anybody want to go to somebody help us put him in the wagon, nobody helped but me. When they say anybody want to go to the hospital, nobody went but me. When they say somebody need to report it to police, nobody went but me. Oh, gotta take that back. And Sika went as my bodyguard. So me and Sika was the only one that did anything that night for Brody. Tony Atlas and Sika. Now, for those that don't know Sika is Roman Reigns' father. So Sika and Tony Atlas was the only friend Brody had. That was it. And that's the truth.
Have you heard about all this commotion today that Tommy Dreamer has been let go or suspended from Impact because he stuck up for Ric Flair, I guess, pulling his joke where he takes off his robe and exposes himself to flight attendants, which I guess he's been doing for years?
Oh, yeah. I see him doing that, yeah. Many years. So why Tommy Dreamer got in trouble with what Ric Flair done?
I guess there was a documentary that came out about this plane ride from hell, and I guess Ric Flair did that in it, and Tommy Dreamer stuck up for him or something, and he got in trouble. I don't understand it.
No, you lost me on that one. I don't understand why would he be in trouble for just telling what he witnessed in the wrestling business. I witnessed stuff like that. I witnessed a lot of stuff in the wrestling business. I was not involved, but we all knew things that was going on in the wrestling business. Where they give a girl a Mickey and guys would have sex with her. And, we've seen guys, do drugs and orgies. But back in them days, that was the world. Wrestling was not the only one doing it. I mean, you could go to Studio 54. It was the nightclub was doing it. That was it. That was America in the 60s and 70s. You know, a lot of what the only that changed all the sex habits that America had back in the 60s and 70s was a little word called AIDS. Once AIDS hit, everybody started curbing the color. Now everybody trying to act all glory, you know. But all the guys, you know, just about everybody you meet, not just wrestlers, it was in regular life. I mean, I saw a lot of stuff in my neighborhood. It was not uncommon to see a 14-year-old girl pregnant by a 30 or 40-year-old man. It was not unusual to see that, you know. There was a lot of young girls that, you know, young old men would go and mess with, and, you know, and stuff like, even if you was homosexual. I mean, if they caught a 20-year-old man with a 15-year-old boy, they would just dismiss them and say, oh, they're too gay. They gay guy. In fact, you read about Jeffrey Dahmer when the kid broke away from it. The police took him back because they said, oh, they're gay lovers. But he was a kid. Because, you know, it wasn't until about the 80s or 90s when they really started enforcing sexual harassment and all this stuff. I think they're going a little bit overboard with it now. But, I mean, I guess they're trying to make up for all the time that they didn't, you know, do something about it. Because when you hear all these stories, all this stuff happened back in the 60s and 80s, and then they want to come at the guys. But the whole world was like that just about. I mean, remember, if you was a good guy, they call you square. Remember that? You was a square. You was a geek. All this stuff. You got a bad name for being a good. But if you was a jerk off, you know, a criminal, a robber, a womanizer, you was cool, brother. Yeah, you was cool. If you drink beer and smoke pot and snort coke, okay, you was cool, brother. But if you were sober, went to church and took care of your family and worked your butt off and worked hard and everything, you was a square. And it was like that all during the 60s and all during the 70s. So being a badass was in. You know, it started with James Dean, you know, as a badass. Even they did it with Happy Days, with the Fonz. The Fonz supposed to be this badass, you know. And he was the most popular guy on. Helped with Bob Backlund. People was calling Bob Backlund how they do it because he was a nice guy. And if you look at the WWF, when it was WWF, World Wrestling Federation, that what shot it on fire. The Attitude Era. They loved this guy with the bad attitude. Stone Cold people also shooting the bird and drinking beer. Oh, we love him. And all of a sudden, Hulk Hogan, they started booing Hulk Hogan. Because Hulk Hogan said, take your vitamins and do the right thing and go to school. See, Hulk Hogan was the last baby face. Hogan was the last baby face. Everything after, who look at Undertaker. All these guys are heels. You know, John Cena is not a babyface. He's a heel. Babyface is not supposed to be cocky and arrogant. Cena, that's his gimmick. He's cocky and he's arrogant. The Rock, he came out as a heel. The people turned him a babyface. It's going back to the 70s, 60s, 70s again, where the bad guy is cool and the good guy is uncool. Even the way you dress, look how the women dress. I mean, you dress provocative, you consider nice. You dress conservative, same thing, you're a square. So we go through cycles where we like the good guys, and then we don't like the good guy, then we like the bad guy. I remember when I used to wrestle when it first started in the 80s. If you watch that match real close and listen real close, that match of me and Hulk Hogan in the Spectrum in Philly, half of the crowd were cheering for me and the other half were cheering for Hogan. Listen real close to the crowd. So it started there. And Vince Sr. saw it. I mean, not Sr., but Vince Jr. saw it. That the fans were changing. They stopped liking the good guys. They started liking the bad guy. Like John Wayne today would not made a quarter because he was a good guy. Clint Eastwood, on the other hand, made a lot of money playing the bad guy. Look what we did with Terminator. We turned him into a baby face. He started as a heel. There's a robot coming out of space to kill all humans. And we cheered him. Hey, kill them humans.
True. There's a fan on here, Bill. He tipped you $20. And some people have been wanting me to ask you, what are your thoughts on Billy Jack Haynes?
None. I don't know him that well. I never met him. Never met him.
Very
I wouldn't know him if he
interesting.
walked up to me. I never met him. I talked to him on the phone when he tried to get me involved with that concussion thing.
Yeah.
But I told the truth. I said, you know what Vince gonna do? He said, no, what Vince gonna do? I said, he's gonna get a video of them women kicking me in the head with them big boots. And once you saw that video, how the hell I'm gonna say I got it from wrestling? When I paid women to kick me in the head with boots.
True.
You understand what I'm saying, Hannibal?
Yeah.
Think about it. You know, I got this shoe fetish. Come on, I let women kick the beat on me. So what gave me the concussion? The ring or the shoes? That's why I didn't stand up. Come on.
Speaking of that, some people will find that weird. What's one of the fetishes you've seen wrestlers have that you would find weird?
I can't say it on air. You get kicked off. There's a wrestler right now that worked for the WWE for many years. Still there, I think. And he was in the Golden Showers, if anybody know what that is. I thought that was pretty weird myself. Yeah.
Yeah, I could imagine.
Right. I mean, if you urinate on me, I'm gonna punch you in the nose. And I don't care if y'all female. I can't get into urine. I just think my thing, you know. And I seen a whole lot of things, you know, that I wouldn't do. You know, I seen guys, you know, have all sex with women while they were ministrating, you know. So, I've seen a lot. Okay.
Was there any particular town where the girls were more, where there was more groupies than others,
No,
or were they all over the
same.
place?
All, no matter where you went, because if they were syndicated, so all the wrestlers went to the same towns every week. Let's say Georgia for example. You was in Augusta every Monday, Macon every Tuesday, Columbus every Wednesday, even Rome or Athens on Thursday, and then Friday you did Atlanta, and then Saturday morning you did Atlanta TV, and then you drove to Columbus and did Columbus TV, and then sometimes you was off on Sunday, but then other time they would send you to Savannah, Georgia, or Marietta, Georgia. So we worked 7 days a week. So the women knew our routine. I mean, we was around long enough, and they knew the routine. They knew what hotel we stayed at. They knew what restaurant we ate at, because we went to the same hotel every time we was in town. We went to the same restaurant. I went to the same gym every time. So it didn't take long for the fans to figure out, you know, where we was at. Well, it's like that now. If you go to a WWE show, a pay-per-view or something at WrestleMania, the fans is at the hotel before the wrestlers are. So how did the fan know where we at? It's not as much now, but it's still, you know, that's just how it was, you know.
Most
Now
of the
they found out
fans
where
are
we at.
males now, unfortunately. It's mostly middle-aged males rather than females watching these days.
Yeah. Well, you see, I don't know why that is. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I think women's, they got kids, and some of the stuff that that they say and do is not. They don't think it's suitable for kids, you know. Where the guys, you know, we like the rough and tough and stuff. And like I said, you have good guys and bad guys. In wrestling, there's no more good guys. So there's nobody you want to turn to your kid and say, I want you to be like him. I want you to be like John Cena. I want you to be like The Undertaker. These guys don't exist no more. Back in the old days, they said, I want you to be like Hulk Hogan. You know, I want you to be like this wrestler. I want you to be like Wahoo. You know, we was like images that kids want to grow up and be like. You know, that's why whole one you talk about, like I say, with the last babyface. And I think once they got rid of the good guys, it turned women's off because there's nobody for any mother would say, I want you to be like in wrestling. Who the hell want this child to be like any of these wrestlers, you know, today? Even the women's wrestlers. I mean, you ain't gonna tell your daughter, I want you to be like that woman with her butt hanging out in the air and her tits flopping around in the ring. You're not gonna want your daughter to walk down the street looking like that. If my daughter, when she was young, came out looking like the way these girls dress now, you know, I wouldn't want that for my daughter. I wouldn't want my daughter to be looking at women that got so much makeup on, you don't know what the woman look like. You know, I was talking to my buddy today. He asked me, said, how come a lot of black guys like white girls? I said, they're more real. I mean, now you date a girl, she take a wig off, she take her eyelashes off, she take her breasts off, she take her butt off, and all of a sudden you say, whoa, wait a minute, where the hell you come from? I should take off everything. Everything is fake now. But you know, where most white girls, what you see is what you get. Most minority women, what you see, what you going to get when you get home. Once you take everything off, with eyelashes just freaking long and wigs all the way down to here, and then she take the wig off, she's as bald as I am. Got less eyelashes than I got, you know. Got a flat butt, don't have a big bubbly ass. She just got a pull or something back there. Everything is fake. Too much fake. And like I said, we, not just in America, but just the whole world, I think, is looking for something that is real. Something that is real. One of the things that you ask any wrestler, there's only one way to piss Tony Atlas off in the ring. You help me on the press slam. That'll piss me off. I didn't want you to help me. You know, some guy push off the shoulder. That'll piss me off. I wanted to do it. I want people to see me doing it. I wanted people to see what I could do. That's why I went to competition. I didn't want them to go out there and say, I'm a strong man, and I got no titles. Mark Henry's a strong man. He went to the Olympics. You got other guys who have strong guys. They ain't never won a contest a day in their life. You got guys out posed up with a great body. They got never won a contest a day in life, never competed against other people with a body. Everybody is strong when you're around weaklings. Okay? Everybody's got a good body when you're around a bunch of people that is out of shape. But how do your body compare when you put it against other people like Luther Ringler did, like Tony Atlas did, like Arnold Schwarzenegger did? I went in competition. I lived against Anthony Clark, Ted Arcidi, all them guys, man. You know, I went out and competed against other strong men. You can't call yourself strong if you never competed against anybody strong. Don't make sense. How can you say you're strong when you never competed against anybody who's strong?
Yeah.
I mean, I get out here saying I'm stronger than CM Punk. As we both know, he couldn't whip his way out of a wet paper bag. So it'd be easier for me to say I'm stronger than CM Punk. Who's not stronger than CM Punk? You understand what I'm saying? But until you go into competition against other strong men, you shouldn't call yourself strong.
Bill tips you $50 here, and he wants to know your memories of Roddy Piper.
Piper was the type of guy, I never really got to know Piper, to be honest with you, until the day Legend out. Because like I said, Piper was a heel. So the heels and the babyface did not ride together. They did not socialize with each other. If Vince had caught me riding down the street with Roddy Piper, he would have fired both of us. Like when Hacksaw the Sheik got in a lot of trouble, not because they were doing drugs on the turnpike, but because the Sheik was a heel and Hacksaw was a baby face at the time. The baby faces, the good guys and the bad guys could not hang out together. So I never really got to know Roddy Piper. I got to know more about him when we was in Legend Out. But what I did learn about Roddy Piper, one of the best people I know. Very sincere, very hardworking. If Roddy Piper was going to do this interview with you today, Roddy Piper would have spent all day today and all day last night working on it. He don't shoot for the hip. People don't know how much work Piper put into everything he do. Usually, when I was being Rocker was going to be on that his Piper Pit. You know, that thing with me and Rocker was on. Piper was up all night. A lot of people don't know that. Working on it. He knew exactly what he was going to say. It didn't come off the top of his head. It was already practiced and worked on. So he always prepared, put his heart and soul in everything. Another thing I found out about Piper, there's not an instrument on this world he couldn't play. Piano, bagpipe, guitar. The most talented person I ever met in my life was Ronnie Piper. Great guy, missed the hell out of him. Great guy. That's all I can say about Piper. Was a great family man. He loved his family so much. You know, he loved his family so much. Now Piper, there's not an arena rat in the world that said she went to bed with Piper. Piper took his family life, and his business very seriously. He didn't mess around. He came there, he did his work, and he worked his butt off and put 110% in everything he did. And then all he thought about when he was off work was getting home to his family. Love his son, his daughter. I mean, never seen a father love his family more than Piper. Great family, great father, great husband, great wrestler, great friend.
Cool Kamasi tips you $5, and he wants to know your thoughts on Rufus Jones.
Who?
Rufus Jones. Rufus
Who
Jones.
the hell is that?
I think it's
You talking about Rufus?
Rufus, sorry.
Rufus,
Yeah.
our Freight Train Jones. Oh, I got to say, who you talking about? Rufus was a big star in the Mid-Atlantic and KC down south. What, you know, big man, very good entertainer, drew a lot of money for the Mid-Atlantic. Everywhere he went, he was a big star, big fun-loving guy. There's not one person, I used to hear this all the time. You couldn't find one wrestler in the world that had anything bad to say about Rufus. He was just a great, big, fun-loving guy. Took very good care of me when I first started business. We had a day off. He said, "Tony, come on over. I've got a barbecue going. And I used to love the way he'd make his fish. He would take his fish. I said, "How you gonna cook fish on the grill?" He would take the fish and put some onions and some peppers on top of it, and then he squeeze the lemon, put the salt and pepper, wrap it in aluminum foil, and set it on the grill. Well, that was good fish. You know, Rufus, I missed the hell out of him. I wish that that Vince had brought him into the WWE so that people could really saw his style of wrestling. He was a big 300-pound man and used to be a prize fighter when he was young. But one of the nicest, greatest people and a great entertainer. I mean, you see some of the matches, people just love Rufus. Everybody love Rufus.
Adrian Smith tips you.
Yeah, his son is wrestling now. Used to wrestling.
Slick, right?
Slick, yeah. If you look at Slick, it look just like his dad.
Interesting.
Yeah, look just like his dad.
Adrian Smith tips you $5, and he wants to know if you have any memories of Louisville, Kentucky, wrestling there.
Not really. I've been there many times, but you know, I was kind of like Bruiser Brody and Andre and Jack because of my physique at that time. I would go into a territory, wrestle about a week or two, and then I would leave and go to another territory. I was never stationed in one place. Bruiser Brody brought that to my attention one time. He would say, "Tony, I only known in a few places." He said, "Everywhere I go, people know Tony Atlas because you've been everywhere." And that Brody told me that. Bruiser Brody. I'll never forget that. He said, "Everywhere I go, somebody said, 'Hey, you saw that Atlas guy? You see the built on that guy?'" Because they would do that. They like Vince. Andre always worked for Vince Sr., but other promoters would use Andre. He would fly in here to Charlotte to do something for Charlotte. He'd go to Texas. He'd go to Japan. He'd go here. But he was stationed working for Vince Sr. And where I was working for the Crockett, but Jimmy Crockett would send me to Paul Bosch in Texas. I would work for Vern Gagne in Minneapolis. I would work for Bob Geiger out in Kansas City. But I would only stay there for about maybe a week or a month. I would go to Japan. I would go to Puerto Rico. And they used to rent us guys out. We were not stationed in just one area like they do now. You know, that's why I say it's hard for anybody to say they got a world champion. How can WWE say they got a world champion when you don't wrestle nobody?
What do you think about these two world champions that they have now? And there's something like between 20 and 30 titles. Do you think it's too much for fans to keep track of?
It don't mean nothing. It don't mean nothing. You know, like one wrestler told me he never wanted to win a title. I said, why? He said, this guy said he was 20-time world champion. He was also a 20-time loser. See? He lost the belt 20 times too. So they take all the meaning from something. The more time you got something, the more time that you do something, the less meaning it has. You take like Bruno Sammartino when he had the belt. He only had it one time. But he kept it. Muhammad Ali only won the belt twice. They took the belt from him. Then he came back and beat Frazier, not Frazier, but Former for it. But he didn't hold the belt 20 freaking times. Bruno didn't have the belt 20 times. Hogan didn't have the belt 20 times. Bob Backlund did not have the belt 20 times. That's why it meant so much. Now it don't mean nothing. They pass the belt around so much. It's like an old pair of shoes. I wear them. But in the old days, they have a hand-me-down. You wear a pair of pants. When you get too big for the clothes, you give them to your younger brother because now he could grow into them. It's a hand-me-down. It don't mean nothing no more. I mean, if you get the title, you can't hold the title more than a couple of months. How can you call yourself champion? Then another guy got it, then you win it back. Then another guy get it, and you went. Stupid shit. Stupid.
What do you think about Big E winning the title from Bobby Lashley recently? I don't think Lashley had peaked yet in his run with the title. Did you pay any attention to that?
No.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
No, well, see, here's the reason why they're not believable. They're not. It's something about them that just they didn't click. Neither one click with the people. And I'm not knocking them. They're both great athletes, very well built, strong guy. But it's not what the fans looking for. It's something that the fans look for, and trying to shove something down the people's throat that they're not really, really interested in. I don't know if they got a wrestler right now. They kill off their best talent. They take the belt, like you said, they take the belt off for people so quick before they could really build a reputation with the title. But the guy, they don't impress me as world champion. They don't. Serena Williams is bigger than both of them. That's the truth.
Josh,
you take these little guys and try to make big guys out of them. It don't work.
Yeah.
It's just something about him that just, like Undertaker. I mean, that was a guy that grabbed you. You understand what I'm saying? Now, the Undertaker grabbed you. Kane grabs you. These superstar Billy Graham grab you. Hulk Hogan grab you. Stone Cold Steve Austin grab you. Bret Hart grab you. They had something about them. They had that charisma. They had that. It was just something that you're born with. The promotion can't give it to you. They can't give it to you. It's just something about you that make the people really want to see you and support you and go with you. And some people just don't have it. They just don't have it. I don't know what it is that they do wrong. They got great bodies, they're good wrestlers, but they don't have it. That one thing like Hogan had. I don't know if you can remember the Hulkamania round 3. I mean, it was, my God. I never seen nothing like it. Never seen nothing like it.
Yeah, what do you think about the fans that will say wrestling today is like the hottest it's been for fans? Like, I was alive during that Hulkamania era, and you can't compare.
No. That Hulk Hogan era, brother, was on freaking fire. In fact, that's what set the stage for the day. And with Stone Cold Steve Austin, you show me one freaking wrestler that enlightened the world like Stone Cold. Show me one. Just one. They ain't. Why do you think Hulk Hogan is still popular today? Why do you think Stone Cold is such a big name today? These guys were special. You just can't make anything into something. It have to be something before you get it. You know? Kind of like bodies. You got all these bodies guys, but then when you look at an old picture of Tony Atlas, they didn't compare. They didn't compare. You know, Lex Luger, how many guys compare to Lex Luger body today or to the Ultimate Warrior body today? Come on, the Warrior guy 6'4", 280 pounds. How many guys like that today? They don't have it. These guys don't have it. You know, they got rid of the
Did you get along
talent.
with the Warrior, by the way? Did you get along with the Warrior?
The best wrestler they got is Randy Orton. Why they never did more with Randy, I don't know. Randy, they could have done a lot with Randy Orton, a lot that they didn't do. You know, he got it, but the promotion never gave him that push that he really, really needed. Like Mark Henry, they made Mark Henry the biggest chump in the world. How can you be the world's strongest man and lose to a midget? How? Look at what they did with Big Show. Never got as big as Andre, because Andre would have never done that stuff. They made Big Show look like a regular guy. You know, I love Stone Cold when he gave the Big Show the stunner. I said, "Oh, they're killing the business. Who in the hell gonna believe that?" You know, Stone Cold is a big rugged guy, but not that damn big and rugged. You know, when Rey Mysterio started beating Mark Henry, and then Matt Hardy beat Mark Henry, Jeff Hardy beat Mark Henry. Oh, hey, the World Strong Man. You show this guy pulling a freaking bus down the street, okay? Bending frying pans with his hands, and then a 180-pound guy come up the top rope, or hog swallow come up the top rope and pin him. Give me a freaking break here. What the stupid shit. Stupid stuff. And what to do in our day, you know what we call that? Insulting the people intelligence. See, people are hooked. The wrestling or every sport is like taking a drug. First, a drug dealer will give you the good stuff to get you hooked. Once you get hooked, he sell you the bad stuff because you buy it anyway because you hooked. You're going to drink it, rather. It's like being an alcoholic. First, you start off drinking Crown Royal, and then next thing you know, you're drinking freaking lighter fuel, but it get you stoned, so who cares, you know? Kind of like a opium guy. First, you get the pain pill from the doctor don't give him the pain pill no more. All of a sudden, he goes to taking the street drug. With wrestling the same way. They love the sport. They're disappointed, but they already hooked. You know, they already hooked on the sport, and they because I don't like this, but they watch it anyway because they already hooked. Because the foundation of wrestling was built with Bruno Sammartino, superstar Billy Graham, Hulk Hogan, Stone Cold Steve Austin, the Hart Foundation, Stu Hart. All these guys later, these are guys that made people believe in the sport. They made people believe in the business. Then all these people got shit canned, and then all the guys that never couldn't sell out a building, all of a sudden get all the glory and live off of the legacy of great wrestlers. That's how I see it.
Josh tips you $4.99, and he wants to know if you still have your Hall of Fame ring.
Yes, I got both of them. I got the WBBG World Bodybuilding Guild Hall of Fame ring, and I got the WWE Hall of Fame ring. Yes, I got both of them. Yeah.
And you mentioned earlier the Ultimate Warrior had one of the best bodies ever in wrestling. Any memories about him? I know you were friends.
Well, we started off in Texas together. He was a Dingo Warrior then, and that's where me and him spent most of our time together. We was in Texas. We used to work out every day at the Gold's Gym. Nice guy, and we were drawing some pretty good money too. He started off as a heel, and then they turned him babyface, which I thought at that time was a mistake. But you know, Fritz Von Erich do what Fritz Von Erich want to do. but a very, very nice guy. The last time that I saw him, he looked healthy and everything. And when I heard about his passing, it was sad. Great, a nice individual, one of the nice people you all want to meet.
Chainsaw Charlie tips you $5, and he says he loves you, and he says R.I.P. Bruiser Brody, who you tried to help save.
Yeah. Well, I was the only one. And I don't mind saying it. I was the only one. Them other guys, all they would think about was keeping their job. They didn't think about nothing but keeping their job. They didn't give a red ass about Brody. And that's a sad thing about this wrestling. We're not. People say, "Oh, all you guys are friends." No, we're not. No, we're not. When I was homeless, I knew more millionaires than Rockefeller, and I couldn't bum a freaking quarter. If it wasn't for my wife, Monica, I would be dead. She saved my life. My wife had a stroke 2 years ago. She's in rehab right now, and I would not leave her for all the money and all the beauty in the world. I go out there every day to the hospital to see my wife, but I can't go to see her. I'm on the phone with her, and I support her, and I'm gonna stick with this woman. You know, she just turned 80 yesterday. My wife just turned 80, but I would take that 80-year-old German woman over any woman walking the freaking earth. No woman means nothing to me more than my wife. And if you don't like my wife, I got no time for you. That woman saved my life. I would have died 32 years ago if it wasn't for Monica. I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for her. She saved my life. I was near dead. The doctor said I had no more than about a day or two to live. My wife told the doctor, said, I'll take him home. She didn't know who the hell I was. She said, if he's going to die, let him die in my arms. And the doctor said, what do you see in this man? She said, something about his eyes. I like his eyes. That's my wife. And she took me home, got me off of the crack cocaine, sobered me up, fattened me up, and got me back on my feet, put up with all my bull crap for years, not just at that moment, for years. You know, she's my angel. You know, her name is Monica. She's my complete angel, you know. And she's the first and only Caucasian woman I ever been with. You know.
Well, Bill, you have a fan here that just tipped you $100 for you and your wife. His name is Bill.
Thank you.
And Ernie tips you $5. He wants to know how many years you've been married for.
31 now, going on 32.
Well, thank you to all the fans that have given tips to Tony. They're all going to Tony tonight. And Tony, thank you for coming on with me. Is there anything you want to say before we close off, or anything you want to promote?
Yes, I do. Hannibal, I don't know if you know that, but you know Monty and the Pharaoh. They gave me an opportunity that the 21st of September on Monty and the Pharaoh is going to be Tuesday with Tony. And I've got my own show where I can talk about wrestlers that I know, you know, like Klondike Bill and Wahoo McDaniel, all the guys that I know. So I get to talk about my experience in wrestling, not a scripted thing where people ask about people that I don't know. Also, I want people to know that live in the Philly, New Jersey area, that Tony Atlas is going back into the ring again, Hannibal. I'm going to be on November the 5th. I'm going to be here. How do I say it? Hyper Wrestling. Hyper Wrestling. Look it up. Hyper Wrestling. Tony Atlas is going to don the ring. I came down to the showboat here in Atlanta, and this young kid called me an old man, and I got in the ring with him a little bit, and he said I was all washed up and everything. So I told the promoter, I said, get him in the ring with me. Get him in the ring with me. I can't remember what that kid name. Griffin McCall. He figured that he's tough. He figured he's all this and that. He figured I'm old and all washed up. So I asked the promoter, I said, can I get in the ring with him? And that's going to be on November the 5th. Hebrew Wrestling. So y'all look for that. Tony Atlas going back in the ring to whoop butt and take names, Baba. And Hannibal, you got to bring me up there so I let the old fans up there in Canada see old Tony Atlas do his thing.
I will.
I've been vaccinated, so I'm good.
You've been vaccinated, but they're still really strict about letting us put on shows here. So when we get started, for sure.
Yes, and I got my passport, all brand new one. Got it about a month ago. Brand spanking new.
And before we close off here, Chainsaw Charlie tips you $15, and he says, "This is from California law enforcement. You deserve every bit of love and respect from the fans."
He's a policeman, you said?
Yes.
Tell
In
him
California.
Tell him if anything, thank him. Because he's one of our first reformers. You know, when I was a kid, I say this real quick. I had heroes when I was a kid. Batman, Superman, the Incredible Hulk, all these people. Then my mom said, Tony, when you grow up, you got to put away childish things. So I put away all my childish heroes, and then I get as an adult, I look at policemen as one of my heroes. He's a hero to me because he's put his life on the line every day to keep me safe. I sleep real good because the policemen out putting their life, and they're not doing it for the money. Believe me, I know a lot of policemen, they are not doing it for the money. They're doing it because they want to serve and protect their community. Most of them try to do the best they can to do the best for their community. I respect people that work for the fire department that run into a burning building while everybody else is running out. You know, you look at 9/11 that just passed, you know. I mean, you saw policemen and firemen running into a collapsed building. This building was falling down. They put their life on the line running in there. Now, how can you look down on policemen and firemen when they do that? When I look at our military, you know, no matter what the call of duty is, no matter if they got to go to Afghanistan, Iraq, wherever they got to go, they go with honor, you know. And you got to support our veterans, you know, because these guys, I seen veterans that gave a leg. They gave their legs. They gave their arm. They give their family, you know. They give all that they got. A lot of people say, oh, USA, USA, USA. But the real USA supporter are farmers, policemen, and our military. These are our real heroes. And it's a damn shame that something like 9/11 have to happen to us for us to appreciate these people. And don't judge all policemen by the act of one. I would not want you to judge me by OJ. He's black, I'm black. But I love my wife, you know, and I would never do anything to hurt her. You can't judge, whitewash the whole police department. Think about this. If every policeman all of a sudden all over the world decided to take a month vacation, can you sleep at night? Will you feel safe there? What we need to do is support policemen more and not criticize the whole department, talking about defunding the police. That's the stupidest damn thing I ever hear in my life. Who in the world ever thought about that? They're taking that dummy pill. They could be anybody that's talk like that. No, we need support. We support these people. You know, they deserve it. So the guy in California, the officer in California, no, you my hero. Thank you for your support, my friend. Thank you. We will not be able to sleep and be so safe. This country would be a freaking chaos if it wasn't for you guys. So thank you. When them firefighters run and fight the fire, we have firefighters from Maine to go to California to fight a fire. All the way to California from Maine. We have soldiers come from Maine, New York, everywhere, go to Afghanistan to fight for the freedom and democracy around the world.
Everyone wanted to know about your experience on that Vince McMahon Netflix documentary.
Well, I felt myself very honored to be able to be a part of the Netflix thing, and I tried to be as honest as possible. There's some things sometimes that I would say that I would get the names mixed up sometime, and I would get the time and place mixed up sometime, but the story always the same because I work for all three
McMahon. I first went there to work for Vince McMahon Sr. Then I went back as Saba Simba and I worked for Vince Jr. before that. In 86 and 87, I believe, I worked for Vince in 86 and 87, right before I went to Vern Gagne, AWA. Then I went back and worked for Vince Jr. In the 90s as Saba Simba. Then I went back in 2008 to manage Mark Henry and do the Abraham Washington show. So I worked for all three companies. I worked for the WWF, which was Worldwide Wrestling Federation. And then I worked for the WWF, which is World Wrestling Federation. They took the wild out. And then I worked for WWE, was at the end. And also I worked with ECW, because at that time, WWE had bought our ECW. So I worked for just about every major company in Canada and in America, and I have no regrets. If I had one thing that I would do differently than what I did in the past, if I had named one thing, the first thing that I would have done is listen to Klondike Bill. Klondike Bill and Johnny Weaver told me, say, you do okay in this business, kid, if you stay away from the drugs. Which means to tell me, and this was 1975, he was telling me that, so drug use in wrestling was not something that came later. I mean, it would have been in wrestling, say, the beginning of wrestling. Because what wrestlers do, if you get a dislocated knee, or you dislocate your shoulder, or if you get injured, to put it that way, no matter what the injury was, they didn't have a way of telling the people about your injury and why you can't make the show. So when people come to the match, they go strictly by that poster. Well, they didn't have internet, and they didn't have the means of communication that they have today. So even if you was injured, you have to make the show, no matter what, unless you die or have a heart attack. Because, especially if you was in a position I was in, I was always either main event or semi-main event. So I was always at the top of the card. So that when people pay to see Tony Atlas, they don't want to see George Well. They don't want to see S.D. Jones. They pay to see Tony Atlas. When people pay to see Jimmy Snuka, they don't want to see nobody else but Jimmy Snuka. So if Jimmy Snuka had a broken leg, he still had to be at the show. So what a lot of wrestlers do, you're on the road, most of the time you get injured a match before, but you got to wrestle the next night. So the people that brought the drugs into the wrestling business was ex-football players. Guys that played football, they knew about the pain pill. At that time, it was a pill. It wasn't, and a lot of guys did a lot of drinking for their pain. Like you take like Harley Race, for example. If Harley Race was hurting, he would drink and smoke, drink and smoke. He would drink until he fall, just drink a lot. Well, by drinking a lot, he don't feel the pain, then he go to sleep. And so some people use alcohol, some guys use drugs to deal with the pain, because when I first started, wrestling was always in pain. Because we wrestled 7 days a week. 7 days a week. The only time we had a day off was 10 days off for Christmas, from the 15th to the 25th. And then you're back on the road again. And it was like that for generations and generations. And then Vince Jr. changes later on, where you only work 4 days a week instead of 7. And then sometime on Sunday, you have to work twice. You have a 3 o'clock show, then you had a 7 o'clock show. The guy had a base, like in Charlotte, your base was Charlotte. That's where all the wrestlers stay, in Charlotte, North Carolina. Where you drove, they did North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. So if I had a show in Roanoke, I would drive from Charlotte to Roanoke. If I had a show in Richmond, I had to drive from Charlotte to Richmond. If I had to go to Charleston, South Carolina, I'd drive from Charlotte to Charleston, South Carolina. So no matter where the wrestler was at, they drove.
They didn't, because they had what's called territory, so the guy wasn't sitting on a flight all the time. The flight are easy, because you can go to sleep on a flight. But you're in a car, you can't go to sleep. And even if you're a passenger, you can't sleep. Because by you sleeping, it will make the driver sleepy. So you have to stay awake to keep the driver awake. So that's where the ribs and the jokes and all that stuff came about. Most of the stuff was in the car. And more guys lost their career in the car. I want to tell y'all a story. I probably told this story before, but my first week, I was what my mother said, I what you call a slow learner. I catch on to things later, not at the moment, but later. I was coming back from Raleigh, North Carolina, going back to Charlotte. We just got through doing TV. The guy that was in the car with me, who was it? I don't want to call names of people that do them wrong. But anyway, they were not main event guys. They was, because normally when somebody need a ride, the promoter, they wouldn't tell a Ric Flair go pick up somebody. They wouldn't tell a Black Jack Mother gonna go pick up somebody. They would tell a Jack Evans or Bill Howard or one of these guys, you know, the job guy. It'd be a jobber that would come and get you. So I'm riding back from Raleigh. We stopped and got some hot dogs at this place and a beer. So I had a hot dog, beer, bag of chips. And I'm eating and drinking. And one of the guys said, "Hey kid, how you like the business?" I said, "Oh, I love it." Well, I didn't know at the time that you should not tell people what you make, because that causes animosity. So they said, "How much you made, kid?" I said, $1,500. And most of the time, when a guy, the first week, most wrestlers don't make that. But George Scott wanted to help me to get on my feet. So he put me on all the shows. The big draw at that time was Wahoo McDaniels, Paul Jones, and not Greg Valentine, Johnny Valentine. So all the shows that Wahoo was on, he booked me on that show. So I was with what they had an A team and a B team. So my first week, he put me on the A team so I could make some money, so I could buy myself a car and get myself. It wasn't going to be a long-term thing. He just wanted the first month of the business so we could make some money. I had no money. So how much you made, kid? I said, I made $1,500. They said, "That's it?" I go, "Yeah." They said, "Well, Rufus R. Jones, he made $2,500. Now, I don't know if he did or if he didn't. They worked me. I didn't know anything about the work back then. They said, well, he made $2,500, and this is how they tricked me. They said, "Tony, Rufus got that big old belly. He don't have all your muscle. He didn't win all them wrestling titles and bodybuilding titles, weightlifting titles like you. Wouldn't you like to make $2,500?" I go, "Yeah, I would love to make $2,500. The next morning, I got up, getting ready to go downstairs to get my breakfast, get something to eat. I had the same routine. I eat a light breakfast and I go work out. George Scott is on the phone, and he's mad at me. He said, "Get your ass to the office right now, right now." So I go to the office. I didn't even have my breakfast. They didn't even have my workout yet. So I'm sitting in the office. George Scott comes and said, "Kid, I put you on good show with Wahoo in order for you to make some money. And you complain about it." I said, "Complain?" I said, "What I complain about?" They said, "You was complaining last night that Rufus made $2,500 and you made $1,500. He said, "Rufus worked a long time to earn that $2,500. He said, "You telling guys that you're not satisfied with $1,500. He said, "There's nobody in that car that have ever made more than $500 a week." You understand? There was nobody in that car, he said, that made more than $500 a week. They never saw $1,000 a week. He said, but then I told him just what I told you. And he said, "Well, I understand." He said, "Stay out of Carl's conversation." He said, "Just so that you would learn," he said, I'm going to send you on the road so you know what I'm talking about." So then he sent me, the first place he sent me to Kansas City, Missouri. That's where I met Harley Race. He was in Kansas City. And Big Bad John and them people. I starved. They were the top guys were making $500 a week. Main eventers The average guy was making $300 a week.
People hated that territory, right? Because
There was no money.
Yeah.
Because Bob Geiger and Pat O'Connor pretty much killed that territory, you know. Because they put themselves over all the time. That what killed these territories. Because these guys was old guys, and Pat O'Connor and Bob Geiger was beating everybody. So they never really got that territory going until Bill Watts got a hold of it. And then he sent me to Dallas, Texas. I worked for Fritz von Erich. Then I went from Dallas, Texas to Houston. Now Houston, I made a $200 payday that night because Paul Bosch was always known as the best payoff man in the business. Then I called a flight and I came back. And then, no, I went to Amarillo first. I went to Amarillo, and that's where I met Randy Savage. He was Randy Savage, Lenny Poffo, and they followed Angelo Poffo. And I rode with Angelo and Randy, and that's where I met them. And then they brought me back. But he sent me to all the territory where guys were struggling.
Right.
Then he brought me back, and he said, "Kid, did you learn anything?" I go, "Yes, sir." He said, "Never tell the wrestlers what you make, and stay out of Carl's conversation." He said, "Whenever they talking about wrestling, you stay out of it. If they talk about football, you talk. They talk about the news, you talk." So I got more into politics. I talk politics a lot with people, but if it's about the business, if somebody bring up something about Vince or bring up something about Ted Turner or bring up something about Odie Anderson, I'm not in that conversation. And another thing I learned too, one time some guys was in the room and bad-mouthing Vince and smoking dope and everything, and I got in trouble for that too, because the stooge, Vince asked him this question: who all was in the room? You understand?
Yeah.
So he gave a list of who was in the room. My name was on the list. So even though I was not bad-mouthing the office, I got in trouble too for just being in the room, because the stooge told who all was in the room.
Yeah.
And they would bait you, the stooge will. They would start the conversation bitching. And then once you start talking, they shut up.
Yeah, I've experienced that myself.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they would bait, because wrestling is an individual sport. So if one wrestler could get you out of the business, they figure that's more room for him. Because, promotion is like a company. They're going to have so many wrestlers. You can't have everybody there. So when one guy leave, the wrestler got happy. They didn't get sad because you were gone. They got happy because you was gone. There was more room for them.
Yeah.
It made them more valuable. So I had to learn all this stuff the hard way. Then I found out. I remember one time I asked George Scott. I said, "George, how come you know so much about what I do on the road?" And this is what George Scott told me: "Who you ride with." He said, you still hadn't learned your lesson, have you? And this was when George Scott was the booker in WWF.
Right.
And he told me that. He said, you still have not learned your lesson. I was always too trusting of people, because I talk very openly. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've always been very open in my conversation. I think I could never be a backstabbing. In other words, I never learned how to work people. I learned how to work in the ring. But the biggest work was not in the ring. The biggest work in wrestling was out of the ring.
Yeah.
When you're laying up in the room with a guy, you get comfortable with this guy. You get a talking. This guy, he said, "Oh man, he just gave me all type of stuff to help me." So he think by going to the office and telling the office what to do, going to help him.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And that's why a lot of guys kept their job. I don't know for sure, but I hear that S.D. Jones was like that. That's why Vince kept him so long. S.D. would report.
It's strange he got a toy considering he was a low-level guy. You never got a toy, did you, at that?
Yeah, but S.D., if you look at S.D. was there for a long time, 16 years or more. But the reason for it, because if you tell S.D. something, Vince would come up and ask S.D. S.D. going to tell him.
Right.
because it's his job on that. It's like I was talking, we were talking about the Bruiser Brody thing. How come nobody told what happened to Brody until afterwards? They didn't want to lose their job. I mean, the guys were making good money in Puerto Rico. Guys in Puerto Rico, when I was in Puerto Rico, you know, for Puerto Rico it was good money. Guys were making like $1,500 a week there, working 4 days, spending time on the beach. It was cheap. You could live there for $200 or $300 a week. You could live.
Yeah.
Live there.
Did they pay for your accommodations?
Yeah. Well, no. If you work for the company, you get your own place, but the places were cheap. I mean, it was like $200 a month, like $50 a week for these.
Yeah.
It's an apartment. The guy would get what's called a flat.
Yeah.
They just call it a flat, and they would stay in the flat. But if you flat in and out, they would pay for your accommodation. Like if I'm working for in Houston, they would pay for my flight to Puerto Rico and back. They would pay for my hotel, and they would arrange ground transportation. But there was some guy that just worked the territory. Like the bushwhacker, when I met them, they worked the territory. You see what I'm saying? So the office didn't pay for their accommodation. It came out of their check. They paid because they was part of the territory. But guys that flew in and flew out, kind of like when Dusty Rhodes flew from Florida to Georgia. Jim Barnett would pay for Dusty Rhodes or Terry Funk airfare and hotel. If you flew in, they did. But if you worked the territory, then you took care of your own company because you was on a regular payday. See, when guys flew in, they didn't fly in every week. It may be 3 months before you go back there again.
Why did George Scott get fired from WWE?
Well, I don't, to be honest with you, I really don't know. But from what George hinted around to before he went to Texas, George Scott was the type of guy that he had to have control of the books, of what the match of the boys, and he would come up with something, and then Vince would change it. You know, he had the same trouble in Texas too. He would come up with something, and then Fritz would change it.
Right.
They never really let him have the book. You know, he never were the booker. They wouldn't let him be the booker. When he was in Mid-Atlantic, he had the book. He was the booker. The booker is the guy that put the matches together. And George Scott would come up with an idea and put the matches together, what he want to do, and Vince go, I don't like that. Let's do this. Because Vince had to have full control of everything that goes on. And I believe, and George didn't tell me that was his reason, but I just think that was the reason that they didn't let him do his job. He had to be free to do what he needed to do. Because George had a great head for the business, a fantastic head for the business. And so what George Scott would do, he would come up with an idea. He would see things in a person that he would know would work. Like the Saba Simmer thing, if George Scott were there, it would have never happened.
What was their plans with that anyways? How did they explain that?
Well, believe it or not, I learned more about it later. The guy that came up with the idea was not Vince, which surprised me.
Who was it?
J.J. Dillon. J.J. Dillon was in Africa. He saw these Maasai warriors. And so what ended up happening, see, Vince, what a lot of people don't know, but Vince is a genius. He's a genius because Vince knows how to follow the river. Like, a lot of people don't know the person that made Hulk Hogan was the Ayatollah Khomeini. That's what made Hogan. We had problem in Iran during that time. So Vince came up with an idea to put the belt on Iranian. Well, the biggest problem that Vince had when the Sheik was champion, that he don't get killed.
Right.
Unless you was there, you had no idea this man's life was in danger all the time. They had to have police escort for this guy. I mean, it was like crazy. And the Sheik, so anybody that would have beat the Sheik would have became that champion. But there was one problem that Vince had, one that he noticed. He had nobody to beat the Sheik. And what did I mean by that? Every top star in the WWF at that time were a minority.
Right.
Except for Backlund. Even Alvin Puskett during that time was considered as a minority because he was Polish. Most of the wrestlers was either Samoan, Puerto Rican, black, or Oriental, the top star.
Yeah.
Just look at them: Morocco, Fuji, Saito. You see that the only time a white person would pop up, it would be with Tony Guerrero or Alvin Puskett
Yeah.
and Bob Backlund. But all your top stars, the guy that was over, all the people that was over, was a minority. What he needed was what they call an all-American boy.
Right.
Because a Samoan, even though he was American, to the people during that time, didn't represent an all-American boy. Tony Atlas didn't represent an all-American boy. Slooker didn't, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They didn't give that image. Hogan represented what they call the all-American, blonde hair, blue eye, big bronze body. He was perfect for it. So when Hogan came in and beat the Sheik, the place took off. So there was two people that were primarily responsible for the rise of the WWE the way it is now. The Ayatollah Khomeini and
Hulk
Sylvester
Hogan.
Stallone.
Oh, for putting Hulk in.
Them
the
two,
movie.
right, so Stallone put Hogan in a spot. The Ayatollah put the Sheik in a spot. And when them two fought, that what made it. And from that day on, the WWE went up, the WWF went up, and it never went back down. But it started with two people that were the primary seed that was planted. The Ayatollah Khomeini that built the Sheik, and Sylvester Stallone that built Hogan. So each one was developed outside of wrestling. Wrestling had nothing to do with their popularity. The Sheik became hot just because it was Irania. And another thing people never noticed too, you can look it up. There was one thing that happened when Vince brought me to Saba Simba that nobody noticed. They released Nelson Mandela.
Oh, from jail, yeah.
That same year that Vince made me, he didn't have an Africa, Kamada had left. See, if Kamada had not left, they would have pushed him. So he walked out on his biggest break. He didn't know it was coming. Vince didn't know it was coming. And then they released Nelson Mandela. So right there, all the attention was on South Africa because South Africa would lift the sanctions.
Yeah.
You know, there were no more sanctions. So everything would change. So Vince needed something for that. I was talking in the dressing room one day to Nikolai Volkov, God bless his soul. And he was saying goodbye. He said, this is my last week. He said, I finish up this week. And then the following week, I walk in the dressing room and they go, Nikolai. I said, Nikolai, I thought you was leaving. He said, I was, but Russia just shot down the Career airline. And that's when Vince teamed up Nikolai with the Sheik. Because the Ayatollah stuff was down off. But then when they shot down that airplane, that's when Vince took and jumped on that bandwagon. See, he don't believe in Johnny Robbins said it all the time. You follow the river, baby. See, you don't have to invest in something that's already developed. People's attention was on that. You ever know that the news do the same thing? Every time something happens, no matter what station, everybody talk about the same thing. You know?
Right.
Because that's the happening of today. Then next week, they talk about something else because something else happened. You see? Like when the hurricane hit Florida and North Carolina, everybody talked about that. But then people lose interest in that. So then they start talking about the war in Israel.
Yeah.
And they would go with that until something else pop up.
Right.
And that's how you make money. You follow the river, supply and demand. There was already a demand to know about that. They wanted to see this. Now, One of the things where, now I'm gonna get in trouble now. One of the things that hurt Vince, not Vince Sr., but Vince Jr., is too many minorities.
Now or back when you?
Now.
Yeah.
Now. Because for years, the biggest draw about wrestling, every major sport in America during that time, when Vince took over, the reason it popped, Vince changed the dynamics. First, you have 2 or 3 Caucasians on top at first with Vince Sr. With Vince Jr., you had one or 2 minorities. You notice how the whole, instead of having a bunch of Oriental, Puerto Ricans, and Italians, you had Caucasians. Ronnie Piper, Paul Ondorf, Mr. Wonderful. You see how it all changed? The only minority that Vince had during that time on top was JYD.
Yeah.
Where Vince Sr., the only Caucasian he had on top was Bob Backlund.
Right.
So you see what I'm saying? Because at that time, what he noticed that every major sport in America at that time was controlled by, was dominated by minorities. Wrestling was the only sport where the Caucasian, other than golf, Tiger Woods took golf away. So wrestling was pretty much the only sport where Caucasians was on top. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not a racial thing. What it is, it was something different. Where Caucasian, everybody liked to be represented. And wrestling was the only sport during that time. Like Larry Bird, why was he so popular in basketball? He was the only one.
Right.
He was a good player. Don't get me wrong, he was a great player. But the popularity he had became because he was Caucasian. If he was black, it wouldn't have meant that much.
Right.
You know, in fact, it probably wouldn't even been on the team because they had so many. I mean, the Michael Jordan. You look at, when you think about boxing, it's very hard to picture a white boxer.
Yeah.
You think about basketball, it's very, and here lately, 70% of the, even now, 70% of the MFL is minorities.
Right.
Even now. So, if you want to, and what Vince did when he took Bobby Lashley, it started with Kofi Kingston.
Yeah, Kofi Kingston, yeah.
The ratings dropped.
Yeah. I think
And
he had the lowest crowd ever at Madison Square Garden, 7,000 for a TV taping.
Yeah.
Yeah, they even had to bring in The Undertaker last minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that because it's not a racial thing. Is that wrestling is the only sport where it's dominated by Caucasians. And Turner understood that. Cause I remember Ole Anderson, I used to try to get other black wrestler book, and Ole said, oh no, we messed it up. He said, I can make more money with one black wrestler than I can with 10.
Yeah.
He said, every time you bring another black wrestler, it take away from you. And that what made wrestling so big. But people don't, it's not a racial thing. So people say, oh, that's racial. No, it's not. It's business. At that time, Caucasian made up 82% of American population. And they turn on the TV and nobody representing them.
Right.
Well, the same thing. That's why black protested, because there was nobody representing them. So they wanted more black people on movies. They wanted more black people in this, more black people in that, because they want to be represented. Where Caucasians is no different than black people. They want to be represented too. People are people.
Yeah.
It's not about race. It's about looking at TV and see something that look like you.
Right.
And Vince Jr. understood that. See, Vince Sr. figured he had to have a person to represent all the people in New York. So you had to have an Italian, you had to have a Puerto Rican, you had to have an Oriental. Because New York was known for years as the melting pot of America. You got every nationality in the world in New York, you know that. So Vince Sr. figured you need to put one of everybody there. Vince Jr. had a totally different idea. He figured put less minority, more Caucasians.
Right.
And it worked for him. Because you look at all the guys from the nanny, other than Junkyard Dog, there were very few minorities.
Was Junkyard Dog mainly on cocaine, or was he on other stuff too? When he was having his issues?
Once you get on cocaine, you won't take nothing else. Guys would start off smoking pot. Once they started smoking that crack, there was no more pot. See, it dominates you, cocaine, and it make you crave it, and it become the most important thing in your life. It make you crave it. So once you get on, you pick up that pipe one night, and before you put that pipe down, 3 or 4 years have went by in your life, and it become the most important thing in your life, that high. But the best high of using cocaine is the first day. But you keep trying to get that feeling again. You got that first high, but you never get that feeling again.
Right.
Because the more your body get immune to it, the more you need. So to get that first high, instead of taking one hit, now you got to take 2. Now you got to take 3. Now you got to take 4. Now you got to do the whole bag. You understand what I'm saying? And then it get to the place where you're just doing it to survive. And you don't even like it no more. You hate it. But you still do it.
Yeah.
You hate the feeling. You tell yourself every night, I will never do this again. That's it for me. I will never do it again. You keep saying that. Soon that night comes, you start thinking, man, I just gonna do a little bit. But that little bit turns to another 6 months. You know? Yeah.
Who was the one that gave it to you the first time?
Fuji.
Oh, really, Mr. Fuji?
Yeah.
You wouldn't expect him.
No, Fuji.
He did it too?
Well, Fuji was a dealer.
Oh, okay.
That's how he made his money. He told me, he said, I never had to cash a check since I've been doing this. He would bring the dope, sell it to the boys, and he used that money to live on.
Right.
That was the money he traveled with. His check just went right into the bank. Didn't have to cash a check. He said, I never had to cash a check since I've been doing this.
Interesting. I guess that was when it was in the Northeast, so you'd be on the road most and not flying a lot.
Yeah, remember he put drugs in your cookie.
Oh yeah, he gave you an
Yeah,
LSD.
Fuji get you hooked through a cookie. You eat a cookie, you get high as a motherfucker. Fuji, got any more of them cookies? Yeah, brother, this cost me money, brother. You want to buy some? He give it to you free first.
Yeah.
Hey, try this, brother. Make you feel better. Try this, brother.
Yeah.
Try this, brother. Oh, very good, very good. Is it good, brother? You want more? You want more? I could get you some, brother. Where you at this week? I bring you one. You have to pay though. Now he got a customer.
Right.
Fuji did it to make money. If you become his customer.
Were you hooked right away when you were doing it, or did it take a while?
My thing, I really did more, believe it or not, cocaine after the business.
Oh, really? How did you afford it when you weren't making that money?
I didn't have to pay for it.
Oh, fans would give it to you.
No. What happened was this. See, with me, the reason that it messed up my career, I'll be sitting in the room doing cocaine with the guys. I had a 4% body fat.
Right.
I got so dehydrated, I couldn't make the show the next day. They would get up and walk.
Yeah.
I'm in freaking Carnito. So the Vincent, where's Tony? Oh, he's all fucked up, Vince. He's all fucked up. Vincent thinking I'm fucked up from that I'm still in the room doing dope.
Yeah.
I'm in the room ordering room service, drinking water and orange juice and apple juice and shoving food down my stomach and throwing up, I go to walk, my freaking quadricep will lock up on me.
Right.
Every move I made, I get a cramp. I cramped up like you would not believe, but it hurt like a mother. So it took me a day to recover. Then I said, I'm not gonna do it again. But I was so guttural, I wanted to be one of the boys. I wanted to fit in. So what guys do, I said, I just do a little bit. And then I just start all over again. I did the most when I became homeless.
Okay.
Because people can say that Tony was doing a lot of cocaine. Look at that body. How the hell can a person keep that body up doing cocaine?
You can't. You couldn't.
You can't.
Because you
But
lose the
people like
motivation to work
a lot
out.
of wrestlers, they talk, like Brian took and told me that he saw me with a needle hanging out of my butt. I took one shot in my whole life.
In the dressing room?
That way I hear him doing an interview, Brian Blair.
Yeah.
Brian Blair.
Yeah, he said you were walking around with it.
No, what I did, I showed him what it, he asked me, he said, why you take the pills? You should do the needle.
Yeah.
That's what Brian said. I pulled my pants down and I showed him a spot where Rocky Johnson shot me up, but he didn't shoot it deep enough.
Right.
It ate a hole in my butt. That's what I showed Brian.
Okay.
And I said, that's why I don't do needles.
Yeah.
Because I can't do myself and I can't trust nobody else to do it. I said, I just do the pills.
Right.
See? But that story don't sound exciting.
Correct, yeah.
Me walking around with a needle hanging up my butt, that sound...
Yeah. But you wouldn't have done that in WWE because you would have been... They wouldn't have put up with it to that extent.
No fuck way. I showed him, I could show you, it ate a hole in my freaking butt because he didn't shoot it. You got to shoot it deep.
Yeah.
And he used a small needle. And he just shot it right underneath the skin.
Yeah.
And it ate my skin away.
Right.
Yeah, and I said, no, I would never do a needle. I would never let nobody... I would never let nobody shoot me up again. See, the problem with a lot of wrestlers, they take a story and then they will add to it to make it more exciting.
Yeah.
Which is a shame because people don't learn nothing from their exaggeration. See, by me telling somebody what I just told you about what, if you don't shoot it deep enough, what it would do to your body, a person learn from that.
Yeah.
It don't sound exciting, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
It's not, you don't have the glamour to it that you would expect it to have, but it's the truth. Because I always did the pills. I even now don't like needles. I hate needles, even now. I had to get my COVID shot, and a lady laughed her butt off because I'm doing this.
Huh.
And she said, okay, you done. I said, you done? You done? I've always had a fear of needles. So the only way for I to get a shot, I had to give somebody to give it to me. And Rocky gave me my first and only shot. I only took one shot my whole life. You can ask Dusty Rhodes, all the guys know it. I used to do what they call dama balls.
Yeah.
D-ball, they call it. That was my thing. Because they were pills, you could carry them with you, or you don't need to have not just pop one in your mouth. You just got to drink a lot of water because they're very toxic.
Right.
So my goal when I was on the juice, I made sure I drink at least a gallon of water a day to keep my to keep it in there. And I'm telling you something else that people don't know too. I never, in my entire life, never did steroid more than 2 months a year. Never. Here's the reason why. And you ask a doctor if you think I'm wrong. Let's say the month of September, I take steroid, right?
Yeah.
The month of September. October, I stop, okay? But it stays in my system for 30 days.
Right.
You understand? So, you take it for 1 month, but in reality, you on for 2 months. Now, to keep your natural hormone from dying, you have to lay off twice the amount of time that you was on. So if you have steroids in your body for 2 months, you have to lay off for 4 months. So safely, you go on it safely now. Without running into any complication, you go on and do steroids once every 6 months.
That's what Jesse Ventura said he did. Only one cycle a year.
He would, because he knew.
Yeah.
Because what happens is, if you do more. See, the body only produce what it needs. Steroid is nothing but testosterone. Well, your body produce testosterone. So when you take artificial testosterone, your body is not producing it. So what I do when I pop that first pill, I just shut my system down.
Right. Because now
and it's going to be down for 2 months. That's why your testicles shrink. They're not working.
Right.
They're not working. So you have to give your natural hormone time to kick back in before you do it again. That's why, and I'm not knocking him, he's a good friend of mine. How can Alvin Pusky go from 260 pounds to 130 pounds in a couple of months?
Right.
How can Jimmy Snuka get sick and go from 270 down to what, 200?
Yeah.
Not even that. Why their muscle disappeared? You work out for how many years and don't have any muscles? Why? Because their body is not producing anymore. How can Tony Atlas still have 20-inch arms?
Yeah.
Why I still got 20-inch arms?
Because you keep working out every day.
No. Pusky do too.
I don't know.
Because
Muscle memory.
I gave my natural hormones time to come back.
Okay.
So now I'm running on my natural hormone. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if I had stayed on, you'd be talking to probably a 170-pound man right now. You understand?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have that.
Hey, someone's asking what your favorite tricep exercise is. We just shot a tricep video. Do you have a particular favorite?
Tricep extension. The first one I showed you. Because it worked the larger muscle, the biggest muscle. It worked the large muscle of the tricep.
Someone else is wondering about the Iron Sheik. Any party stories with him?
You know what?
Any stories about partying with the Iron Sheik? Or did you hang out with him?
I never partied with him because you didn't have to party with the Sheik to have a story. Okay? You do not have to party with the Iron Sheik to have a story. Now, I'm at Morocco probably remember this. Don Morocco. He may not. But Don was always took care of the boys. He was a good guy. So the lady, Don Morocco, talked to one of the stewards. He said, look, them seats up front is empty in the first class. Only one person in first class. He said, can us guys move up? And the lady knew who we were. So she said, oh yeah. So she put us all up in first class. Well, the Sheik went up first class. He pulled out his crack pipe. We're on the plane now, 30,000 feet in the air. He started smoking crack on the plane. The lady said, I'm sorry, sir, but you can't do that here. The Sheik said, hush, what you talk about? The Sheik, the can't do it. In my country, this is okay in my country. You bring Sheik drink. You go to your brony. Give the Sheik drink to brony. And we're smoking on the airplane.
Right.
Got in no trouble.
Is this the 80s? Or the early 90s?
Well, Morocco was there.
Oh, so like 85, 86.
Yeah, because Morocco was working.
87.
He was working in the ring there.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the 80s, yeah. He was smoking on the airplane. Another time at the airport like, you know how they have the gates?
Yeah.
So he would look for a gate where nobody's sitting. He would go over and sit there, pull out his pipe and start smoking at the airport. I said, Sheik. She said, come on, you take hit. Come on, brother, you have some. I said, Sheik, people see you. Look, brother, there's nobody around. They over there. Sheik, you think they can't see you because they in the next gate over? Oh, don't worry about it, brother. They over there. They can't see us here.
Yeah.
And he got away with it.
He got a pass on everything.
Yes. I've never seen nothing like it.
Didn't he beat up a woman or something in a bar once, and everyone's just like, it's funny, it's Iron Sheik.
Because she wouldn't give him no money. She wouldn't give him no pussy. He said, I stressed the bitch.
Yeah.
I would say, I had to stress the bitch. She don't take care of the Sheik. The Sheik want a little action. She don't give the Sheik the action. So I slap her ass around. And got away with it. And he always say, in my country. in
Yeah.
my country. So they excused it because, they figured they didn't know anything about it. But I had never in my life seen people do things that the Sheik could get away with it. Never.
Were people afraid of him, thinking he was a legit amateur wrestler? Or
Well, yeah, if you was around him, the Sheik never will relax. He was always high energy.
right?
Very high energy. And you look at a guy that got about a 25-inch neck. Looking like a pit bull. He was the type of guy you just knew he would rip your head off. You just knew it.
Right.
The way he carried himself, the way he act, just everything about him would tell you this is not somebody you want to be messing with. It just, he had that persona about him,
You were friends with Ultimate Warrior in World Class, weren't you?
Yes.
What was he like in those days? Was he humble?
Great guy.
Yeah.
I hear people badmouth, but he wasn't ever. See, the thing about Warrior, he reminded me a lot of me in this respect. He was pushed to the top quickly.
Yeah.
And when that happened in the wrestling business, you automatically create enemies. You take Hulk Hogan was loved by everybody when he was coming up the rank. As soon as he got the belt, nobody liked him. He didn't have to do anything to be disliked. I hear guys say, "Oh, this guy just got in the business already. They're making him champion." It's too. Well, that's what the name of my book is. Too much, too soon. Because that's what Wahoo McDaniel said about me.
Right.
He said, "George, you pushed him too fast. Too much, too soon." See, a lot of guys, you have to be in the business at least 6 years before the promotion even look at you or even think about doing anything with you. If you wasn't a 6 year, I remember one time I was in a dress room in Augusta, Georgia. And with me and Thunderbolt Palliser and going to wrestle Gene and Odie Anderson. And they was sitting there, Thunderbolt and Gene and Odie was going over the finish. So I'm sitting there listening to them, and I said, "Hey, I got an idea." The dress room got quiet. Everybody got quiet. They pick up my chair with me sitting in it and placed me in the corner with me facing the corner. And they said, "Kid, you ain't been around long enough to give advice. But I've been wrestling for 3 years." You follow me?
Yeah.
To them, if you ain't been in the business for at least 6 years, you can't even give any suggestions.
Right. You're not experienced enough.
You're not experienced enough. You don't know enough about this business to be started telling people what to do. And they took that as being disrespectful. Like these young kids now in the independent circuit would come up to a guy like Greg Valentine and say, "Greg, we're going to do this." In the old days, that's disrespectful.
Yeah.
What they should do with a guy like Greg Valentine or Tito Santana say, "Hey, Tito, I'm wrestling tonight. What do you want to do?" That's how you're supposed to do it. What do you want to do? He's the veteran. But guys now would go and tell a veteran what they want. Like last night, they were telling me what they want. They didn't ask me. They didn't ask me one thing. They don't respect seniority no more. They don't respect experience anymore. They get their idea. They want to do their idea. They don't know if it's going to work or not. It ain't about that anymore. But that's how the old school was. You have to show respect for your seniors.
Or they'd stretch you, right?
Or they would
Otherwise-
stretch your ass. Yeah, they will.
What's the worst stretching case you ever saw?
Well, the worst one I ever got was with Gotch.
Oh, you got stretched yourself?
Yeah. George Scott, he came through Charlotte to work back in '75, and they had him to take me around. And he was a vicious son of a gun. And the more you holler and scream, the worse he would give it to you. And Stu Hart too. When I was in Calgary, Stu Hart stretched me real bad.
What year were you in Calgary?
'75.
Okay.
Yeah. See, George Scott would send me different places to learn.
Right.
He said, "You're never going to learn by working with the same workers." He said, so he wanted me to work with different people all the time. He said, that's how you learn to work. You have to be adjustable, otherwise be repetitious. Because Harley Race, everybody say Harley Race was the best of all time. Harley Race could have a great match with Andre the Giant and turn around and wrestle a midget and have a good match.
Yeah.
So it didn't matter. Now, Ric Flair, you had to wrestle Ric Flair match. Ric Flair would call repetitious. You understand? So you have to do Ric Flair match when you work with Ric Flair. When you wrestle Hogan, you have to do Hogan match, the way Hogan worked. When you work with Tony Atlas, you have to work the way Tony Atlas worked, or Alvin Pusky. But with Harley Race, what made him so good, he did your match.
Yeah.
Ricky the Dragon Steamboat was like that too. That what made Ricky so good. Ricky could work with anybody and have a great match. Harley Race could work with anybody. In fact, Harley Race never had a bad match. Ricky Steamboat never had a bad match. They knew how to work your match to make the match work. And guys that do the same thing all the time, we used to call them in old day repetitious. So George Scott did not want me to be repetitious, so he sent me to different territories to work with different guys. Because they had one wrestling style in Texas. In New York was a different style. Then you go to Mexico, it was totally different. In Mexico, I think they worked with the right arm instead of the left.
How was Wahoo McDaniel's style? Hard hitting?
Not a work.
Yeah. He would be one of the guys that would drink before matches sometimes too, right?
He wasn't working.
Yeah. Okay. So you'd be in a fight there.
Yeah, you had to be able to take a lot of frickin' pain. To work with Wahoo, Johnny Valentine, Street Hamster, Gene Anderson, the best answer for that is painful. Larry the Axe-Henny, painful.
What about Billy Robinson?
Oh, Billy, he stretched you from here to New York. That way he never made no money.
No one wanted to work with him other than Vern.
You were not like that.
Yeah.
You were not like that. He put you in hopes. He spent the whole match putting you in hopes. Sell a little bit, never hardly go off his feet, don't take any bump, it hurt you. Every hope hurt, everything hurt.
Wow.
You go, how'd that feel? How'd that feel? That's how God's was. They hurt you out there. I mean, you glad when the match is over. You can't do spots with them. They won't do it. They didn't do spots. They wrestle. And they get you in the hole and hold you down for 30 minutes. Lars Anderson got like that towards the end. Not Gene or Ole, his name was Lars Anderson. He got like that towards the end of his career. I had to knock him out in Macon. He wouldn't let me go.
Lars Anderson?
I knocked him out in the ring. I had to. He hooked me, and they had a 15-minute match, and the referee called me and said, "Take it home, kid." And he was trying to hold me down because he didn't want to do the job.
Yeah.
So he figured the time would run out on us. So the referee said, "All right, kid, make your comeback, make a comeback." And I tried to make a comeback. He take me back now. I tried to make a comeback. So finally I just broke a loop from him. I just swung.
Right.
I hit him, he rolled out of the ring. The referee went down and he was shaking his head like this. And I was ready for him some more. I said, "You come back up here, I'm gonna knock your ass out again." And so he left and went back to the dressing room. Then he come up to me and talk about, "You don't know who I am. I cut your balls out. I do this, I do that." I said, "Man, you didn't want to work with me. What I supposed to do? The referee tell me to make a comeback. You won't let me." I said, "I let you put all them fucking hopes on me. And then when it's time for me to do something, you don't want me to do what I want to do, but I let you do what you want to do."
Yeah.
And Otis started laughing. He thought it was funny.
How often are you wrestling now on average? I know you wanted to wrestle last night, but they just...
Whenever somebody asks me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I normally do about 2 to 3 matches a month on normal. 2 to 3 matches a month. But I still like going into the ring, you know. It's because I like to show the kids what little bit that I know about working. See, I tell all the young kids this. I say, a move is only as good as your opponent sells it. If I punch you in the jaw and you just stand there and look at me, that punch don't mean nothing.
Right.
This is how I learned this, how to make people believe. The object, people know it's a work. but your object to make it look as realistic as possible. Not just go through the motion, but try to make, at Ernie Lab would say, get the most mileage out of it. So I had George Two-Turner Harrison. You saw this 1,000 times. And people cheer when you do it. Where the guy stand up on the rope and hit the guy in the head 10 times and the people count.
Yeah.
George Scott told me, say, if I ever see you do that again, not only will I fire you, I will fix it so that no promotion in the country will book you.
Because you're huge.
He said, you just smarten up. No, it's not because of my size. He said, because you just smarten up everybody in the audience. He said, just smarten them up. I said, how did I do that, sir? He said, how much can you bench press? I said, 500. He said, how big is your arm? I said, oh, about 21, 22. He said, now who in the world you think gonna believe that a man with 20-some inch arm, bench press 500, can hit another man in the head 10 times and not knock him out, kill him, or leave a scratch?
Yeah.
He said if his wife done that to him, she probably would knock him out. Either he the toughest SOB walking the face of the earth, or you the biggest wimp walking the face of the earth. I said, but the people were cheering. He said, yeah, they cheer at the beginning. He said, but then when they get in the car, drive home, and they dissect what happened. They say this: if Tony Atlas hit him for real, he would kill him.
Right.
See what I'm saying? It was not realistic. That's why the selling was the most, what was the bar that made people believe. Because they know if they got hit like that, they're gonna go down.
Yeah.
If Jimmy Slooker, nobody believed his splash. So what Vince do to make people believe his splash, what Vince did was have him to go out on a stretcher.
Ah, yeah.
That was more believable to the people, because who's gonna believe that a 270 pound will fall on you and you get up?
Yeah.
Who's gonna believe that? It was not believable. So when he come off the top rope and splash you, remember they brought the stretcher out.
Yeah.
Now people believed it. One of the things anybody work with can tell you, the one thing I hate for any wrestler to do is to help me on the press slam. I want people to see me do it. If you push it off my shoulder, people see that.
Yeah.
They know I'm not doing it. But if your arm's out like this, they know I'm doing it. And that's why my press slam meant more than everybody else, because everybody was getting help on their press slam but me. People saw me do it.
Right.
You see? That's what made it. In order to get people to believe that I could lift weights, people thought the weight was fake. So what Ole Anderson did, Ole Anderson would take the weights and put them at the door. And you have a rope around it with a security guard.
Yeah.
And all the guys would come in and try to deadlift the 500 pounds. Well, I had another set of weights in the back that I warmed up with. But them weights never left the people's eyes.
Right.
Then they take them weights and put them in the ring. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now I go out and lift them weights. People believe it because they tried it themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, that's real. I tried to lift it. I did that. Because they saw the weight. I let them touch them. I let them feel it.
Yeah.
And I had my weights back. And the reason they done that, they told me a story. I was there with superstar Billy Graham and Kim Patero was having a contest, but some of the weights were wooden plate that was fake plate. Where the guy, they forgot to turn the camera off. The prop man, the guy that brought the stuff in, he picked up the weights and walked off on camera.
Yeah, I heard that story.
Yeah, and that's why Ole did it that way from that day on.
Did you like Ken Patera, by the way?
I love Kim Patero.
Yeah.
Love Kim Patero. I said the only person that I met in this business that I didn't like.
Was me.
No, New Jack.
Okay.
He's the only person I met in this business that I didn't like. One person in 50 years that I didn't like. Because I didn't like the way he talked about people that he didn't know.
Right.
He never met me. He doing interviews about me, calling me names, talking about what I should have done in Puerto Rico and all this, that stuff. The man never met me a day in his freaking life. I saw the New Jack twice my whole life.
Yeah.
I saw him at a convention in North Carolina with Charlotte, Big Charlotte.
Yeah.
And the second time I saw him was right before he died at that WrestleCon that they have during
Okay.
WrestleMania.
Yeah.
I really was in, I think, Orlando or somewhere. So I saw this man twice my whole life.
Right.
But he doing promos about me
Yeah.
and bad-mouthing the fuck out of me. And never met me.
Right.
That's why I never liked him. Other guys talk about people, like Brian Blair, he talks about people, he exaggerates a lot about what people do. But at least Brian met me. I knew Brian. I traveled with him. So, you know, I excuse what Brian do, even though he blow things out of proportion a lot. But here's a guy that you talk about people he never met.
Speaking of that Paul Orndorff thing that Brian was there for, how did you guys like make up after that? Because you still wrestled. You just forgot about it, even though he did that to
this
you?
is what happened. I don't know what happened with him and Blair, but it came to the match with somebody. But Paul, very temperamental guy, they didn't want to take Paul back. And Blair didn't want to leave Paul by himself, so he stuck with Paul. So me and Tommy Wildfire Rich, we were riding together. So Tommy said, you can ride with us. So we was giving Paul and them a ride back from Columbus, Ohio from Dayton. We rested in Dayton, and then we'll come from Dayton back to Columbus, because we flew in and out of Columbus, Ohio. So Paul said, what did that fucking smell? That's what he said. I said, they're my ribs. He said, that shit stink, I'm gonna throw it out. And now we giving this guy a ride. I said, Paul, now I was just joking, just clowning around. I wasn't even serious. I said, Paul, if you throw my ribs out, I'll throw you out. I said, ribs to a black man is like chicken to a black man. I was joking.
Yeah.
Paul said, well, you think you could do that? I said, Paul, come on. Of course I can if I really want to, but I don't want to. You really do? He started hitting the back of my seat like that, telling Tommy, turn over, pull over, pull over, pull the fuck over.
Because you were in the front, right?
I'm in the front. Tommy is driving. I'm in the passenger seat. Paul is sitting behind me. Brian Blair is sitting behind Tommy. So he started hitting the seat. Come on, pull the fuck over, pull the fuck over. So Tommy said, come on, guy, come on. Tony just playing. He telling the guy, I'm just playing. Oh, he's pissed. So Tommy pulled over. Paul jumps out. I go to get out the car. I got 1 foot out and 1 foot in. Paul sucker punched me. So I'm right in the position. I ain't even stood up yet. I leg diving. And anybody know anything about amateur wrestling? I crater him. Now, crater, I grab this leg, put this arm behind your neck, and then I put the two hands together. So I bring this knee up, and then I take my leg, I wrap it around this leg. It's called a crater in amateur wrestling. Paul and Thomas said, okay, guys, that's enough. Come on, break it up, guys. Come on, break it up. They broke us up. I'm sitting in the car. Thomas said, Tony, you bleeding. So I pulled down the, what do you call this thing? With the mirror on?
Yeah, I can't even
visor
remember.
or whatever it is.
Yeah, the sun visor, yeah.
So I pulled that down, I looked, this little piece here of my ear was hanging.
Right.
The little piece right here.
And you still have your ear, right?
The scar.
Okay.
Just that little piece right here
Yeah.
was hanging.
Okay.
Thomas said, Tony, you want to get that taken care of. You don't want to go around the rest of your life with that.
So Paul's spitting your ear out that Brian Blair told
Yeah, he
us to
bit this part of my ear.
Okay.
Because my ear was right by his mouth. And you know anything about a
Yeah.
crater, it's right there.
Yeah,
he couldn't
yeah.
move.
Right.
If I put you in the crater, you can't move.
Right.
That was my finishing move in amateur wrestling. I beat a lot of guys with that crater.
Yeah.
You know what it is. You wrestle, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know what a crater is.
Yeah.
So anyway, I put him in the crater. But when I leg down, I sing a leg diving because I'm right there. Because
Yeah.
he sucker punched me. I'm still sitting just like I'm sitting now.
Yeah.
You know how you go to get out the car,
Yeah,
turn
yeah.
in. As soon as I did that, he sucker punched me.
Right.
So when he sucker punched me, I leg diving. You know, because I
Yeah.
figured he was on dope or something. And so Paul said, oh man, I'm sorry, and everything. We apologized, we hugged, pat each other on the back and everything. That same night.
Okay, so it
Same night.
was
We made
squashed by the time you
I
got...
didn't know he bit me until we got back in the car.
Okay.
And Tommy Rich noticed the blood dripping down my face.
Right.
I didn't even know. So he said, you want to get that taken care of. So Tommy drove me to the hospital. They stitched up my ear. I remember the guy asked me, said, well, what did the other guy look like?
Yeah.
He said, because you're looking at me. He said, what the other guy? I said, well, the other guy don't have any bruises. He said, how come? I said, I didn't want to do nothing to him. And so he said, well, I hate to tell you that I'm getting ready to leave. I said, okay, I gotta go now. He said, no. He said, we gave you a tetanus shot.
Tetanus shot, yeah.
Tetanus shot. I said, what do you give me that for? He said, the human bite is the worst bite that you could get. Because there's more bacteria in a human bite. He said, that's why we had to give you a tetanus shot. But we must keep you overnight to see if it have any effect on you. Because you know, you give one person penicillin.
Yeah.
It's okay to give another person penicillin, they will have a seizure.
Right.
So they want to make sure that I was not allergic to the shot. That's why I had to stay overnight. The next morning, they came pick me up, and that was it. And there was never a fight. If you don't believe me, ask Tommy. Tommy was there. Tommy
I did ask him about it.
Tommy is telling the truth. Yeah. Tommy tell you, it was no fight.
Yeah.
I leg dived him. He sucker punched me, I leg dived him. Then we hugged right there. Before we got back in the car, we made up. Paul said, oh man, I just have a lot of shit on my man. He said, I'm sorry, brother. I said, me too, brother. I said, I was just joking with you, Paul. I wasn't trying to upset you. We was buddies. I had no animosity with Paul. Paul had no animosity with me. He was just in that certain type of mood. Like a lot of people don't want to admit it. When he fought Vader, the only reason Vader didn't fight back, he didn't want to lose his job. Paul was the booker.
Yeah, he was an agent, yeah.
He was the agent. Come on now. What this guy gonna do? Beat up the agent? Coco beware down there. How did that turn out for Coco?
And that would never happen in this day and age, an agent beating up a wrestler and keeping his job.
No.
The agent would be fired.
Yeah, but not the agent wouldn't. The wrestler would have.
Oh yeah, if the wrestler had fought
But look
back,
at what happened with Coco.
Yeah.
It didn't start with Coco. It started with DeHart. What was the one that died? Owen.
Oh yeah, because they were tag team then.
Wait, no, but no, the guy started on Owen.
Okay.
That's where it started with Owen.
This was in
had
Europe,
nothing to do
right?
with Coco. Yeah, had nothing to do with Coco. Coco just stepped in and talked about, yeah, guy, break it up. And then the guy talked about, I'll whoop your ass too.
Right.
Yeah, Coco would have been okay if we just stayed all of it. But Coco trying to break it up because they was getting ready to fight. So Coco stepped in and then the guy started giving Coco stuff. And of course, Coco decked him. See? Then they fired Coco.
Do you believe that story that Brian Blair tells about Terry Garvin and Andre the Giant and Coco Beware? Apparently Terry Garvin...
I don't know the story.
Oh, he claimed that Terry Garvin tried to rape Coco Beware when they were drive into an event.
No, I don't believe that, no. Okay. No.
Because Coco was... he beat up Paul Roma too, didn't he?
Yeah, Coco was a hell of a fighter.
Yeah.
I heard about it. I can't talk about it because I didn't see it. I'm the type of person, if I wasn't there,
you're not going to say it.
I've tried to stay away from hearsay because I wasn't there. See, the two things I just told you about with Paul, with Coco, I was there. I was in the territory. I was a jobber, but when they were tag team partners, I was there. So I was in the bar when it happened. So that's how come I'm able to talk about it. But if I wasn't there, it's hard for me to say it happened or it didn't happen. And I try to keep myself that way and not go with rumors because it hurt Brody.
Yeah.
It didn't help Brody by people telling different stories. Because it's hard for policemen or anybody to do something when they don't know the full story. You got 10 stories with one incident. 10 different stories.
Did you ever see any stories with Buzz Sawyer?
Oh, I got a good Buzz Sawyer story. Tom and Rich were driving one night, and we was in Ohio then. He turned the car over, broke my neck. I go to the hospital. Ole Anderson sent somebody to get me out the hospital. I got a halo on my neck. This big thing that comes all the way up here has screws in it, called a halo.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Ole had me to get in the ring. When I take the halo off, my neck did this.
Oh God.
I couldn't hold it up.
That was a legit injury.
It was a car accident.
Okay.
Tommy flipped the car flipped 3 times.
Wow.
3 times the car flipped. The Sheik saved my life. Darren Sheik. I've been dead if it wasn't for the Sheik. What happened was, we went over. The car flipped 3 times. Ole Anderson and the Sheik was behind us. The heel. You know, they were behind us. They saw the car. They saw Tommy Rich them stand on the side of the road, and the car was over. So Ole and them stopped. The Sheik said, "Where's the Tony of an Atlas? The Tony of an Atlas." And Tommy said he's trapped in the car. We can't get the door open. The Sheik run down the hill. Ole Anderson told the Sheik this, because the Sheik told me later, because this came straight from the Sheik mouth. If you go to help him, you gonna get fired.
Oh, because he was a heel.
He was a heel. That's how this business was. The Sheik went and grabbed that door. They were waiting for him to call the jaws of death. They were gonna cut me out.
Right.
See, I was sitting like this, because I was asleep in the back when he turned over. So the hood of the car did this. So I was like this.
Yeah.
I couldn't move. I was red, like this. I was unconscious. I don't remember. And so they were waiting for the jaw, because they couldn't get the door open to get me out. Good thing they couldn't, because they would have caused more damage. You shouldn't move nobody. They didn't know that.
Yeah.
So the Sheik ripped the door open. Just as he ripped the door off, that's when I saw the ambulance and everything. I saw the lights and everything, and then they took me to the hospital. Then I woke up 3 days later, and then once I became conscious, the lady said, "Oh, are you okay?" She said, "You got a lot of people worrying about you." She said, "The phone had not stopped ringing." Come to find out it was Ole. I thought Ole was concerned about my health. Guess what he was concerned about?
The kayfabe.
No,
What?
TV.
Oh, if you could make TV.
I was supposed to be there for TV. Where the fuck is he? How long he gonna fucking be there? He's pissed off because I'm in the hospital. He ain't care about me. I'm in the hospital. He's driving old and crazy. He got all these things he want to do with me. I'm in the freaking hospital, messing up his plan. So he had somebody pick me up at the hospital, bring me to the building. He said, what that shit you got on your head there? And I go, the doctor put it on. Well, take that fucking thing off. So me being stupid, not knowing about, I take it off. What's wrong with your neck? I said, I can't hold it up. He said, well, I gotta shoot this angle, because we don't want people to know you was in a car accident. He said, we can make money with that. So I stood in the ring. I put my elbow up on the turnbuckle like that. I hold my neck here. Now the thing, Buzz Sawyer was supposed to take a saw and gimmick the board. And then he's supposed to come and hit me with the board, and the board would break.
Yeah.
You understand? Then they were going to take me back to the hospital. Now, Buzz Sawyer come out, he was always high.
Yeah.
I'm not knocking him, but he was never sober. I've never seen Buzz Sawyer sober, never.
He died at 33 because of that, I guess.
Yeah, he was always high, you know. So he hit me the board with the thing. I'm seeing stars. The board don't break.
Yeah.
So he do it again. You understand?
Yeah.
Now I'm fucking completely almost out. So I go down to my knees. I roll out of the freaking ring, holding my neck. I met brother, this guy gonna kill me out there. What you doing this for? And they say, Buzz, let me see that 2x4. And they look at it, it ain't been gimmicked. Nothing wrong with, there's no salt cuts, nothing in it. And they ask Buzz like that. Hey, Buzz, why you didn't do what we tell you? Do what? We supposed to, well, I'm gonna get a fucking saw for him. You like that?
Yeah.
He nearly killed me. So I go back to the hospital, and then here's the worst part. Charlie Smith, the referee, comes in with the newspaper. Say, Ole, forget about it. Ole said, why? He said, it's already in the paper. He said, oh, fuck all that for nothing.
So you took the beating with...
He said, all that for nothing. Now he pissed off. hit me in the head with a fucking 2x4. I got a broken neck, fractured neck, and then here this guy, and he's mad because it got to the newspaper. He's all fuck, all this for nothing.
So I guess you weren't too sad when he passed away.
No, I miss Odie.
Yeah.
I like Odie. I really did. Odie did a lot for me. He helped me a lot.
He made you a lot of money.
He made me
he?
a lot of money. He made me a lot of money. But Odie put money above everything. That was Odie. See, once you know a person's character, you can't change people. People are people. You can't change them. And so what you do, you accept them the way they are. You have to learn to deal with them. And I learned that in wrestling. I learned that in wrestling, that you deal with people the way they are. You can't change a person's personality. You don't have to live with them, you don't have to sleep with them, but you have to learn to get along with them. I rode with Captain Redneck Dick Murdoch. And Murdoch told me out of his own mouth that he was a member of the KKK. He even showed me his KKK card.
Yeah.
But I did not dislike Murdoch. I didn't. In fact, I like him better than other people because at least he was honest with me about what he were. I didn't have to guess with him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I knew what he liked and what he didn't like. I knew how to behave around him or how to act around him. So whenever a white woman come up to try to say something to me, I would just turn and walk away. Because I know if Murdoch come and see me with that white girl, I know I got heat with him. I knew that.
Yeah.
So my friendship with him was more important than this girl. There was plenty of women. But I have to work with Murdoch. Sometimes I have to travel with him. So why would I do something to put me on this guy? And he told me out of his own mouth, he said, I like you and I like Rufus.
Right.
Because y'all don't fool with white women. Rufus never dated a white girl. That's why Murdoch liked him. I never dated white girls back in the day. That's why Murdoch liked me. He would hate me now because my wife is white.
Yeah.
Today, I'd be on his shit list. So I knew as long as I stayed with a white woman, me and him gonna get along good. And when we worked with him, he sold his ass off of me, made me look like $1 million in the ring. You know, everything. So I had no problem with Murdoch. Like I said, the only person that I ever had a problem with in this business was New Jack. Nobody else. I had disagreement with people, but we always made up.
Yeah.
It was not a permanent thing. It was, you know, it was made up. But we always made up, and we got along real good. Because you had to, in them days, you had to travel with these guys. These guys was like your family, but people don't realize it.
Yeah.
I mean, I could wrestle Ric Flair back in the day, every day for 2 months. But they call you're gonna be married to this person, which means every night, all this week, that's who you working with.
Yeah.
Probably for the next 2 months. Like Flair and Steamboat, how many matches you think them guys had?
Hundreds.
Hundreds. See what I'm saying? They was married. In the wrestling, we use the term married. So he had to get along with Flair. Flair had to get along with Steamboat in order to make this work. You see?
For the Von Erichs, last question here before we take our break. What were they messed up on the most? Was it anything in particular?
The what now?
For the Von Erich boys, when you were there, what were their main vices? Because we know that they died young because they took drugs, but what were the main drugs that they were on that you?
I'm gonna be absolutely honest with you. I've never seen them take anything.
Okay.
I never seen it.
Right.
I seen them high, but what they were high on, I didn't know.
Okay.
Because I never seen it. You know, they didn't really travel with people. They were the promoters, pretty much. They were wrestlers, promoters. So they more, you know, Kevin normally traveled by himself. They were mostly by themselves. They didn't travel with the boys because they was the office. Just like Vince Jr., you see Vince Jr., the same as see. I remember one time I went to Vince Jr. I said, how you doing, Mr. McMahon? He said, Mr. McMahon, that's my father. I said, 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Which means, to me, the same thing. And that's how it was. If you were a part of, if Fritz is the promoter, okay, you the son, you the promoter. So we saw them as the promoter. So most of the guys, even if we could rap, I rode with Kevin one time, but we didn't really want to ride with him.
Kevin Von Erich?
Yeah. He drove with his feet.
Really?
Yeah. Put his hand behind his neck like this, take his foot and drive, and the other foot hanging out the window.
That's crazy.
Another thing that they would do too, like they got rafters in the building. You look for them, and they be up there. They love to climb things. They be up in the ceiling. What the fuck you doing? Look at that one. They climb anything.
Wow. Yeah, I've seen them climb trees and stuff.
Oh, they loved it. Yeah. They loved climbing. They would climb up in the fucking rafters. They be up, he'd be roaming around up in the rafter. Like if Cameron were here, he'd be up on that thing there. And you go, how the fuck you get up there? He would find a way to climb up there. Amazing. They have amazing climbing ability. So most of the boys smoked pot or did dope. And so we try to kayfabe the office.
Yeah.
So when I saw Kevin or Curry, I saw the office. Just because they were in tights don't mean they wasn't part. They were the owners of the business.
Yeah.
So why would I want to ride with? So I had to ride with Kevin at one time because I didn't have my ride took off. Tango Conway left me, son of a bitch. Yeah.
Because Kevin, everyone looks at him as straight-laced, but he was a partier too for a while.
I never partied with him.
Okay.
That's why I can't speak on the Von Erich because I never did anything with them. I always like to talk about what I've seen enough. I've seen enough. I experienced enough where I don't have to make up stuff just to have a conversation about somebody, you know. Me and Curry and Kevin, the only thing that I did with them guys, that I did with them, was I wrestled with them and I worked out with them.
Yeah.
But I never partied with them.
Was Kevin stiff? They always say he was the stiffest of the...
Solid.
Okay.
He was solid. He had solid shot. Wahoo was like that. In fact, 90% of the building was like that then.
Yeah.
I did to show you how the building was. This is funny. You're going to like this one. I wrestled in West Palm Beach, Florida. And they're going to put me my first time in a handicap match.
Right.
I had an Oriental partner. I don't know what his name we were talking. He was about my height, about 6'2", kind of maybe about 220. At that time, I was probably about 240.
Yeah.
I wasn't as big then. And they said, "You're going to be in a handicap match." I said, "Brother, you know, look at me. You know, even though I was 240, I had no legs, but the upper body was huge."
Yeah.
I said, "People is not going to believe that I need help." And they said, "Tony, in this business, do as you're told and keep your mouth shut." That's what Dusty Rhodes told me. So I'm getting ready to walk to the ring. I turn around, I looked at Dusty. I said, "Dusty, I know I told you that I don't need a partner." I said, "Can you give me 2 more people to go to the ring with me?" I looked in the ring, and the first time I lay out on Larry the Axe Henny, it looked like a building was standing in that ring waiting on me. I said, "Holy crap, that's what we got around." I told Dusty, I said, "Dusty, I'm sorry, brother." I said, "Maybe you should give me 2 more partners to go with me down there." So I locked up with Larry the Axe Henny. And you know I had my gimmick where I get in, make my boob, you know, make my chest
you
jump.
still do that.
Yeah. I was doing that. But Larry liked that. And Larry locked up and said, "Kid, listen to me. I'm gonna give you the big elbow. You don't sell it. Just make your chest jump up and down." I go, "Okay." So he backed me to the rope. He hit me, knocked me through the rope.
Wow.
Knocked me right through the freaking rope. I get up, I go, "What the?" It felt like a tree fell onto me. That's what it felt like. Like a tree fell onto me. So I had to catch my breath. I thought he broke a rib or something. I couldn't even catch my fucking breath. So I get back in the ring. "Hey, kid, we're gonna do it again. Don't sell. Don't go down." I said, "Okay." He hit me again, knocked me through the rope again. Now I'm ready to go back to the fucking dressing room. I don't even want to get back in the ring. This guy's hitting me so fucking, but he wasn't hitting hard.
Right.
That was just Larry. He had like 20 inch, his forearm was like this. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
His wrist that big around. Larry the X in it. So anyway, he said, I told you not to go down, kid. I said, well, don't hit me so hard. Then he put his hand on his mouth, he started laughing. He laughed at me. That was a powerful man. If you have to see these guys in person to really appreciate them, you see them in pictures and stuff, it don't give you the perception of what they really were like. You have to really be there, and you have to feel the power of these guys, like a Mark Henry. Until you lock up with him, you don't realize how powerful the power. Even Big Show told me, said, when you lock up with Mark Henry, you can feel his power. You can feel it. You know, you can just feel that. They're like wrestling. They like animals, like a bear. It feels like wrestling a bear when you wrestle Mark Henry. That's what Larry the X felt like. It felt like I was wrestling a bear, not a human.
Right.
You know, he had that thickness, that weight. Really was 400 pounds. And back in them days, a 400-pound man was very unusual. Another time I wrestled Gene Anderson. And Gene said, give me an elbow. So I hit him. You probably can't play this, but I got to say exactly what Gene said, exactly what he said. You fucking cunt, you with them big arms that as hard as you can hit me, you fucking cunt. So I drew back and hit him as hard as I could. He goes, yeah, that's good, kid, that's good, keep that up. I go, holy fuck. That's what made the business for real.
Yeah.
The guys laid them in. They would tell you, lay them in. And you know what made them do that? It was this dude, the guy they called Cowboy something, Frankie Lane, Cowboy Frankie Lane. He was in a match. Somebody took a paper cut and threw it and hit him in the back of the head. And he thought it was one of the boys hitting him. He took a bump over the top rope because he didn't know.
Yeah.
So Gene taught me, if you don't feel it, don't sell it. How many times you see a guy throw a drop kick and miss the guy, and the guy take the bump?
Many times.
Many times. So I was taught, if you don't feel it, don't sell it. See, it didn't matter how hard you hit, it was where you hit. They teach you where to hit. Just like you hit here, here, not here. Like Pedro Morello, we throw you into the stomach and give that gut shot, that was stiff as hell.
Yeah.
No, but Mr. Two, the knee was stiff. He laid it in. Because otherwise, if the people don't hear it, when I used to wrestle Madison Square Garden, Vince said, if you're going to throw a chop, make sure that people up in the cheap seat could hear it.
Right.
That means the people at the top could hear it. Not the people, not worry about the people here, because they could hear it. You want to do it where the people at the top could hear it. I heard a guy tell me that guy didn't want to work with Ric Flair in the WWE because they say he chopped him too hard.
Yeah, I heard that the Undertaker would say you have 3 chops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's from Flair, an old man.
Yeah.
But that's how Flair always done it.
Right.
That's how, if you get chopped by Wahoo, you want to quit the business.
Yeah.
Wahoo will hit you so freaking hard, brother, you want to just climb out of that ring and go back to the dressing room. Johnny Weaver hate work with Wahoo. Johnny tell Wahoo out there, said, Wahoo, the people don't feel nothing.
Yeah.
He said, people don't feel nothing. So that you have to lay in your put, especially when you're on the outside of the ring.
Right.
Because the people are right there. So you're on the outside of the ring, you really had to lay it in. That's why we hit them with that chair. Nobody ever pulled the chair. We want the people to see that dent. So we hit you with a chair, we want to put a dent in it.
Yeah.
And then we show the people. They say, oh shit, look at that. You know, if I was smart, you know what I wish I had done?
What?
Kept one of them chairs.
Yeah, and signed it.
Especially, you know the chair I would really like to have? I should have took it that night, but I didn't know. You remember when me and Rocket won the belt?
Yeah.
And Lou Albano broke that chair?
Yeah.
Would you like to have that chair?
Yeah.
That probably is the most valuable chair in the world in wrestling business. And Alpha went out of the ring with that chair around his neck, and they threw that chair in the trash. If I had known at that time, I would have got Rocket to sign it. I would have got Alpha and Seeker to sign it. I would have got Lou Albano to sign it, took that damn chair home.
Yeah.
But we didn't know that the business was going to be like it is now. We didn't know. We know now, but we didn't know that.
Yeah.
How would you feel if you had that chair?
Oh, I would sell it.
Yes, you would have.
Yeah.
You probably got a lot from that chair. That's the chair that was used for me and Rocket to win the belt.
Yeah.
That's the most valuable chair in the WWE, probably. Because that's the first time the chair was used as a finish
Yeah.
in a world championship match.
Yeah.
Yeah, we boys start easing over there, brother.
Yeah.
I'm going to get there by 10:30.
We'll shut this one down. Real Atlas is your Twitter.
Yeah.